time for what I assume is the end of the game. You know, we're here post-trial 5, chilling out, relaxing and maxing all cool, and a trash bin inside of the school. We got, let's say, framed, for lack of a better phrase. However, based on viewing both endings, I have a feeling that framing was happening either way. And because I still think it's all fake. It's a fake trial with a fake body and a fake death nobody knew was dead. It's the same old, same old. But Kyoko's alive, which means, and she knows the truth apparently and the secrets of the school, so hopefully she's helping everybody figure out. I assume that, like, this is, okay, so new assumption, that padlock thing and the trash room, I assume it leads here now. And we're just gonna come busting out like there's no tomorrow. But for now, we're back, heading back, getting ready on chilling all into the school. Oh, my hair is just in the way right now. However, if you want to check out some of my other content that I've ever done in my lifetime, that's my YouTube channel. And then just every other link is in the links. Right there. But no, we're back. We'll be getting into it just about now. I already booted up the game, so all we have to do... Also, I did notice that when I booted up, we still have access to all the truth bullets. Oops. Let's just make sure I have everything, you know, doing what it's supposed to do, because apparently I forgot to do that. But yeah, we still have access to all the truth bullets, which makes me think we might need to use them. And with that, my pursuit of survival began. We're surviving, boys and girls. First up, let's start looking for a way out of here. There's just trash. Is that an airplane? How'd like something like that wind up in the school's garbage pit? There's a few of those. Also, I see this Monokuma bear. So... okay. So this thing. That's a rocket and a tank. I better not think too much about what I'm seeing down here. I'm pretty sure that's the stuff used for the executions. This is a desk? It's probably the one that fell down here with me. Is there any useful scrap on it? Can I loot all the scrap and make a lockpick? You know, the logical things. I may... okay, so here's the thing, guys. I may be going through a slight D&D withdrawal because our group hasn't met for a while, partly because scheduling. It's mainly because scheduling and, you know, other life events happen, so those kind of take priority, which is fine. Baldur's Gate 3 also came out, and I don't have this game, but I've already figured out at least 2 characters I want to play, potentially 3. So, like... Guys, scrap everything. There's probably useful metal bits to make a toolkit to pick that lock at the top. But, you know, let's remind us. Also, I don't own Baldur's Gate 3, but of course I've already made characters. Like, do you not... the thing is I'm like, 100% gonna make my D&D character in Baldur's Gate 3 with an artificer mod, but that's the second playthrough. I'm like, I'm already just brainstorming on my second playthrough. I need to flesh out my first playthrough character though, because that's a brand new character. I could in theory try and well, I can't actually recreate my first D&D character that I ever made because that was a little bit homebrewed. But this is a lock on a door. It's locked. You rattled, I guess, the entire door itself, not just like, because there is no handles. Rattle, rattle. No matter how many times I pushed, pulled, or kicked out, wait, it didn't budge. Getting out of here isn't gonna be that easy. Well, if I'm not getting out of here anytime soon, loot the stuff and make a lockpick, get through the door. The rules don't apply anywhere. I decided to look around for some food. There's plenty of food here, but it's all rotten. But that was pointless too. Next I search for some water. How can I be sure which liquids I can drink and which ones are an all-around bad idea, you know? Yeah, again, pointless. I feel like I'm blocked in on all sides. But that's still not enough reason to give up, because I'm still alive. And as long as I'm alive, I'll never give up. Yeah, alter ego saved you. Do the living. Do the surviving. After making that proud declaration, the next thing I decided to do was Go to sleep. My sleep was deep and uninterrupted. That was my only way to preserve what little, except it, like, your breathing is a little bit different when you sleep. What little strength I had left after not being able to eat or drink. I can't be sure, but I think at least a full day had to have passed. And all I did was sleep and sleep. It's like I was waiting for some kind of sign to come falling out of the sky. However, what fell from the sky wasn't a sign. Well, not exactly. The trunch? What the? The strange sound pierced my silent isolation, jarring me awake. As I watched, the pile of garbage jostled and formed an odd shape. Something fell down over there? Something fell from up above. What could it have been? I mean, it's probably more garbage. Did a giant piece of trash just fall down here? I carefully stretched out my hand toward whatever it was that had tumbled down here with me.
Just a second.
A giant piece of trash? Rude. Before she even emerged from the pile of garbage, I knew who it was.
It smells awful.
Kyoko?
Indeed.
You look like you're doing better than I expected. I mean, I've just been sleeping. I didn't even try and make a lock-picking kit. I didn't even try to pick the lock. I just said, yeah, I'm gonna sleep, guys. What are you doing here? Isn't it obvious? I'm here to help you. I'm glad to hear that, Kyoko. You've got a bit of garbage in your hair. She gave her head a quick, sharp shake to get rid of the trash, then faced me again. First, I have something for you. Go ahead and eat it. We can talk once you're finished. Ah, she is smart. Thank you! Nom 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 nom. I snatched the bread and water that she was holding out for me. Within seconds, it was in my mouth and making its way towards my stomach. Phew. I really hit the spot. Now I've got all the energy I need to keep going. So you still haven't given up then? Of course not. After all, the fact that I can keep going forward is about all I'm good at. Well, that's not such a bad thing to be good at. Cool. But, why are you here? But Kyoko, why'd you come to rescue me?
So...
To pay a debt. Or, no, to atone. Atone?
You...
During the trial, even though you knew I was lying, you didn't say anything. So you knew that I knew.
Indeed.
You didn't, but even though I knew, I did nothing to help you. I abandoned you. Don't say that. You didn't abandon me. No, that's exactly what I did. I abandoned you in order to save my own life. You were trying to save me, and I couldn't bring myself to do the same for you.
However...
But listen, not that I'm trying to make excuses, but... there was a reason I had to survive, no matter the cost. Why did you have to survive?
It's true.
I'll tell you. I'll tell you everything. The reason I have to survive...
In other words...
is so that I can do what I came to this school to do. What? I made up my mind to come to Hope's Peak Academy for one very important reason. Hi, David! Ooh! Ah, that's gonna be fun. Have fun at D&D! You just missed me complaining about the fact, well, not complaining, but going through D&D withdrawal, and all I want to do is play Baldur's Gate 3, a game I do not own. To help ease said D&D withdrawal. However, I have found that all the Baldur's Gate 3 cast is playing their own playthroughs of Baldur's Gate 3, and so that has been easing my urge to play said game I don't own. But have fun at D&D! Also, thanks for stopping by! Yes, I am doing better than Noodlehead. That is my new favorite nickname for her. So you have some reason for coming to Hope's Peak Academy?
Indeed.
That's right. At least I did. Once. Once? Until recently, I'd forgotten what it was. You forgot? But that's... She had amnesia. I had no memory of what my purpose was. No memory? That's impossible. Amnesia? I want to play Baldur's Gate 3 so bad, but I don't currently own the game and can't for a while because other things, to help ease my D&D withdrawal, because we haven't been able to meet up for our D&D group for a while. That's the long and short of it. I was complaining about that earlier. Ranting. Complaining. So I was complaining. But currently we have murder mystery to figure out all the mysteries for. So that will tide me over because I apparently am very close to the end of the game, so at least I'm finishing a game off my list. Oh, it's more if I want to play the game because we haven't played D&D. So kind of, yes. So yes, an alternative until we're able to meet up again because people have very different schedules right now. Then, is it really true? You lost your memory?
Makoto.
Do you remember Makoto? Do you remember the first thing that happened to each of us as soon as we arrived at the school? It will. I know it will because most of us very much like our characters, and one of the players is a druid that's been nursing a tree because once it like is fully grown, it gives a special power. And she's at like the point where it will be giving her the special power. She's like, I want to know what happens to this tree. So, yes. The first thing you're talking about when we fainted, right? I fainted, and when I woke up, I was trapped here.
That's right.
I fainted too, and when I woke up, I noticed a strange feeling of separation within myself, a disconnect.
It would seem...
Thinking back on it now, at that point my memory was gone. At that time, I'd forgotten. I couldn't remember why I'd come to the school, and I couldn't remember what my ultimate ability was. But what would make you forget all that?
Hey.
Strange, isn't it? It's hard to imagine it happened by chance. It seems much too convenient. Are you saying you think you lost your memory because... I don't think. I'm positive it was the work of the mastermind. They stole my memory. But why would they want to do that? There's only one reason I can come up with. Because of my purpose and my ability. Somehow they would interfere with the mastermind's plans. So if you're... So this is my... This makes sense. Like... Clearly, she's kind of known how to things and been a step in the game on all the cases. Like, she's known what's going on, help detect and not let, like, her own perception of the world get in the way with things. Which has been great, because it's been, like, a secondary feature to help guide you. But, if they're selecting a group of students to participate in this game, and they could have selected any... Hashtag tree love, hashtag tree plot, yeah. If they could have selected any group of 16 students, because let's just assume that there were 16 and everything, why would they select a student that had the exact ability to sort through and undermine the purpose of your game? Like, which makes me think that they were all assigned to a certain class in the first place coming to Hope's Peak, and events happened. My assumption is the tragedy that we all keep hearing about happened. And when that happened, this one class that was either starting a little later, may have been separated from the rest of school, they said, nope, we're knocking them out, putting them out, and we're going to put them through this thing because we think this is the best way to revive it. So I don't think it was like, we chose these people. Like, they chose these people for a class to attend the school when it was up and running. They didn't necessarily choose these people for this particular game. This was just the class that happened to like survive or whatever, and they're like, okay, we're gonna put these guys in a holding cell or holding pod, because I do think that like these students have been knocked out for a year, because like the tragedy happened a year ago. I don't think that it was hidden from the use. I think it happened as they were getting to the school, and so these kids have been knocked out for a year and then put into this game. So the mastermind just stole them from you?
However...
And it could also mean somehow my memories may be connected to the mystery of the school and the mastermind, which is why I have to get them back. That's why I've been investigating things by myself this whole time. But if what you say is true, why didn't you ask the rest of us to help you?
Why is that?
If I did that and we all worked as one, the mastermind would have noticed right away. Plus, there's always the chance that the mastermind is actually one of us, which we did learn is the case because we learned one of us is writing the rules and that one of us is probably the mastermind. I still think it's the unknown, like the 16th student. Was that a cat? Sorry. Or something, but who knows? What?
Correct.
Well, don't make too big of a deal of it. It's just a possibility. But since it is a possibility, we can't ignore it, right? The mastermind. One of us. If she believed that, then of course she couldn't trust anyone around her. In which case it only makes sense she would look into her missing memory by herself.
However,
that being said, there was a limit to what I could do by myself, which is why I asked you to help me. But why me? Because among everyone, you were the least likely to be the mastermind. That was just intuition, but I see. Your intuition was right, though. There's no way an ordinary kid like me could have been the mastermind.
I understand. I should understand everything. My goal isn't to get out of here. It's to stay here.
What's that dream coming back to us? It's just like the dream I had before, but why did that just happen?
listen.
Are you okay? Oh, this is what she's talking about when the mastermind did something to me and Sakura. They also did something to Makoto as like a brainwashing tactic, because we were probably the ones that would have been just shown to be the most resistant to like participation. It is nothing, right?
Hey,
Even now, I still trust you, you know. It's just, I'm not used to relying on others.
correct.
I know I never asked you for help the right way, so I understand if you're not convinced. Honestly, I was convinced. I think that's just her personality. Okay, so let's continue to talk to her. You said you had a reason for doing all that investigating on your own. So how'd that turn out? Were you able to remember anything?
So,
I think there's still a lot I don't remember, but at the very least, I was finally able to recall my purpose and my ability. You mentioned your ability. My ability. What everyone should have known me for. I'm the ultimate detective. Oh, yeah, that would mess with the mastermind's plot, huh? Hey, by the way, it's a murder mystery school now. If you guys kill each other and we're trying to get the Blackens trying to escape. But, oh, we have the ultimate detective here, so in theory, the truth should always come out. But if the ultimate detective doesn't know they're the detective, they're just gonna trust, well, then they might not do anything. Like, I think the ploy was, if we remove the ability to remember what their ultimate is, they might not be able to contribute in the way that we want, like, then they would be expected to contribute. Like, she would be the one expected to contribute to each case and everything. However, just because you remove the thing that says, this is what you are, doesn't remove all the instincts that come with being what they are. Like, think of Leon. If I remember, he was the ultimate baseball player, and he was trying to not be the ultimate baseball player anymore. That doesn't mean he still didn't have all his baseball player instincts, and didn't use them to try and get rid of evidence, which is exactly what happened. The same principle applies here. Like, all of her instincts of, like, investigation and reading people and everything and understanding situations, those don't just go away. Like, she's the ultimate detective, partly because there's some instinct to her that allowed her to go down that path more fully. Like, no doubt you can be trained to be the ultimate detective too. Part of that training is just making those instincts muscle memory. So, like, this makes a lot of sense. Kyoko, ultimate detective, we discovered. Want me just to update my characters list at the front of my notebook now that we know? Detective! Woo! Okay. The ultimate detective?
correct.
and the reason I came to Hope's Peak Academy. There was someone I had to find here in the school. She had to find someone in the school. Had to find... You had to find someone? Who?
So,
Well, it was the headmaster of Hope's Peak Academy. Oh! The headmaster. Okay. The headmaster? Why did you want to find the headmaster? Because he's my father. Oh! Okay. He's her dad. What?
in other words,
Separated as a child. I was separated from him as a child. As it turns out, he became the headmaster of Hope's Peak Academy. Kyoko's dad. Is Hope's Peak his headmaster? Then that explains... When Alter Ego told us how he thought the headmaster was involved, I'll find a way. Huh? No matter what it takes, I will find the headmaster. Yeah, because that instinct, that like gut feeling is still there, no matter the cost.
So,
Kyoko, what's going on? My memory hadn't come back at that point, but when he said that, I felt strange. It makes perfect sense now, of course, since my whole purpose was for coming here was to find him. That makes sense.
however,
But listen, Makoto, I want to make this perfectly clear so there's no misunderstanding. I said the headmaster wasn't the mastermind, but I didn't say that to protect him. I only said what I felt based on what I seen when I snuck into the headmaster's room. So, headmaster, not mastermind, not said to protect, but based on evidence in HM room. Because I abbreviate. Then what did you see in there?
so,
The room had been ransacked. The shelves were a mess, the desk drawers dumped on the floor. The only conclusion is that someone who didn't know where anything had been in there. Room was ransacked. Makes sense. You mean the mastermind, right?
it's true.
That was my assumption, yes. And to confirm my suspicion, I decided to investigate the second floor of the dorms using the key I found. But why there? Because I also found this in the headmaster's room. A map?
Indeed.
It's a layout of the entire Hope's Peak Academy. Found a map! It's the map, it's the map, it's the map. I found it in the headmaster's room, along with Mukuro's profile and that key. The map showed that the second floor was home to a number of rooms meant for faculty use. Some of the staff must have had to stay overnight from time to time. But I figured the headmaster would have some kind of private room there. I assumed that if that were true, that room would likely hold more clues, so I went to check.
Correct.
And that's when I finally remembered. I remembered that my purpose was to find the owner of that room. So you went there to see if the headmaster really did have a private room there.
However,
But once I got there, I noticed that the second floor of the dorms didn't have any cameras or monitors. So, what was it like? That part of the school, I mean. It's hard to describe. All I can say is, the moment I saw it, I realized. Whatever's going on in this school is more horrific than we ever imagined. Faculty dorms. What do you mean?
so,
I can't explain it. You need to see it for yourself, and I'm sure you'll get your chance soon enough. Sounds like it must be important. So we need to investigate. Need to investigate. Okay. And really ominous.
however,
Of course, once it... which is why I had no idea what was going on in the rest of the building. It has to do with Mukuro Ikusaba, doesn't it?
However,
Just to be perfectly clear, I didn't kill her. And now I know it wasn't you either. I know you're right, but that just means everyone but you and me had an alibi, so then who did kill her?
anyway,
What I can say for sure is that the mastermind is directly involved. It's a fake corpse! It's not a fake corpse! It's a real corpse from one of the people that are already dead. The one in particular that I assume is the one from chapter 1, which is Junko's, because I had all the other wounds from when Monokuma did the stabby stab. They pulled a corpse. Nobody knew is dead. Nobody knew is dead. It's just a fake, it's a fake murder. The corpse is real, but it's a fake murder plot. To begin with, the point of the class trial of Mukuro Ikusaba was to get me killed. Get you killed.
indeed.
I stole that key and disappeared, and in retaliation, they wanted to draw me out and eliminate me.
Correct.
That was the point of the class trial. It was. The mastermind knew they couldn't interfere directly. You mean because of the school regulations?
That's right.
Exactly. And so, couldn't interfere directly. So, trial to frame Kyoko, because it's in the bounds. And they were just gonna say yes, whatever. The mastermind is adamant about following the rules, and with that rule in place, they couldn't step in. Since they couldn't kill me themselves, they tried to use a class trial to do it. The mastermind couldn't step in because of the rules? That makes it sound like the mastermind themselves is somehow bound by the school regulations, which just reinforces the fact that it's one of us. We already know it's one of us because there's a scene earlier with Monokuma. But Monokuma, that was like after chapter 2 and it implied that it was one of the people already dead. That corpse is still a fake though. I mean, not a fake corpse, it's a fake murder real corpse. Mastermind. Bound. Relations. And we know that it's one of... So when I say one of us, I mean one of the 16 students, particularly.
Hey,
There's one other thing I'd like to point out about the murder of Mukuro Ikusaba. What's that? There was a point where Mukuro may have not become the victim. It could have been you, Makoto. I could have become the victim?
indeed.
You know what I'm talking about, right? Do you mean... during the night? I can hear them, you know. The footsteps of the God of Death. What? I can hear the God of Death as he moves. That ability naturally draws me into cases just like this.
Anyway,
Which is exactly what happened with you. Hold on. Sorry, that, no, not screen cap. I need to look something up. I hit screen cap instead of things. Because there is... Rain Code Shinigami design. Oh. Okay. So the same developer... Hold on. Makes another game. Made another game, kind of similar vein as the Danganronpa series. It's one of those things where they decided, hey, we want to make more of this style of game, but we don't want to just drag the series on forever and ever, which I kind of appreciate, so they just made a new game. And, like, some of the setup is different and everything. But I knew... Hold on. Let me see if I can do it this way. You guys are going to get a little bit of a weird... We're midway checking something. But there's a character in it. I'm just going to move this over here for now. And I'm just like, why? I'm getting weird vibes. And the character is a Shinigami. It's literally called Shinigami. And so the fact that the goddess of death moves around her and everything, let's just, let's see what's in this folder. Oh, nothing. Okay, cool. Sorry, we're taking a little break. We're taking Sarah wants to show things. So it's been bugging me because I've only seen some of the beginning of Raincoat, because Kyle's been playing it. He was gonna play it and I was gonna watch, because he's the one that introduced me to Danganronpa and everything. But like the more I've been going through and everything, I'm like, Kyoko kind of seems familiar. Hold on. I'm going down a different rabbit hole. Hold on. Okay, what about... Oh, okay, it's not the same. Oh, man, hold on. Don't do that. So, the fact that this detective lady is like, I hear where the god of death goes, and the Shinigami is... it's not quite a god of death, but it's like, they kind of are gods of death. They invite humans towards death in certain aspects of the religion. So kind of like a god of death. Sorry, let me just... hold on. Here we go. We're gonna go with... oh god, this one. So this is the Shinigami design from Raincoat, and Kyoko, like it's been a while, so when I started this game, I'm just like, yeah, it's fine. But I'm sitting there, I'm like, wait a second here. The god of death follows you. I'm like, I have a feeling that the same team, since they did it, kind of may have used Kyoko's design, because the other part of the game, it's a murder mystery game of Raincoat. Raincoat, so far what I've seen, I really like it. I need to play more. But it's a murder mystery type game, and the person that's guiding you is the Shinigami, to help you solve the mysteries, which is kind of Kyoko's role. But I'm looking side by side, I'm just sitting there, because this is essentially what you're seeing as how I have it on my screen right now. I'm just sitting there, I'm like, yeah, those designs are kind of like hair color, eye color, just like general like outfit kind of style is very similar. Like Shinigami's is definitely a much more dressed up, but like their roles and everything are just very, very similar, and it's kind of funny to me. We can turn that off for now. But that was just the funniest thing. Like, the fact that the god of death, like, she can hear the god of death's footsteps coming. That just clicked in my brain a little bit more. But yeah, hashtag, Kyoko Shinigami. Confirmed. That was a noise. Hashtag Kyoko. Oops, not that. That's not how you spell it. Kyoko Shinigami. That's how it's spelled. I apologize. But yeah, so that's where my brain's been. But, okay, back to the game. Which is exactly what happened with you. I was in the dorms and I had a sudden sense of dread. I looked down the stairwell, and I saw a white shadow cross the corridor. I gave chase right away, and as I followed it, I saw the shadow go into your room. Because, yeah, we're terrible at locking our door, clearly, and we were passed out.
Correct.
I ran into your room, and I saw what was happening. I intervened immediately, of course.
However...
That wasn't the end of things, of course. I stopped them, but that led to... Whoever the masked assailant was, they ended up dead. No!
Correct.
It's a previous corpse dressed up to look like a new dead. It's hashtag not new dead. But yeah. Goodness gracious. And the murder was disguised, and the dojo key wound up in my room. It all has to be the work of the mastermind, and an attempt to use a class trial to eliminate me. That's why they're not really dead. They're not really dead. Okay, I'm gonna stop doing weird dances. So all this would mean that whoever killed Mukuro is also the mastermind, right?
Indeed.
I don't have conclusive evidence, but that's what I think. Ah, that's what you think. You're wrong, because Mukuro's not really dead. Or if they are, they were dead from chapter 1, and they were Junko instead. Hashtag Mukuro is Junko. This is new thought at stream at timestamp. Whatever timestamp this is, hashtag Mukuro is Junko. But that's really bad if true. It means the mastermind can kill whoever they want if they feel like it. Wait, but doesn't that create another contradiction? The mastermind wanted to use the class trial to try and kill you because they couldn't interfere, right?
Correct.
You're right. That is a contradiction. And it's not just Mukuro. They needed the class trial to kill me, but seemed ready to kill you in your room. Everything they did is a contradiction. See, here's the thing. Here's the thing. If I wound up dead, there would have been a new thingamajig. Anyways, and they wouldn't have known, and then the mastermind would have got to graduate and the rest of the students would have been dead, and it just fulfills their initial purpose of just kill everybody. Listen, I've got this game on lock, guys. So what does it all mean?
In other words,
It means that the mastermind is the one who's been cornered. Huh?
Makoto.
Just a little more. A little more and I should be able to figure out the mastermind's identity. The identity of the other ultimate despair. The other ultimate despair? There's no doubt that Mukuro was the ultimate despair and that she's dead. But I don't think the ultimate despair is just one person. It's not?
Indeed.
If you think about it, the ultimate despair seems to implicate whoever caused that unfit. You're talking about
That's right.
what happened a year ago. The biggest, most awful, most tragic event in human history. The tragedy. Who's ever responsible for that? They're the ultimate despair?
It would seem
That despicable group whose only purpose and motivation comes from despair. Then they're,
indeed.
make no mistake, they're the root of all evil that has forced us to go through this. Secret council, secret council. That is the ultimate despair. And that is our real enemy. Chapter 5. Chunk. We're down to 6? To be continued. I guess we're in chapter 6 now. Got an item. Got an end him. You received the Dream Island rocket present. Yes. 5 alive. Finish chapter 5. We're gonna overwrite the save file. The ultimate despair. Actually, we slept through like day 21. And then like end. So we're probably like day 22 here. Maybe 23. The ultimate despair. A group of people who caused the tragedy 1 year ago. Those same people put together this killing game and began broadcasting it around the world. The most desperately awful group of people ever. That is the mastermind's true identity. Our enemy has finally been revealed. But right now we have to get out of this horrible place. Figuring out the rest of the story can come after. Yeah, you're right. Talk to her! Does she have the skeleton key on? Kyoko, do you still have that one thing? Monokuma's secret tool that you got from the headmaster's room?
Indeed.
Of course I do. It's an absolutely vital part of ensnaring the mastermind. I would never part with it. And it can open any door in the school, right?
That's right.
Then we should be able to use it on that door, right? Hey Kyoko, we can use that key of yours to open this door, right?
It's true.
Let's find out. Kyoko took out the key with the Monokuma design on it and slid it into the keyhole. And then... click. Yes! It opened!
Indeed.
And now we can get out of here. Let's go. Sounds good. We quickly opened the door and made our escape from the garbage pit. Finally. You're finally free. But there wasn't even time to take a breath of relief, because the real fight had just begun. Chapter 6. Ultimate pain, suffering, despair, execution, and death. After leaving the garbage pit, we found ourselves in a tunnel extending straight up, like a chimney. There's a metal ladder leading up into the tunnel. We started climbing the ladder, intent on reaching the surface. The ladder was impossibly long. I couldn't even see where it ended. Yeah, you're in like the depths of like the trial room. Underneath that. We climbed into the darkness. The passage was so dark and cramped I couldn't even see my own feet beneath me. I had no idea we were so far down.
Hey.
Don't lose your footing. If you slip, I won't be able to catch you. Yeah, I'll be careful. But now that you said that, I'm getting kind of nervous. Maybe talking will help me keep my mind off of it. So, Kyoko, there's something I wanted to ask you. You said you're the ultimate detective, right? So how long have you been doing detective work? How long?
So...
Ever since I can remember. I come from a long line of detectives. Detective work is in my blood. There was a time when being a detective was considered a sacred duty. My family's always seen it that way. Then, is your family famous?
Wrong.
Quite the opposite, actually. Even among actual detectives, many people haven't heard of us. But, how come? It's like your family's tradition, right? So...
Right.
Because we take pride in it. Pride.
Indeed.
A detective is neither light nor shadow. We represent neither justice nor evil. That is how we can uncover the absolute truth. We stand neutral in all things, and to do that, we have to stand separate from the rest of society. Which is why we've made a conscious effort to conceal our existence. A conscious effort?
It's true.
It's kind of old-fashioned, and I can't say it's entirely rational. But it's our family creed, and we do what we must to protect it. Because, like I said, it's our source of pride. Pride. So that explains. Before I came here, when I was looking up info about the school online, I never saw anything about her. Because she hid herself on purpose to protect the pride of her family.
However...
And yet, I gave up some of that pride. Huh? In order to enter Hope's Peak Academy, I had to reveal myself to the school. I did it knowing it was something a true Kirigiri detective would never do. But the reason you gave up that pride, the reason you would go so far to enter Hope's Peak, it was because that's how much you wanted to reconnect with your dad, right? There's no shame in that.
What?
Reconnect? I had absolutely no desire to reconnect with my father. Huh? But you'd be reuniting after all the— oh, you just don't understand that some people just need to find people. They don't need to— oh, Makoto. But you'd be reuniting after all those years, right? You wouldn't have had so much to talk about.
Wrong.
There's nothing I want to talk to my father about.
However...
There is something I want to say to him, though. What? No matter what it takes, I have to find him and tell him, face to face. What is it?
So...
I want to sever all ties with him. Sever? The last time I saw him, I was still very young, so I don't remember myself, but apparently he was extremely intelligent. He was in line to become the next head of the Kirigiri family. He was talented, he had a promising future,
However,
but he had no interest in detective work, so he cut himself off from the family. Not long after that, my mother died, and he simply ran away. He went to my grandfather, and they had a huge argument. Young as I was, he left me behind. I'm sure there was a reason for that. I'm sure your dad wanted to take you with him.
right.
If that's true, then I need to thank him. Thank him for leaving me. Because unlike him, I take pride in the work I do. I take pride in my family name. So every last part of me is happy he didn't take me with him. If I had gone with him, I never would have had the chance to become a detective. I was above Kyoko on the ladder, so I wasn't able to see her expression. So I couldn't tell. I couldn't see how she looked when she said that, what she might have been feeling. All I could tell was that compared to her usual self, she was more talkative and more emotional. I don't blame him, you know. He had his own life to live. That's what anyone in my position might say, right? But it's not true.
However,
There's one thing I can never forgive. Really?
so,
The way everyone else looked at me. I was never sad about being left behind. Like I said, I think it was a good thing.
however,
But when the rest of my family looked at me, they saw something different. They only saw me as the little girl that was abandoned by her father. That's how they see me even to this day. His shadow has been following me my entire life. I'm sick of it. I need him out of my life. I need to step out of his shadow.
correct.
That's why I have to find him and tell him we're no longer family. In order to settle the past. In order to remove him from my life forever. I have no doubt he forgot about me years ago. But your family, to just cut him out like that. Not all families work the same, Makoto.
Wrong.
Our only connection is through blood, nothing more. Are we connected by heart and soul? No. Like, think of us, like, through adoption. Like, if a child that was adopted grew up with her adopted, or their adopted family and everything, that's their family. They still have a link to their birth parents and everything, but that doesn't make, like, that doesn't necessarily mean that, like, they have to have the same type of connection as the one they've established with their adopted family. Like, Makoto, you are forgetting that not all families are like yours, or like traditional anyways. A lot of different types of families make up the world, and that's okay.
Hey,
Is blood really enough to call someone family? Isn't there the blood is thicker than water quote, but it's really the blood of the covenant is thicker than the water of the womb? That's the principle here. Only connected by blood, not by heart or soul. I was so shocked to hear her say something like that, I didn't know how to respond. So instead, I said nothing. I just kept climbing the ladder in complete silence. And after I don't know how long, we finally reached the top. Looks like this is it.
indeed.
On the other side of this door, Hope's Peak is waiting for us. Yes, it's the door in the trash room! I knew it led somewhere important. Well, I guess it led to more trash. And not the outside world. But still, somewhere important for the game! Listen, I'm calling this game. Calling the end of it. They set it up. They set it up too well. I am the ultimate detective. I will share the crown with Kyoko because I do like Kyoko. But no. Give me the ultimate detective crown. I will take it, please. Actually, I'll have the tiara. Kyoko could have the crown. I want the tiara. A ribbon that just says ultimate detective. On the other side of this door, Hope's Peak is waiting for us. We're back.
That's right.
Remember that hatch on the ground near the trash room? Yes, the one that there only was a single padlock for? Of course I remember. I'm fairly certain that's where we'll come out. I unlocked it earlier, so it should open without much trouble. Well, here goes nothing. I reached my right hand up and pushed against the hatch. The hatch opened with ease, and so... Hold it, boys. Also, if you've never seen Hadestown, the sweater is a Hadestown sweater. I don't think you can read it well. But Hadestown, great musical. Highly recommended. Kind of focuses on the story of Orpheus and Eurydice. It was very fun going to the musical. I know the story of those two. Also, if you never played the game Hades, there's a sequel coming out, number 1, and number 2, the game Hades is also a very good game. I think there's one of my VODs. I highlight all my VODs so you can always find what I've ever streamed. I did Hades once on stream as a first playthrough. Great, love it. I'm so excited for the second one. I actually need to finish it. But love it. But Orpheus and Eurydice are in that one too, but it's like post their story. But I know the story of Orpheus and Eurydice, so going to see a musical called Hadestown that highly focuses on the story of those two, and getting to the critical like point where it's the big reveal, and hearing the audience gasp, and knowing that's like it was a gasp of, oh, what just happened? I'm like, ah, I forget not everyone knows some of like the Greek mythology that's not just like the Disney version of Hercules. I want to read a Greek mythology book like this thick, like, you know, like, think, yeah, thick book, all the Greek and like Roman versions of the myths, like Cupid and Eros and all of those ones. I read that entire book front to back. I actually really like all the mythology there, but like I know that story. They're all, and Orpheus is also used in Persona 3. He's the main character's Persona 2, so like for some reason it's prominent in the media that I consume that story. But it's funny to me because I'm like, oh yeah, it's technically not one of the big ones. It's not like Zeus or any of the main gods. Like they're just two characters that have a very like have a story that's one of the it's one of the love stories, but you know, it's not necessarily one of the ones that like it's displayed the most, but clearly it's one that a lot of people know from like media uses. But so it was very interesting because I was waiting for that moment. I was waiting for that climax to see how people would react, because going to something and knowing how things, like knowing the story from other media and knowing how it's going to end in this version, and then seeing all like the musical cues and writing around it, that all of a sudden you think back and you're like you immediately, Hadestown is very good. It's a very jazz oriented music, and they use like common like how jazz is culturally used throughout the musical, like with the starting and the ending and some of the wording, and like going back and listening to the songs and then going to the beginning and being like, oh, I see what they did. That's really cool. But like hearing the audience react to something that it's like, oh, I didn't realize that many people didn't know the story, or there it is. It was very interesting to listen to. But yeah, Orpheus and Eurydice are great. Also, Eurydice is like one of my favorite characters in the game Hades. She's got one of the best design, like she's one of my favorite designs. But yeah, very good, very good. Sorry, side note, play the game, the sequel's coming out soon. Yay! Looks like we're back. But I can't believe how long that, hold on, I understand this is completely, nobody else is gonna notice this except for me, but hold on. Is that too far now? It might have been too far. Okay, I think we're... I don't think anybody noticed the upgrade, but my webcam wasn't in line with like the graphic correctly, and it was bugging me. But I can't believe how long that... Oh, here, wrong voice. But I can't believe how long that battle was. I'm exhausted. Can't exactly say we're safe and sound, but at least we're out of there. Oops! Oh my gosh, if I press the one key, it brings... I just learned something that would have made my life easier the entire game, but that's okay. Now we're back in Hope's Peak Academy. Kyoko, thank you. I never would have gotten out of there without you. No thanks necessary. I was just returning the favor. Should we close this hatch? This is how we got out of the garbage pit. I never would have imagined that's where this led. I mean, it does go to the depth. This is the trash room, the dump, in other words. But to be honest, I don't think I've seen anyone throw anything down here. Other than potentially, what's his name? I guess all we gotta do is the monitors. Let's... I wonder if there's any additional dialogue for these now. So, now what do? I'm glad I didn't die, of course, but if the mastermind finds out... And I'm worried about you too. You helped me, so they might...
Listen.
You're worried? Yeah, of course.
So then,
Then let's just get to a concrete answer. Huh?
in other words,
Let's ask Monokuma if there's a problem with you escaping. Wait, that's...
however,
If we try to hide, it's only a matter of time till we're found out. It's not like we can run away. As she said that, she pointed out the nearby surveillance camera. So you're saying rather than stressing out over getting caught, we should just give up now? Don't worry, what you think is going to happen isn't. Because the mastermind is the one that's ensnared. The mastermind is ensnared. You said something like that before. What does it mean?
so,
The mastermind stood exposed during the investigation into Mukuro's death. There was a moment where the mastermind let their guard down. There was.
right.
If we can talk to Monokuma, we can confirm it. It will be better for us if we go to him directly before he tracks us down. That should help with our negotiations. I'm still a little, super uneasy about this. But we don't really have a choice, do we? Hold on. Also, why is this not triggering correctly? Sorry, I'm just messing with all the things. Turn this on. If those work, so why aren't these working? This should be already typed in my chat, but stuff has been acting weird, so I just want to make sure. Well, thank you that, but... Okay, so... Can I... Whoopsies. Hold on. Sorry. Once again, just changing things. Because these all work, so that's fine. Let's see. Okay, maybe this will work? Who knows? So if I do... Okay, that... I don't know what's going on with all of this, but never mind. Monokuma should be in the gym.
Shall we go?
Let's get going. Sorry, we're troubleshooting right now. Let us run to the gym. You will run super fast. Actually, now that I learned the easy button. That's when you know there's an event there. Can I go other places? Apparently not. To the gym it is. We're going to the gym. Which happens to be On the other side? I mean, I could go get my mana coins, but I don't think they're relevant at this point in the game. I guess we go in. Hey, Monokuma, did we get in trouble?
Well now.
Kyoko, I don't mind so much.
I don't believe it!
But Makoto's supposed to be dead. What's he doing here? That's exactly how I thought he'd react. Are we really gonna be okay? You were supposed to be punished. Did Kyoko help you? So what if I did? What will you do? If the guilty party is exposed during the class trial, they alone will be executed. It's unfortunate, but that is the rule. So now I gotta punish you again. And this time, I won't leave anything to chance. Kyoko,
Right.
do whatever you feel you have to. What?
However,
But before you do, let me just say one thing.
now,
If you execute Makoto, that means you lose. Not that that matters to you, right? I lose? You! Explain yourself! What do you mean by that?
because
Well, you set up this latest class trial yourself, right? I was getting in your way, so you wanted an excuse to kill me.
in other words,
I was supposed to be chosen as the Blackened and then executed, correct? What are you talking about?
however,
But when Makoto chose to overlook my lie, your plan came crashing down. The results of the trial weren't at all what you were expecting. Because you never imagined that in that position, one person would protect another like that.
right,
And in response to that unexpected development,
indeed.
you reacted by proclaiming Makoto the Blackened and trying to execute him. You made the choice out of desperation, no more than that. You must have realized that Makoto, who refused to be manipulated, was a threat to you as well.
However,
But then there was another unexpected development waiting for you. An entity that would throw a wrench, so to speak, in your precious execution machinery. Alter ego. You never imagined the possibility of a being that could come to our aid even after you, quote, killed it.
am I wrong?
Now here's the absolute truth. Makoto didn't kill Mukuro, you did.
Listen to me.
So executing Makoto for it would surely be a violation of your rules, which I know you love so much. Technically, yes. Monokuma did kill. So, okay, so here's the thing. Body, that body, that was, we believe is Mukuro's body, is not a new dead body. That body, is, so here's what my thoughts are. These are all my thoughts. That body is not a new dead body. Nobody knew was dead. Not Mukuro, not anybody. Nobody knew was dead. That body was pulled from wherever they keep the corpses from all the previous trials. I honestly think that based on the fingernails, it was Junko's body from chapter 1 that they pulled out of their morgue. I'm going to assume it's a morgue, that they're just keeping all the bodies in. There's a morgue somewhere in the school, because why wouldn't there be? They have the ultimates. There's got to be the ultimate mortician at some point, so you have to have a morgue. Sorry. Weird side story. So I think they pulled Junko's body and now presented as Mukuro's body and then had this trial. In technicality, yes, Monokuma did kill Junko in chapter 1, and so that he would be responsible for, in quotes, Mukuro's death in this chapter if that's the body they did use, because of all the old wounds that were in the file. So that's what I think. It's the old body from chapter 1, specifically Junko's, that Monokuma did kill, so Kyoko's got Monokuma in a corner, and technically is a very accurate statement that she's making, whether or not she realizes how accurate it is. There it is. No new dead bodies. Don't know where Mukuro is, or where the Mastermind or Ultimate Despair or whoever is. But that's my story, and I'm sticking to it. So executing Makoto for it would surely be a violation of your rules, which I know you love so much. If the Blackened is exposed, they alone will be executed. That's what you told us, right? And that means I lose? You talk a big game. You're saying the Blackened is me and not Makoto?
Well,
And you can prove this, right? Yeah, the old aged wounds from Junko's body from chapter 1. God damn it.
Well,
No, I can't. Don't just say it like that. What is this? A comedy routine to make such bold claims without a shred of evidence? I have a shred of evidence. It's called I Am the Ultimate Detective here. I will share the title with Kiryu, though. I did like her. So, I am the ultimate detective in training. How about that? Can I be that? I don't have any right now, but with a little more time, I guarantee I'll find some.
that's right.
Because no matter how deeply you try to bury it, there's only ever one absolute truth. And now you're trying to talk like some kind of famous detective type?
Because
If Makoto really was a killer, he never would have come to you willingly like this. He would have feared for his life, feared another execution. He would have tried to run and hide. He would have been gripped by the despair you so love to inspire.
however,
But here we are, confronting you with nothing but hope in our hearts.
What the heck?
And that's supposed to be enough to convince me in the absence of evidence?
indeed.
It's not you I'm trying to convince.
Hey,
If you were to execute Makoto now, everyone out there watching this would be extremely displeased. Huh?
indeed.
Imagine what everyone out there would think if you killed Makoto. They would assume that you killed him because what we said is exactly right.
Listen to me.
Despair can never kill hope. Put that on a t-shirt. Where's the little kitty cat hanging from a tree? Motivational poster.
Hey,
Of course, you can say we're just making this all up. You're welcome to prove us wrong. No, you have no choice but to prove it. Because if you kill Makoto without proving your own innocence, you'll be accepting your own defeat. If you want to earn our despair fair and square,
that's what we have to do.
then I suggest you take my advice. So, what is this advice of yours?
It's true.
To do Makoto's trial over again. Only this time, you followed the school regulations to ensure a fair trial.
It's time for one last showdown. One final battle between hope and despair. Hey,
Well, that would make for a proper climax, wouldn't you say? Fair trial, one last showdown. In other words, this would be our chance to expose the true identity of Mukuro's killer, of the mastermind themselves. But what reason would the mastermind have to accept the challenge? They'll probably just execute me without another word. Interesting. Very interesting indeed. You're not allowed to make bear puns, only Kuma can. Teddy from Persona 4. He's named Kuma in the Japanese in the anime, so that's why. But yeah. Also, Kuma is bear. If you guys didn't know, Kuma is bear. Very.
What's wrong?
Oh, I was getting bored, so I decided to change things up a little. So time for bear jokes. Now, what you suggested might be possible. It would certainly make for one honey of a
in
climax.
other words,
Does that mean you accept?
You guys?
If we do things your way, that'll be enough to convince you and the viewers, right? And it would cause you unbearable despair, right? Then I'm prepared to agree to your terms. Will your hope win out, or will my despair claim victory?
Barely contain myself.
Let's have one final grisly showdown. You agreed? Then we still have a shot at this.
Bear it.
But this is a long awaited climax, right? Just guessing the killer is barely a fitting end.
Guys?
So for this final face-off, you'll have to unearth all the mysteries that have been buried here. All the mysteries? That's right, every last mystery that's pawing around the school. If you can do that,
Barely contain myself.
then that'll be enough to qualify you as a victory for you.
it's true.
That's what we've been trying to do all along. Okay, well, good. Then let's bear it all. If you can claw your way to the truth of Mukuro's death and solve the mysteries of this school,
Guys?
then you win. But if you can't do all of that, we'll all face execution, right? I can barely contain my excitement. he's from 2, right? Gundam Tanaka's in Danganronpa 2, I think. I've seen some of my friend play parts of 2. So, that's... Is he... Okay, wait. Is Gundam, what are they called? What are the little pet rodents? Hamsters? Is he Hamster Boy? No. I don't know. I think he's from 2. Welcome! I'm finishing up 1, apparently, right now. I'm assuming this is the end, based on, couple of hints from my friend saying, hey, it's gonna take longer than you think, which was yesterday. When you learn the whole truth, what kind of despair will you show me? What happened to the bear puns there? We're as excited as you are, I'm sure.
Listen to me.
When we've covered the every last truth, how will the ultimate despair reveal their own despair? Yes! Okay, okay, that's who I was thinking of. Perfect. Thank you for the clarification. I honestly can't believe how all this has turned out. But, by the way, minimal, like I said, I've only seen parts of 2, not all of 2, so I don't actually know the end of it. So, minimal spoilers, but I'm okay with, like, character discussions, because, I mean, the characters are plastered everywhere, so I'm fine with that. And I do recognize that one. That's a good one. I think, if I remember correctly, Gundam was was the friend that I watched play the part of it, that was one of her favorites.
Hey,
But before we get started, I want to clarify one more thing. Do you remember the rule? When one student kills another, that's when a class trial is held.
What's wrong?
I remember that for sure! So what? I just want to confirm, that is what you said, right? And it's a true statement? You don't have to be so suspicious, I've said it before, but it bears repeating. Everything is based on the school regulations, and having a trial for Mukuro is no exception to that. Huh? Mukuro's trial is no exception? Then it's part of the regulations? Which would have to mean that whoever killed Mukuro... It's a very polarizing approach, I know, but okay, enough puns! Anyway, here's a hint. Yes. Yes, you were. It was... Yes. They do. It's actually, the little bee icon in the panels below, there's some credits, and it's Igginess. So, yes, she's the one that did it, streamed it a little bit. And yeah, so she's very good. She makes very cute icons, and I continue to use them on everything. I'm sure I told you this already, but this killing game began with 16 participants, all of them high school students, and the only people to take a single step in Hope's Peak since the killing game began are those 16 students. What?
listen.
Are you telling the truth? Why'd you go quiet all of a sudden?
Now I'm really angry.
I'm done talking. I've got nothing left to say to you. So 16 students. Sorry, I'm just making notes. Telling the truth. MK went quiet. So get lost, would ya? Why so mad? He seems emotionally unstable. Leave me alone! Get out of here! Okay, I'm going. You're really gonna let me go? I don't even care anymore. You're all gonna get your punishment later anyway. I need to start getting it ready. A super duper extra special punishment overflowing with despair. I clicked too soon there.
Hey,
Come on, Makoto. Let's go. Okay. I think he's got a few more screws loose than initially thought. Monokuma's unstable laughter seemed to cling to us as we walked away. And just like that, we were out of the gym. Well, time to do some investigating. We got the headmisters off. Headmisters? Headmisters. I could hardly believe it, but Somehow I ended up not getting executed. I still had my life and we still had a chance. Overall, things turned out way better than expected. Guess we're gonna be on Investigation 6. Once again, I was in Kyoko's debt. Kyoko, thank you. Everything I have right now is because of you.
However,
Don't thank me just yet. The real battle is still ahead of us. Yeah, true. But I'm still glad. But still, I'm glad it worked out. I wasn't sure if the enemy would accept my proposal. But honestly, why would the mastermind agree to that? I mean, they don't stand to gain anything from a final showdown, do they?
so
They had no choice but to accept. Huh?
because
It's all because of that one moment that the mastermind let down their guard. Like I said. So when was it that the mastermind let their guard down?
so
I wasn't there to hear it myself, but do you remember what the mastermind said? They said they had hijacked the airways to broadcast our school life to the outside world, right? Yeah, they definitely said that.
listen.
And what did you think when you heard that? Pretty hard to believe, right? Well, I mean, the idea of actually taking over the airways seems so unbelievable.
Indeed.
You don't exactly read about something like that happening very often, so it's hard to imagine. I want to say that there's been like 2 mysteries in the US about like people hijacking airwaves and then not solving it. But it's like only for like 30 seconds, maybe a minute at most, before everything got like pulled back to regular programming. In other words, that kind of thing is extremely difficult to pull off.
However,
And yet, somehow, the mastermind was able to do it.
in other words,
But think of it another way. There must have been some reason they had to do something that difficult. Reason?
so
They had to show the world something, no matter the cost. They had to show the world something, no matter the cost. Us killing each other. They wanted to show the world...
it would seem
The mastermind has been very adamant about not killing us directly, but forcing us to kill each other. All their rules and regulations were designed to encourage that. Yeah, that makes sense. If those stupid regulations didn't exist, nobody would have killed anybody.
in other words,
So the mastermind's ultimate goal was to make us kill each other and show that off to the world. But why?
correct.
To prove a point, most likely. Prove a point?
Hey,
The outside world had a name for the students of Hope's Peak, right? A certain concept. You're talking about hope, right?
that's right.
And for those of us who represent hope to kill each other and sink into despair, the mastermind wants the world to see that, to try and prove that despair is better than hope. Hello! Yes it is. That's their goal, as the ultimate despair. What? They want to prove that despair is better than hope? But that's ridiculous.
It's true.
You're right, it is ridiculous. Completely irrational. It's the kind of thing that nobody but those who call themselves the ultimate despair would devise. That group whose only purpose and motivation comes from despair. But is that really their only reason for making the rest of us suffer?
Makoto,
I know how angry it must make you, and yet, that same motivation is what led to the mastermind revealing their weakness. What?
in other words,
Hi Sumi, I'm Sarah. Pleasure. We're finishing up Danganronpa from what I can tell. So, yeah, last night was the actual Trial 5 and now we're in Chapter 6. Because their goal is to broadcast this killing game to the world. Thank you for the follow. Oh, okay, it did play. Yes, thanks for the follow. The mastermind has had to be more particular than is reasonable about their own regulations. If the mastermind simply ignored their rules, this wouldn't have been a game, but a one-sided slaughter.
at the very least,
At least, that's how those who are watching this would have seen it. And that's why the mastermind couldn't kill any of us themselves.
indeed.
That is precisely the reason. No matter how much they may hate what I'm doing, I haven't violated a single one of their regulations. Yes. Yes, we are. Junko broke the rules, so she was punished. But in my case, they couldn't lay a finger on me. Yeah, Junko went, let me just punch Monokuma. Actually, no, I think she, like, stepped on Monokuma. She said, let me do this. This seems like a great plan. And then immediately, nope, that was against the rules.
Right.
So instead, they tried to use the class trial, following all their proper rules, to get me killed. They began a trial that didn't have a right answer, then made me out to be the killer. But even that didn't work.
It's true.
Yes, thanks to you. And due to that failure, the mastermind took yet another risk. They attempted to kill you instead, who also was not the killer. There is no killer. There was nobody new dead in Chapter 5. Nobody new dead. They pulled one of the bodies out of the morgue and dressed it up. Sounds good. No questions. Perfect. And when that fact was exposed on live TV to the entire outside world, the mastermind had to accept your suggestion.
Indeed.
To prove to the world that despair is better than hope, they had to defeat us in perfect form.
In other words,
It would only do the mastermind harm to have it shown that they'd violated their own regulations. But all of that was a hunch, right? And you were still able to get the mastermind to accept your challenge.
however,
Well, it's only thanks to you that we got that chance. Because you believed in me, another path opened up. Still, I can't believe how much of the mastermind's thoughts and plans you were able to figure out. I didn't have the slightest clue. You may not have, Makoto, but I did.
wrong.
In the end, though, I couldn't prove any of it. It was just my reasoning. Essentially, I was making a bet.
Whew.
But it looks like I got it right. This time, at least, I won the bet. I mean, we still got a trial now that we gotta investigate for, so can we go explore, please? She let out a quick sigh. I took it as a small sign of relief. To be honest, I haven't been that nervous in a long time. I totally couldn't tell you were nervous at all. You seemed totally confident from the moment we decided to go talk to him. Well, presenting a strong demeanor is a fundamental part of negotiation and persuasion, wouldn't you say? Plus, if I'd shown my uneasiness, that would have just made you that much more uneasy. Yeah, you're probably right. How pathetic.
However,
Anyway, we can't relax just yet. All we've done is earn another chance to fight. We have to win this time.
correct.
Or everything we've gone through will have been for nothing. You're right. If we can't defeat the mastermind, it'll cost us our lives. There is no option except to win.
Hey,
But before we begin the final battle, we have to tell the others what's going on. True, but now we know who our real enemy is. All we have to do now is work together with everyone to destroy the mastermind. Work together with everyone?
however,
Is that really possible? Huh?
anyway,
Right now we have to go find the others.
shall we go?
They're probably in the dorm somewhere. Let's go. Does she have anything else to say?
Anyway,
No. Sounds good. Oh, that's right. I'm sorry. I've gotten better now about not clicking the wrong thing, but not all the time. Let's see. Dormitories. I guess we'll just go here. Chillin'. Who are these? Kyoko. Hortaka. Mondo, Makoto. Sayaka. Oh, you. This is Byakuya's room. Is he inside?
hey,
I don't think he's here. Come on, we need to keep looking. Sayaka. Junko. Toko! This is Toko's room. Is she inside?
hey,
Come on, we need to keep looking. Okay, are they all gone? Chihiro, Celeste, Tina.
hey,
Okay. Poor Sakura. Is he inside?
hey,
Are they in the bathhouse? Or the secret room? I have literally no idea, so I'm just gonna kind of wander. Bet you the map would tell me. No. Are they in the headmaster's room? Okay, I feel like this is just... Okay, maybe we don't just wander around. So where would they be? If I were them, I'd probably be trying to find the headmaster's room. But... Oh, that's not the button. R is the button. I will eventually learn these controls. I wonder if there's a prompt if I click here. I swear, I will solve the mystery of the school for the sake of all my friends that died. So where are you just standing around at? This isn't supposed to be open. Excuse me. And suddenly we were greeted with... You again. Is he broken? I suppose his emotional instability has reached its limit. I mean, I don't think we're supposed to be in this hall, though. I realized that after I clicked it, but whoops! What the heck?
However,
I wonder what that was all about. I couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. But there's everybody!
Makoto?
You guys!
It is! There's no two ways about it. That's
Aw.
Makoto!
You survived?
Jeez, you're like a stubborn little cockroach, you know that?
Yes.
I'm just asking to make sure, but you're not a ghost, right?
Hero. You and your ghosts. Everyone was there. All my friends who had struggled together and survived. As soon as I saw their faces, I couldn't help myself. I started to tear up.
What?
What's that smell?
What the heck?
Yeah, man, that seriously stinks. It's Makoto. He smells like a wet dog. Shoot! Shoot! And in a flash, my tears dried up. Hello! Are you rotten? Rotten physically, mentally, every way you can be rotten. Sorry, I was rolling around in garbage for a while. The smell is so smelly. Super smelly. You smell even worse than me. Way worse than me. I win. She seems happy for some reason. And, so what have you guys been doing while I was gone? Well, we figured that since the trial was over, we'd have access to new places again. And... no dice. All the rooms that were locked before were still locked. So there weren't any new areas. And where can we go to find new clues? Well, the areas that we were trying to open up before?
Yo!
Makoto, what was it like hanging out in the spirit world? I didn't go to the spirit world.
No?
Did you get to talk to her? Who?
Hmm.
Miss Cleo! No, I didn't talk to her. I mean, I didn't go to the spirit world. I mean, who the heck is Miss Cleo? Hi, bud. I still can't believe you survived. Yeah, me either. Do you realize why it is you escaped execution? It was alter ego? He saved my life.
That's right.
Not too many people can say they had their lives saved by a computer program. I imagine it was a learning experience for you.
Makoto.
There's no time to indulge in an extended happy reunion. We need to explain to everyone what happened with Monokuma.
Yes.
Explain? Explain what?
Hmm.
But is it okay that you're here? What if the mastermind catches you?
It's true.
That's related to what I have to tell you all. I need to tell you all about the last class trial. Last class trial?
In other words,
We're going to redo Mukuro's trial.
Huh?
What? Seriously?
How about that?
What's the point of redoing it? Makoto killed her, right? No, I didn't. Like, I keep telling you.
wrong.
Makoto isn't the killer. And of course, it's not me or any of you. Then, who is it?
I see.
What she's saying is that it was all the work of the mastermind.
Huh?
What? You're saying the mastermind killed Mukuro?
That's right.
It was all an elaborate trap contrived by the mastermind. Makoto spotted the trap in time and did what he had to do to stop it.
However,
But his decision meant that he would be the one to die.
What did you say?
You spotted the trap, did you, Makoto? Make it sound like it was easy. I just, you know.
However,
But executing Makoto, who wasn't the Blackened, is a clear violation of the school regulations. The rules state that only the Blackened is to be executed. The mastermind broke their own rules. Which is why I went and negotiated with them to have the trial one more time.
Huh?
And the mastermind agreed? Does that mean they really did break the rules? They had no choice but to agree. You used the TV broadcast to gain the leverage you needed, didn't you?
correct.
Very observant of you.
Naturally.
I recall what you said at the end of the last trial. When you said now it's the mastermind that's ensnared. That's what you were referring to.
Don't be mean.
Hey, I'm totally in the dark here! For anyone who doesn't understand, you can ask Kyoko to explain it again later. So, knowing all this, what do we do now?
About that.
It's about who killed Mukuro, right? So our job is to expose the mastermind? But there's more to it than that, correct? Yeah. For us to win this time, we have to solve every last mystery surrounding the school. Every last mystery? But we've been looking around all this time and we still don't know anything, right?
Anyway,
You've probably guessed already, but if we lose this time, everyone dies. Everyone?
I hate you.
Who said you could agree to those terms without talking to the rest of us? I'm fine with the way things are. I'm fine living here forever with Master. I, meanwhile, want to get out of here as soon as humanly possible. Anyway, at this point, the only way for us to survive is to unravel the truth.
Interesting.
In other words, one decisive final battle. A rather interesting development, I'd say. But figuring out who the mastermind is and how they killed Mukuro and all the school's mysteries, it's a pretty tall freaking order. Maybe, but this time the trial is different. We know who our enemy is now. So if we work together and search as hard as we can, I'm sure we'll solve all those mysteries. I'm not so sure about that. Huh? I can't agree with the idea of working together with everyone. You can't agree? Why not? I mean, working together with everyone seems like the most obvious way to solve all the mysteries.
Indeed.
That's what I thought too at first. Until Monokuma gave us that little hint of his. Hint? It's a very polarizing approach, I know, but okay, enough puns. Anyways, here's a hint. I'm sure I told you this already, but this killing game began with 16 participants, all of them high school students. And the only people to take a single step in Hope's Peak since the killing game began are those 16 students.
I see.
Monokuma said that, didn't he? And then Kyoko's opinion is perfectly reasonable. But why?
So, in other words,
If the mastermind really is the one who killed Mukuro, as Kyoko said, then the mastermind would have had to set foot in the school, right? Monokuma could probably murder Mukuro, but there's no way he could have disguised a scene like that.
in other words,
But according to Monokuma, the only people who have set foot in Hope's Peak are the 16 students who have been taking part in the killing game. Then the mastermind is... There were 15 of us in the main hall at the very beginning. And it added Mukuro and you get 16. So the mastermind would have to be one of them?
that's right.
And of those 16 people we started out with, the only ones still alive are the people standing right here. Need I continue, or do you get it now? You're saying the mastermind is one of us? They're still off wandering around the school. Mukuro is not really... Well, I don't know whether or not Mukuro is really dead. There is a dead body that very well could be Mukuro's, but it was killed way earlier on. It was killed in Chapter 1. I still think it's Junko's body from Chapter 1 that they pulled out of the morgue. That's 100% where I'm at. So, it's not one of us. I have 100% fact that it's not one of us.
No way!
You can't be serious! Wait, we can't say for sure that's true yet. Monokuma might have just said all that to confuse us.
Indeed.
It's certainly a possibility, but only one among so many. The mastermind being one of us is also a possibility. And that is one possibility we can't ignore. Yeah, I mean, they're an ultimate, right? The ultimate despair? So they must be a high schooler. You can't say it's not possible. But if one of us was the mastermind, they'd have to be controlling Monokuma somehow, right? But did you ever see anyone acting suspicious anytime Monokuma was active?
Well,
Maybe they snuck off and controlled him in secret?
but
I don't care how sneaky you are, we would have noticed someone sneaking off that many times.
I'm right?
Then maybe Monokuma was on autopilot. Maybe they loaded up all the dialogue and actions beforehand. In that case, there's no way he could have had all those back and forth conversations with us. Well, it wouldn't be entirely impossible if they directed the flow of the conversation. Well, maybe, but still. Oh, okay, so the nighttime bell had alarm, so we are fine there. Okay, that's good.
This is a school announcement. You've all probably figured this out by now, but at this point, the killing game has now entered true ending mode.
Ooh, true ending.
In the name of fairness, I will unlock every room in the school.
Including the bear room? The bear room?
Look wherever you want. Solve the mystery in whatever way you see fit. Then we can all meet up at the class trial, okay?
Okay. How very magnanimous of him to unlock all the rooms.
That's fine.
The time for talk is done. Now we need to begin our investigation. But I was planning on working alone from the beginning anyway.
In the name of my family.
At this point, I can rely only on myself, on the Togami blood flowing through my veins. Okay, Togami now sounds like Togepi to me in my brain, and I just think of him as the Pokemon. I have no time to worry about the rest of you. Each of you must uphold your responsibility. Well then. After making his final statement, Byakuya left the dining hall. Master! He didn't take me with him.
Hey.
Do you blame him? Without Master, the rest of you are like coffee with cream without the cream. Or coffee. You're totally useless! So bye! Okay. With that, Toko trudged out of the dining hall. Now she's gone. And you're gonna go off by yourself, right, Kyoko?
Indeed.
That's right. Which just leaves Makoto, Hina, and me.
You know?
In that case, I'm gonna go by myself too.
just a second.
Wait, how come?
How about that?
Just wait and see. I'm gonna use my totally awesome spirit power to figure out the mastermind's identity. Why haven't you used it this entire time, dude? Hero. I don't understand you. Laughing loudly, Hiro left the dining hall. Everyone's really gonna go off by themselves? What about you, Hina? I guess I'll do the same thing. I mean, it's not that I don't trust everyone, you know? But up till now, I haven't really been all that useful. I just depended on Sakura and everyone else. You're not useless. If you hadn't been here, I would have died. Makoto, that's really nice of you to say. But still, I know I've mostly been totally useless. So I figure, at least here at the end, maybe I can find something that'll help us all get out of here. So I'm gonna go off and do it all on my own. Okay, now we think that a day has passed, right? Potentially. Day has potentially passed. So in theory, the body should be drenched, but if a day hasn't passed, the body won't be drenched. Okay, see you later! Hina was in surprisingly high spirits as she dashed out of the dining hall. And once again, it's just us two.
Indeed.
I'm gonna talk to her first. So you're gonna go off on your own too, right, Kyoko?
However,
Well, don't misunderstand. Just because we're going to do our searches separately doesn't mean we can't still work together.
so
That goes for all of us. I think I see what you mean. Doing our own investigating doesn't mean we can't work together in the end. I should just see it as us splitting up to cover more ground, and then we could get back together and share what we found. Yeah, that's right.
So then,
Well, I better get going. I have an endless list of things I need to check.
correct.
Monokuma said all the doors in the school have been unlocked, right? So we should be able to investigate every nook and cranny in the school. I'm investigating every single dorm room. Do not question it. I will investigate every dorm room. Because one thing I wanted to check. So this is one thing I wanted to check in chapter 5 that I didn't get to, is to see if any notebooks were missing, like the e-handbooks were missing from the thing in the front of the room. Like, we already know that a couple of them shouldn't work and everything, but I wanted to see if any of the e-handbooks were missing, to see if that might lead to like a hint at, oh, if one of them's missing, that's weird. Is somebody still alive? So that's what I want to check. It didn't really let me last time, so I want to make sure I check that this time.
Makoto.
No matter what it takes, we have to uncover the truth. By any means necessary. With that, Kyoko was gone, leaving only me. I don't have time to waste either. I have to begin my search. However, we are going to go on a short break, probably about 5 minutes, and we will resume very soon. But I'll be right back. right back over to it. There we go. Okay, time to go literally everywhere in the school. Yes, you do have to begin my search. I still can't believe the mastermind might be one of us. I don't think so either. But so that's what I have to prove. I'll prove that the mastermind isn't one of us. I'll expose the mastermind's true identity and solve the mystery of the school. It is one of the 16, Makoto, 100%. And we can all escape together. Investigate. I guess let's start by taking another look at Mukuro's Monokuma file. Due to the explosion, the victim's identity is unknown. Okay. They were, however, dead before the blast. The victim had been stabbed a single time with a knife which went completely through the body. They had also been struck in the head with an object about as thick as a metal pipe. The body was covered with other wounds, but these were at least several days old. Once we find out who killed Mukuro Ikusaba, then we'll know who the mastermind is. So where should I start my investigation to figure out who killed her? I guess I should start with the rooms that were locked up until now. The headmaster's room, the bio lab, or in the data center with Monokuma's face on it. Oh, and the second floor of the dorms where the gate was down before. That should be open now, right? After that, I'll have to double check the areas that are connected to the murder. Which means the garden and the dojo. Okay, so he just listed off investigation. Yes. Because, so I don't forget. Transcript. Headmasters. Bio. Data. Second door. Second dorms. Second floor dorms is exactly the one I was looking for. Garden in the dojo. Garden. Dojo. So how do we get to the second floor dorms? And then I want to check everybody's... all the dorm rooms. Who cares about privacy at this point? I'm checking every single dorm room. Let's just quick save right here just in case. But I wanted to see the map because where is the regular second floor? Is that the second floor? Where are the second floor dorms at? Oh, this one. That one. That's where that's locked. Okay. Okay, time to get started. Places to check has been added to the truth bullet section of your handbook. Cool. I'm looking literally everywhere. I'm gonna work my way up. How about that, game? I will work my way up. I will click on every single thing. The knife's still missing. Got coins. Camera. And it should just be this. I will avoid clicking the cameras and the monitors. For the time being. At least for the immediate future. Yeah, I don't think there's anything here. Yeah. While we're here, bathhouse. I would click on, like I said, I want to investigate literally everything. I'm not gonna read some of the text for stuff that, like, I know I've clicked before and read. But I will investigate every single thing because I understand, yes, it just makes more sense to just go to the places you haven't seen. But who knows? Sauna. Say that the only thing, yeah, like that. Also, I guess to get as many Monokuma coins as we can. Continue to crit. Yeah, that's what I thought. Yep. Exit, exit. We're just backing out now. I'm trying to, like, quick check the things that I know aren't probably related, but I still want to check them. That's the key. That's hilarious. That's Hero's name on it. I've been lied to in so many ways. Okay. So those are all gonna say the same thing. That bunch of magazines in here. Kill time, haha. And then the warehouse. Yeah, there's just a lot of stuff to cook in here. I wonder if I should clean it out before we wait. That's positive thinking. Pretty sure somebody else can clean it out, but... An adult. A dirty, awful, evil adult. Okay. I mean, it is good because it needs to keep you alive. Yeah. Is this... Oh, I think that's the secret area. Oh yeah, every dorm room time. Well, can we check the ones for the people that are dead? These definitely do have things to do with your investigation. I'm gonna... I'm not saying sleep, I'm saying investigate the rooms. Oh my god, it does have things to do with your investigation. You gotta prove it's not one of us. It's definitely one of the 16 students. If it's not one of the living ones, it has to be one of the dead ones, guys. Makoto, you're a little dense. I mean, Sakura's room may also have clues in it. She was being blackmailed. You're slightly so, but we can still investigate trash room. Can we go down the thing? I really don't want to go down it, but I wonder if we can. That's how I got out of here. I'll never wind up in again. The smell was terrible. But I did get a coin from it. Exactly. I guess click on the gate itself. Yeah. Game, we shouldn't investigate the dorm rooms. You're ridiculous. It looks like I'll go up the stairs this way. Why not? The gate's open. We could finally check out the second floor of the dorms, which means I have to do it. So, game said no to dorm rooms. This is the second floor of the dorms? Looks like some ancient ruins. Oh no, it looks more like a battlefield. Like a bomb blew up here or something. There's like blood on the floor, dude. Oh yeah, I forgot that that's a thing that you can do. Well, it looks like there are a few open rooms that we can get into. How convenient. Guess we'll explore these ones. I opened the door, just cracked, glanced down, and immediately closed it in. There wasn't even a hint of a bathroom, just a big pile of rubble. I guess it was just that. Okay. This bed is completely torn apart. I mean, it's not even really a bed anymore, it's just garbage. Garbage with a coin! Okay. Yep, nothing more there. Okay, well, fine then. Can we go in the boys' bathroom at least? Any more secret rooms? Nope. Nothing. Okay, then. This room is filled with lockers. It must have been for the Hope's Peak students who came before us. The class before ours must have used these lockers. Okay, so how many of them can I click on? Quite a few. I really want to know what's inside, but there's no way. I like how there's only metal plates, like, plastered on certain lockers. I can't imagine any way to get this locker open. I'm not even about to bother trying. I wonder if I can open this locker. Nope, locked. There's a card reader installed on the door. That must be how you get the locker open. After all, it's pretty similar to the card readers for the locker rooms on the second floor. You have to use your e-handbook to open those. So does that mean... Let's just give it a try. I took out my handbook and ran across a card reader, and then... No luck. Maybe only the locker's owner can open it, which means none of us can do it. So... E-handbook... to open... Just making notes. Second... floor... lockers... Okay. I mean, okay, you said maybe, then that means none of us can do it. What if that person is here? I wonder if I can open this one. Nope, locked, card reader, this is mine. Okay, I'm gonna click on them all, even though I understand they're probably all gonna get the same thing. There's no way to get it open. Just because I do want to see if that's like a thing. Are those both one? Yeah, those are both able to be clicked on. This one. Okay. We should see if anybody's opens it. Nope, no luck. Maybe only the locker's owner. It's pretty similar. All you have to do is the last thing load. Okay. So yeah, we can just click on all of them. I like how there are ones bolted shut though. Those are clearly important. The reason I'm just clicking through this dialogue because it's the exact same thing as the one I already read. But I do want to click on it just in case. I'm the type of person that you have to click on everything. If they give you the option to, you do. Well, I don't think there's anything else in here. Leave the area, yes. And then we had a couple more doors here. So if I remember correctly... Oh, did I miss something in there? No, I got the handbook note. Maybe I did miss something in there. This room doesn't really feel like a student's room. It has a more adult atmosphere. It's the headmaster's private room. Yoko.
Indeed.
I've been through this room several times already, but I still have one little regret. So I decided to check it out one more time. A regret? Well, let's click on things first. I think we best click on things. The chair. Although the chair, I can't imagine a student using something like this. It must have been the headmaster's. The desk is home to a computer. Must have belonged to the headmaster. Thank you. There's a PC on the desk. It must have belonged to the headmaster.
It would seem...
Whoever used this last, it looked like they were very interested in the ultimate despair. The PC still has some search results left on it. Then we may be able to get some information on the ultimate despair.
However...
There's not much, though. Nothing we don't already know.
In other words...
The ultimate despair isn't one individual, but instead points to some kind of group. That group is responsible for the... So, side note. Alt, despair, group, responsible for, quote, the tragedy. Which happened 1 year ago. They're the worst sorts of people whose driving force comes from despair. And that's all there is. Not too much, is there? But I guess that's the best he could do as a complete Kirigiri failure. But any information about the mastermind is helpful, right? I appreciate whatever info we can get our hands on. I see. That's a good outlook to have. The ultimate despair has been added to the truth bullets section of your handbook. Secret door. There's a strange gap in the wall. Is it some kind of design mistake or a construction defect or something? Or it's a secret door. There's a gap here, but not just any normal gap. I can feel a breeze coming out. A breeze?
Indeed.
There's likely an open space on the other side of this wall. Open space, does that mean... You mean like a hidden room? I think I might know how to open it. You know how to open it? Did you figure out some kind of trick or something?
Indeed.
A very easy trick, yes. So easy, I'm not sure you can even call it a trick. I saw a program on that PC that I think controls it. Even enter the right password and the door should open up.
However,
But I don't have that clue what a password might be. All we know is it's probably made up of letters and or numbers. We can't really go from there. Right, that's not nearly enough to go on. I looked through all his paperwork, all the files on the PC, everything I could think of. I learned more about him than I had any desire to, but nothing that might have been his password. And I think of how much time I wasted on this. Jeez. So there's a hidden room she couldn't get into. That's what she meant by regret. I think we can assume that there must be some kind of clue waiting in there, but maybe for her, there's more to it than that. Anyway, so if we want to get in there, we need to figure out the password. And if Kyoko can't figure it out, there's no way do I stand a chance. No, wait, there might be a chance. The password could be something Kyoko wouldn't have thought of, or something she didn't want to think of. For example, what about your name?
what?
Huh? Oh, sorry, I was just trying to think of what the password might be. I'm sure she hasn't tried it. I mean, it's totally understandable. After the way she talked about her dad, the idea that he would use her name as his password? Knowing how she is, I bet the idea never even occurred to her. Do you mind if I try it, just to be sure?
Well,
It's not like you need my permission. If you want to try it, try it. Do whatever you want. Okay. You know, I'm glad I thought of trying Kyoko's name. But if that's not it, that just might hurt Kyoko even more.
hey,
If you're worried about me, Makoto, don't me. I already know that your guess is wrong. Okay. In that case, here goes nothing. I collected myself, then turned to face the computer monitor. Let me just type the password here. I typed in her full name, Kyoko Kirigiri. Hands are tense, slightly trembling, and as I finished typing it in, beep. What? That did it? Kyoko, it worked!
why?
Kyoko? Without looking at me, she disappeared into the hidden room. She looked grim. Kyoko. I mean, we better go follow her. Hey, Kyoko? I may as well not have even been in the room. Her gaze was fixed on only one thing. A present? Wrapped and covered with such joy. That's what made it so unusual. Well, I'm gonna click on that last. Hey, click on the obvious thing. I better check out... Ugh. There's a brightly colored box here. It seems totally out of place in here. The more I look at it, the more suspicious I get. Should we open it? I'm getting kind of a bad vibe from it. I mean, can't not open it. Okay.
Makoto.
Be careful, Makoto. Wait, you think it's dangerous? No, not dangerous. But surprising, probably. Huh?
It would seem...
If it's what I think it is, At the very least, it's not something you'll be happy to see. Wait, so you know what's in there?
Anyway,
Just don't scream or anything, okay? Are you saying that it's something that will make me want to scream? Okay, I'm just gonna open it. Step by step, heavy step, I approached the box. I took a deep breath and took hold of the lid. Slowly, ever so slowly, I lifted it up. Light began to sneak its way into the box. I stole a hesitant glance inside and... She said not to scream, dude. Kyoko's advice was no use. I let out a trembling cry. Yeah, that's what I thought. What was in the box? It was bones. Human bones. It was the last thing I expected to find in such a bright, joyful box. I mean, who could have possibly imagined? I think it's her dad's remains, which is kind of sad.
I see.
Just as I thought. What? What was in the box? It was wrapped up all nice, so I never would have guessed what was inside. Human bones. Human bones. Kyoko said just as I thought. I have to find out what she meant by that. Okay. I'll talk to her, game. I'll do what you want me to do. Just as you thought. How can you have known that? I mean, there are bones in there. Human bones! Well, it's not that I was thinking of the bones specifically. I just had a feeling it would be his body. That's pretty much the same thing! A dead guy in a box! My father. Huh? What about him?
Correct.
What you found in the box? Those bones? That body? That's my father. Or at least, what's left of him. Are you serious? No, yeah, the Ultimate Despair took it out. They got the headmaster to agree, and then they took him out, like... This is Kyoko's dad? The same man she's been searching for? Hold on, how can you know that for sure? How do you know that's him?
So...
Given all the information we have already, that's the only possible answer. So that same person may very well be the mastermind who planned all this out. And according to the files, the headmaster is a man in his late 30s. Seems possible, even likely, that he's somewhere in the school right now. It's a very polarizing approach, I know, but okay, enough puns. Anyway, here's a hint. I'm sure I told you this already, but this killing game began with 16 participants, all of them high school students, and the only people to take a single step in Hope's Peak since the killing game began are those 16 students. Alter Ego said that the headmaster was probably here in the school, but the only ones who were alive at the start of the killing game were us 16 students. When you put those two ideas together, it doesn't take much to assume that most likely my father was in the school, but he was also dead. That's my assumption anyway. As Kyoko explained her analysis, she was completely calm. Or no, she wasn't calm. She was only trying to seem calm. She said it was just as she thought, so she knew it was a possibility. But I have to believe that at some point she wanted to be proven wrong. Which is why she never looked into the box herself, even though she had plenty of chances. This is Schrodinger's cat. If I don't look and I don't see bones, then maybe there's a possibility he's still alive. I know Kyoko said she wanted to see her father so she could cut off all ties. Is that all there was to it? I gave up some of that pride. In order to enter Hope's Peak Academy, I had to reveal myself to the school. I didn't knowing it was something a true Kirigiri detective would never do. Did she really give up her pride just for that? I couldn't help but wonder. Hidden room present has been added to the truth bullet section of your handbook. Which reminds me. Places check, Ultimate Despair. Yeah, I need to go back to the other room because I feel like I missed something in there. So can I search the desk now? The headmaster's desk. It's probably hiding some sort of clues, so I really want to check it out, but I really don't want to touch Kyoko's dad's desk without her permission.
Hey.
Don't worry about me. Feel free to look him around as much as you like. Are you sure?
Because
Never let anything get in the way of the investigation. I don't. Okay then, if you don't mind. Starting from the top, I open all the desk drawers and look inside. I rummage through each one, finding nothing but unrelated documents. But in the last drawer... Huh? Is this... It's a need handbook, right? And it has a label on it that says, in case of emergency. I'd found some kind of emergency handbook in the headmaster's desk.
In other words,
A handbook with no limitations, given to the school's ultimate authority, the headmaster. I'm assuming that's what that is. I think you're probably right. It might prove useful as we continue our investigation. Oh, okay, I need to go back to the lockers with this now. Why don't you hold on to it? Huh, but Kyoko, I don't need it. If you want it, if you don't want it, go ahead and leave it here. Then I guess I'll take it. Is it really okay? Headmaster's e-handbook has been added to the truth bullet section of your handbook. Okay. I'm assuming, yeah, it's the photo and the drawers and then Kyoko. Huh, this picture? Aw, baby Kyoko. It's all faded. It must be pretty old. Wait, is this a picture of... Hey, Kyoko.
why would you?
Well, this is annoying. I came here to cut myself free of the past. And yet... to now find something like this. What do you expect me to do now? But I was right. It's a picture of Kyoko when she was a little girl. Knowing the headmaster had this picture all this time, he must have really cared about her.
Why?
Like how she has a bow tie on, like, her, like, child shirt. It's very adorable. Why? Why? I wanted to face him and tell him myself, to cut out my life, to cut him out of my life for abandoning me. That's the whole reason I came here. And now he's abandoned me again. And this time he even stole the only opportunity I had to move on. Pretty sure he didn't abandon you the second time. It was the fact that he got murdered. Has there ever been a worse father? Kyoko. Photo of Kyoko and the headmaster has been added to the truth bullet section of your handbook.
Hey.
Listen, Makoto. Huh? Can I ask you a favor? A favor? What is it?
So...
I know it's completely unreasonable to ask you this. And I know it'll only inconvenience you that much more, but...
Hey.
Could you leave? Huh?
Correct.
Just for a little while. I'd like to be alone for a bit. Kyoko? Don't worry, I'm fine. I just need to calm down a little.
Just a second.
I need to get my emotions in order. You know, Kyoko? You told me before about the relationship you had with your dad. How you're only connected by blood, but not by heart and soul. But maybe that picture motivated him. Maybe he hoped to see me again someday. Is that what you were going to say? If so, it's just a theory. And this isn't an issue that can be settled with theories. That picture doesn't change the facts of what happened, what I went through. That problem can't be solved so easily. You're right. I'm sorry.
Anyway...
Once I've got myself under control, I'll return to the investigation immediately. So please, just give me some time to myself. Okay, I understand. And I'll see you later. I don't think there's anything else in here. Are you really okay? Kyoko, must have been a complete shock to her. I mean, it was a shock to me. To find out what happened to the headmaster, there's no doubt the mastermind performed that evil deed. They killed the headmaster, killed Kyoko's father. They killed him. The headmaster is dead. The one leading Hope's Peak staff, the one who finalized the plan to isolate you, was the Hope's Peak headmaster. So he was trying to isolate the students from the tragedy and stuff, I think, the remaining ones, but I think Ultimate Despair got a hold of that plan and twisted it. So that same person may very well be the mastermind who planned all this out. And according to the files, the headmaster is a man in his late 30s. It seems possible, even likely, that he's somewhere in the school right now. But we are wrong about that. The headmaster wasn't the mastermind. Means the mastermind's true identity is. It's a very polarizing approach, I know, but okay, enough puns. Anyways, here's a hint. I'm sure I told you this already, but this killing game began with 16 participants, all of them high school students, and the only people to take a single step in Hope's Peak since the killing game began are those 16 students. 15 of us met in the mail hall. Add Mukuro to the mix and he gets 16. And including me, only 6 of us are still alive. Everyone else is dead. Where's the morgue, though? Even Mukuro. Junko's body from chapter 1. They dragged it out of the morgue. Even she's undeniably dead. So we still don't know the real identity of that person. We're just assuming based on like what we can see. So and still alive are me, Yakuya, Hiro, Koko, Hina, Kyoko. Only those 6 people are still alive. There's no question. Wait, no, that can't be. I refuse to believe it. There has to be some other way. There just has to be. It does. I don't think there's anything else in here that I can click on, really. Yeah. Because I don't think I'll be able to go back in here. I better give her some more time, yeah. I'll try and check there again. I didn't get to check the desk. I clicked on the photo first. However, I should be able to open these lockers now. I'm only going to click on the ones that I can actually open. That wasn't one of those. This one. I wonder if I can open this locker. Hey, but what about the emergency handbook I found in the headmaster's hidden room? Okay, let's give it one more try. Alright, just what I was hoping for. Now let's see what we got inside. This locker is totally disorganized. Whoever it belongs to has organization problems in every part of their life. But look at what it is. It's a crystal ball. Huh? A crystal ball? No, it can't be. There's no way he ever used this locker. It's just not possible. It is. If you guys literally got knocked out for a year, it is possible. Is it just... yeah. Is this a deck of playing cards? No, they're tarot cards. But wait. Aren't those used for telling fortunes? It's just a coincidence, right? No, it's not just a coincidence. There's all kinds of textbooks and notebooks stacked up in no particular order, and dust everywhere. I have to assume whoever stuff this is didn't do a lot of studying. Not that I can really talk. Trying to act as casual as natural and as possible, I picked up one of the notebooks I saw. But the moment I looked inside the notebook, any sense of uneasiness I may have had evaporated. What? There's no denying what I saw. Inside the notebook was written Yasuhiro Kagakure. Is this our Yasuhiro? Yasuhiro. Notebook also contained a large number of notes for a variety of different classes, which would mean... he attended classes here? No, that can't be possible. I mean, Hiro came to the school at the same time as the rest of us. And we were all sucked into this evil world. We never had the chance to take any classes. They wiped our memories and then dropped us into this game. Clearly. So what is this notebook? Locker notebook has been added to the truth bullet section of your handbook. Okay, so I can't click on anything down there. Okay. Let's see, here's another one. I don't see anything that might be a clue. We're gonna take a look at all of them. Now let's see what we got inside. This thing is practically empty. There's just one thing, some kind of pocketbook. I don't see a name written on it, so I can't say for sure whose it is, but there's some writing inside. It could be important. I don't like violating the owner's privacy, but I'd better take a look. Looks like a girl's handwriting. All the letters are spaced out evenly, like whoever wrote them was measuring them. Whoever wrote this must have been really meticulous. I was flipping through the pocketbook, but my hand froze when I got to a certain page. I saw something familiar written there, words I'd heard before. There's a plan to turn Hope's Peak into a shelter and isolate the students here in a communal life. I decided to talk to the one who came up with the plan directly. It just so happens to be the headmaster, and my father. He was willing to give me some more details regarding the plan. Here's what he said. The point is to keep our student prodigies safe, to keep them as our hope for the future. Only their genius can overcome disaster, and only their hope can overcome despair. For the future of our country, our world, it's not an exaggeration to call this our final hope. We must isolate our superior youth from the corrupted world to serve as the foundation for a new era. Ultimate despair made its way in there. This is the only hope we have. I hope that you'll be willing to go along with this plan. So that's what my father had to say to me. As usual, he made a selfish decision without consulting anyone else. I can't imagine a worse father. This can't be true, can it? But I knew it was, and I knew exactly who the pocketbook belonged to. Kyoko. Couldn't be anyone else. But if this belongs to Kyoko, what was it doing in this locker? What she wrote here completely contradicts what she already told me. She said she hasn't seen her dad since he left when she was little. Nobody has their memories from the school year. That's what I'm saying, guys. I decided to talk to the one who came to the plan directly. It just so happens to be the headmaster and my father. What does this all mean? I quickly scanned the remaining pages of the notebook. I must have been looking for something that would prove me wrong about this whole thing. But when I reached last page, the question marks spinning through my mind just started spinning that much faster. When I looked at it, unlike the rest of the pocketbook, the writing here was messy, disorganized, scrawled. Despair walks among us, and so we survive. There's the second despair. What does it mean? I have no idea. How could this possibly make any sense? Locker pocketbook has been added to the truth bullet section of your handbook. But the more I see, the less it makes sense, because these lockers... I mean, they had to belong to the previous students, right? So why am I seeing this? Why are there things in the lockers that look like they belong to people here? A notebook that seems like it belongs to Hiro, and a pocketbook that seems like it belongs to Kyoko. There has to be some kind of explanation. Yeah, they knocked you out for a year and then woke you up for this damn game. Wiped your memories of the school. But if I want to find that out, I have to keep moving the investigation forward, because none of you knew about the tragedy. Wiped it. And I have to believe in everyone. Let's just check the rest of them. Nope, don't see anything that could be a clue. Now let's see what we got inside. Nothing that's a clue. Clue. I think these are all cattywampus. Okay. Yeah, I think we got all the stuff out of this area in particular. I don't know. Can I go back in here now? Okay, so no, I can't go back in here. So I need to go back to the secret room. Because I don't think, even though like they're showing exclamation points, I don't think there's anything else here. So I've done all of the first floor. Hold on. I've done all of this floor. I've done all of this for now. I've done all of this. So let's just start. Let's start at this far side. Yeah, let's start here. Because if I go through here... How do I feel like I miss that one all the time? I'm gonna check the classrooms really quick. Like, I doubt there's things in the classrooms, but I want to check them just in case. So, Secret Beauty. No, okay. Cheese room. This is this is where it all began, and pretty soon it'll all be over. Yeah. Oh yeah, this way. I mean, yeah. That should be what- okay, I understand that that's what's at the end of the hallway now. Okay. Not there. Check the AV room. Like, I just want to check everything one last time. Like, I'll work my way up to the floor that I need to work my way up to. All the AV equipment. No. B. Not them all. We'll spend some time with this. Yeah, let's... No, not right now. I mean, I kind of want to, like, just spend all the rest of my coins on it, but I also don't right now. Let's take a look at what's this way. Because this is the other thing I wanted to investigate. Is this door. And then these. Are there any missing? They're all dead because of the mastermind. Did you count them? Did you tell me how many there were? Did you tell me whose they were? Game. Fine then, game. Nurse's office. Just gonna click through it really quick. Refrigerator. So many coins that they're giving me by clicking on all these things. Pretty sure that's all there is to click on in there. Is it this one? I think it's the one on the next floor, but I want to just check. That's the one on the next floor. Yeah, now I'm just working my way up through the floors. Because I've essentially done everything. Pretty much, I've investigated everything except for the stuff that it wants me to. It doesn't have anything to do with anything, but it does give me a mono coin. So I can click on all this other stuff. How do you know it doesn't have anything to do with what's going on? You click on it anyways. Headmaster, biology room, data room, second dorms, which I need to go back to the garden and the dojo. Go back. Check the gym one more time. Because, like I said, I'm literally taking a look at every single thing. Need the gym? Yep. Need the area? Yes. So, up. And the first thing we're gonna explore is this. What was the thing we found in the secret room? There was a phrase that we found. Hold on. Toko. New Mondo Cheer announcement plays. New rule. D10. This is the investigation. Was it post chapter 3? You must not leave secret room and gym. Those are the words. You must not leave. Okay. Sorry. I was just kind of investigating things. You're investigating one last time and you don't want to go into the secret room? You're a dummy. Let's see. The classroom. Secret room. Oh, is this to the pool? Yeah, okay, so I need to do the classroom, the library. Yeah, the pool. Okay, hold on. Okay. Why am I lost? Because I skipped where the pool was, so I got myself lost. That's why I'm lost. Okay. Let's just click through everything. Of course, it just doesn't feel right. Okay. Literally the only thing to click on is the poster. Of course. Okay then. We'll go into the pool. There's not too much to click on in here either. It's literally just like the locker back here. Lockers, well, you expect to see that. Okay. Yeah. Just gonna back out of all the rooms really quick. Like, not missing anything. I know the game told me exactly where to check. I'm still not missing anything. It goes up. The classroom, that's what I wanted. And then there's classroom at the other end of the school. Oh yeah, this is the butterfly one. Thing. Nothing here. Go check the library really quick. Check this note. Maybe you wanted us to find it, and then he acted all upset and crazy. I'm sure anyone watching the broadcast would just eat that kind of drama up. I'm just gonna click once on the bookshelves. Now let's go here. I'm definitely interested. It means someone— nope, I'll leave. Okay, so I'm pretty sure nothing is gonna come from this stuff. But I figure I might as well check. Yep. It's at least gonna be easy to go through, like, all of these areas fairly quick. And there's a classroom on this far end. Just to see how it is. Let's see. Reality isn't everything. Yes, I would like to leave the area. We're going to go up the floors to the different stairways, kind of like how we discovered them. Which this one went up this way. Okay. Bear with me for a second here. Will we investigate all the things? Start with the classrooms. I think these are the only two classrooms, dude. Despair Squad, Monokuma. Yeah, there's nothing on— so these are all like this so far. That's kind of one of the reasons I'm, like, I'm checking the classrooms, is because I can't remember when, like, they started becoming— not that— getting tired of this. Something, 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 something. View the area here. Yeah, those are the only two classroom, and then it's the rec room and that stuff. Okay, that's what I thought. The rec room has a lot of stuff to click on, so I'm going to click through very quickly. The table is separate from the stuff. What does this say? Just a table. How do you know? When was it made? Maybe it was made after you guys were supposedly in here. This. For some reason I feel like Byakuya would be there. Bottles are replaced. Did Monokuma make this bottle himself, like by hand or paw or whatever? Magret scene racks. Dartboard. An assassin's type character would use. Okay, nothing else in there. There's the other thing that Makoto's not thinking of, but he was always curious about the physics lab. Maybe there's something in the physics lab. Physics? Yeah, physics lab. The poster. The stuff on the wall behind it. The lockers. And then this. And then check here. Okay, so we check this. No, there's no point in thinking like that. Exactly. Yep, leave this. I just gotta check the physics lab really quick. And that's the way up. Okay, cool. Hello, physics! How are you today? I hope you're working accordingly. It would be very weird if all of a sudden physics stopped working. Materials, pulleys, plates. Could it really just be an air purifier? You know, that's the real questions here. Let's see, this kind of machinery. That's physics. You're like really smart all of a sudden, Makoto. Maybe you're just smart with physics. Smart with physics. Okay, nothing on the sides? Yeah, there is something on the sides. I mean, I didn't turn in the art room, but I think that's gonna be okay. And that's a big shelf, a bunch of equipment, totally disorganized, and then okay. And then we're gonna leave this area, and now we're gonna head over to the next floor. And the next floor is gonna have some of the stuff that, like, we need to investigate. So I'm kinda gonna end with those ones. So let's see. Yeah, the data center. Yeah, so I'm gonna explore, like, the classrooms and the stuff we don't need to explore. Just so I can, like, get that out of the way before I explore the stuff we need to explore. So let me start with this one. Here. Pretty sure it's just this. Well, what if there's a clue in here, Makoto? Yes, leave the area. I'm actually gonna do these two and the headmasters and then wrap around to the data center. I'm not gonna touch every single flower. I want to touch every single flower though, but I shouldn't. I really shouldn't touch every single flower. Is it related to the Monokuma flower? You know, that would be interesting. That's an interesting thought you just had there. What if it is related to the Monokuma flower and that's how they got rid of all the staff? Interesting. Sorry, I yawned through that. Let's see what the headmaster's office has. And Byakuya. I've heard an awful lot about it, but this will be my first time seeing it for myself. Makoto, it's you. Oh, Byakuya! So, floor, camera. Let's start here. There's a shield in this display case. In the headmaster's room, there's a monitor.
Come on.
Hey, Makoto!
Not possible.
Are you ignoring me? You think that I'll forgive that just because you're you?
Such ignorance.
When we get out of here, remember that moment. Did you really want to talk to me that badly? Well, you came to the right place this time. Would you like to see something interesting? What do you mean, something interesting? Take a look at this. It's on top of that pathetically ostentatious desk. Oh, it's our class! The Class 78 roster. So, the Class 78 roster. Student registry. It contains profiles for all of us. And Mukuro.
So, in other words,
Apparently, Class 78 refers to us. Wait, when we found Mukuro's profile in Kyoko's room...
I see.
That's right, it also mentioned class number 78. This must be where Kyoko got that page. And since the rest of our profiles are listed in there along with
In
hers,
other words,
there can be no doubt. Mukuro was a student here at Hope's Peak Academy, just like the rest of us. That body has been dead since the beginning of the game. It might very well be Mukuro's body, but that she was told to be, I don't know, she's told to be Junko or whatever. But no, that is straight up a body that's been there since the beginning of the game. 100%. That's not a new body. There was not a new murder that happened at the beginning, and nobody knew his died in chapters 5 and 6. Except for the chicken! The chicken died in chapter 5, and I'm so sad about that. That must be how Kyoko learned about it. But it seems that Kyoko was in a hurry. Huh? What do you mean? I'm talking about when she stole it. The uneven tearing, the way the paper had been crumpled, she must have been in a hurry. Well, since she snuck in to get in, I'm sure she wanted to get out as fast as possible, but what's your point? She was in so much of a hurry that she only got the first page. The first page? Correct. Mukuro's profile actually contains 2 pages. What?
so in other words,
When it comes to this profile, there was more information about Mukuro that we still didn't have. What kind of information is it? Why do you ask me to explain every little thing? You can read, can't you? It seemed to be some sort of detailed report put together by the headmaster himself. I don't know what kind of man he was, but I'm glad he left us such an interesting clue. I was half listening to Byakuya as I skimmed through the report. Mukuro reappeared suddenly, and in the background an entity floats, close but just out of reach. The entity known as the Ultimate Despair. Right now, I can't be sure if this is a single person or some kind of group. Whatever it is, Mukuro definitely has some sort of connection to it. I have a bad feeling about all this. I need to push forward with my research into the Ultimate Despair. And I need to pay attention to Mukuro's behavior, too. This is just my gut feeling, but I think she's dangerous. Despite the countless battles she must have gone through as a member of Finrir, when she entered Hope's Peak, she didn't display any signs of battle wounds or scars. That fact alone proves her tremendous skill in battle. Or that Mukuro was a plant, not the real Mukuro. Mukuro, no scars, wounds, plant, plant or masquerade, / masquerade, and real was someone else? Naturally, I want to believe in her. She's one of my students after all, but if I decide she's a danger to the other students, I will be forced to take all reasonable measures. Mukuro was a part of the Ultimate Despair. I don't think that there can be any doubt about it now. But wouldn't that mean that Mukuro and the Mastermind were allies? So why would they kill Mukuro? Plus, even the headmaster seemed to be afraid of what Mukuro was capable of. They would have had to take her completely by surprise to kill her like that. Or maybe it means the Mastermind is even stronger than Mukuro was.
what?
What's wrong, Makoto? Huh?
That's fine.
You seem to be lost in thought, but I should probably point out one other thing. There's another important bit of information within that file you should note. What is it? Did you notice the picture in there? A picture of a girl perhaps you've never seen before. A girl who seems to be included as part of our class in number 78. That should be enough for you to figure out who the girl is. And further information about that girl is included in the file. 5 foot 7 inches, 97 pounds, and it even lists her vitals. 31, 22, 32. Hold on. So I'm just gonna write this down. 5'7", 97 foot 7 inches. Well, what do you think? What do you think? Are you asking me, like, if she has a nice body? You hopeless idiot. What I'm trying to tell you is maybe you'll want to keep that in mind for later. Maybe you'll make your way back to the corpse and maybe you'll think, oh, could that mean? Wait, is he trying to say there's a chance the body isn't actually Mukuro? That's what he's saying? Personally, what I'm thinking seems all but impossible, but it wouldn't hurt to confirm, right? Yeah, that's what I've been saying this entire time. It's the body that's already been there since the beginning of the game.
It's all clear now.
That's all I was trying to say. What do you want? What you do with that information is your business. So I'm back to being Byakuya's errand boy. Mukuro's profile had been added to the truth bullet section of your handbook. Oh, and one last thing. It's a bit of advice from me to you, so I suggest you pay attention. Advice from me? You seem to be getting along with Kyoko quite well. Not that we're getting along, she's just done a lot to help me. Well, don't put too much faith in her. Huh?
In other words,
The cost of that faith might be more than you can afford. What are you saying? Just what I think. Call it a hunch. Hunch? But my hunches tend to be proven right. The advice is free this time. Take it or don't, as you will. I'll keep in mind. Thanks! So, this is what we clicked on that he got mad at us for clicking. Profiles of me and everyone just like us. Fukuro Kisaba. Part of the ultimate despair, which means her and the mastermind should have been allies. But then why would the mastermind kill her? Weren't they friends? There's documents scattered all over the floor. Somehow it makes me feel anxious. I'll click on the camera in this case because I haven't been in this room before. Check the bookcase. The bookshelf seems really well made and fills with files and thick books. Let's see if he has anything new to say.
I don't have time to play with you.
I don't have time to waste on you right now. If you absolutely must talk, go do it as someone. God, he's so blunt. It just makes you feel hopeless. So I want to say, I personally, nope, that's not what I wanted to check. Think that the body pulled out from the morgue was Junko's body. Junko's body. Wait, hold on. So we'll come back to this. No, okay, we didn't get one from Mukuro. Junko has the same build as Mukuro. So, I think it's Junko's body pulled out of the morgue. That's like, so nobody new died, number one. I mean, Mukuro was probably running around. However, Mukuro's... the body was killed a while ago. Let's just double check everybody here. Yeah, 4 foot 10, 5, 6 foot 4, 5 foot 4, 5 foot 3, 5 foot 6. No. I mean, it's like close-ish, but not. 5. Where's Hina? It's Mukuro's. It was Junko's body that they pulled out of the morgue. Which is what I thought from the beginning with the fake nails. Matches. Junko. Okay. That's interesting. Very interesting. Yeah, I think I've explored everything in there. So now... off to explore... Okay. How do I want to go about this? How many classrooms are there here? Just the 2. So yeah, I'm gonna wrap around and end up with the data center last. I just want to take a really quick run through the chem lab and everything. It's literally just the shelves. Coolio. It's all the mastermind's fault. Whoever they are, I can never forgive them. Poor Sakura. She my girl. Hina also my girl. I love him. And Taka. Poor Taka. Very... Yeah, this is the floor where they started doing the weird stuff. So it was floor 4. Floor 4, where there's important information. I already wrote it down, so I'm not gonna write it down, but I knew it was this floor. Okay. And then the other classroom has the musical notes, which I chunked together. One day I saw Monokuma in class, la 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 la, gobble gobble. He eating a student? Let's go back here. Hey, Hina.
Hey, Makoto.
Hi, Makoto. Are you here to look around too? Is that what you're doing here? Yeah, I can't help but wonder about that Monokuma door.
Yeah.
So I figured, if all the doors in the school have been unlocked, that one should be open too, right? Although, I couldn't bring myself to open it. Because it might explode, right? And that really sucks. So, you open it. I'm sure she didn't mean it, but she made it sound like she was okay with me getting blown up. 1 second. Okay. Let's see, the TV. It's not like the Automato's normal TV. Apparently this killing game is being broadcast around the world. Thinking about it is making my mind start to creak again, so I better stop. Desk, map. Really a ridiculous number of monitors. The mastermind has been watching us on these. The dead body announcement was still weird. Nothing like the ancient laptop. Again, I might have watched... Let's check out the door. Okay, so I guess I'll open it. Wait, let me take over first. I don't want to get exploded. Hina raced over to a nearby desk and hid underneath it. Okay, go ahead. Everything will be okay, right? All right, here goes nothing. I threw all my weight into it, but the door opened much easier than I expected. It probably just opened. Yeah. There's no explosion, thankfully. My first impression was... Whoa! This place is totally sci-fi! Yeah, I was kind of thinking the same thing. I'll talk to Hina in a second, but I want to talk to her. What is this device? Looks like some kind of control panel. Really over the top, though. Like some sort of kind of military installation or something. Yeah, it kind of looks like a mech cockpit, right? Hikumi'd probably freak out if he saw it. Cockpit. So the Monokuma room has a control panel that looks like some kind of cockpit. Then could that mean...
Okay.
Oh, right. Let's start poking at it or whatever. I'm gonna start pushing buttons. Hold on, you can't just or whatever something like this. But it was too late. Hina was already jabbing away at the control panel. Did you hear that? Yeah, I think it came from the other room. Hina, what did you push? I'm not totally sure, but I think it was that one. The button that says Data Center. Data Center? Took a good look at the control panel and saw a bunch of buttons, each with a name and a room next to it. And just like Hina said, there was one labeled data center. That must be the one she pushed, but the data center, that's right next door. The room we were just in, that's where the strange noise came from.
It was the Monokuma sound effect. It was. I know that sound, guys. I know it.
Yeah.
Yeah, please, I'm kind of scared out of my mind right now, so I'll just cheer you on from over here. Well, let me... There's some kind of hand... Oh, okay, fine then. I'll go check the data center first. Did I just hear what I think I heard? Monokuma. Is that Monokuma? I guess I'll click on it. Hey! Donuts! Is that you, Hina? Aw, man, busted! How did you know?
Say what?
Anyways, what is it? What is this? Some kind of remote control camera kind of setup. You don't even know what you're controlling. Well, I mean, can't really see anything from in here.
Found it.
Ah, guess what I found? A self-destruct button. Whatever you do, don't push it. Aw, man. Were you seriously gonna push it? Anyways, I guess that settles the room with the Monokuma drawing on it and the control panel inside. Whoa! Hey, Makoto! What the heck was that just now? Monokuma. Huh? What do you mean? What you were controlling just now. It was Monokuma. Monokuma? What? For real? Yep, it looks like that panel definitely controls Monokuma. Which means the mastermind has been controlling Monokuma from this room. Yeah, they were definitely in here. The mastermind has been controlling Monokuma from this room. And this control room is totally separate from the data center with all the monitors. In other words,
Hey,
maybe the mastermind can't monitor us and control Monokuma at the same time. Kyoko's theory was right. But if the mastermind's been controlling Monokuma from here, that means they've been inside the school this whole time, right? I guess that would have to be true. But if that is true, it's a very polarizing approach, I know, but okay, enough puns. Here's a hint. I'm sure I told you this already, but this killing game began with 16 participants, all of them high school students, and the only people to take a single step in Hope's Peak since the killing game began are those 16 students. And the mastermind, Monokuma's puppeteer, really is the 16th student? No, it can't be. There's no way, right? Monokuma Control Room has been added to the Truth Bullet section of your handbook. What's wrong, Makoto? I don't like that face you're making. Oh, no, it's nothing. Oh, okay. What about you? Is everything okay? Oh, well, it's just... This is where the mastermind's been hiding, right? Who knows if they set up traps or something? I can't say it isn't possible, but I really hope it's not true. So, like... You want to leave soon? There's still lots of other places to check out. Yeah, good point. We can't waste our only time standing around here. Okay, you want to get going? Yeah. Except let me check this panel on the floor first. I want to check this panel. Yes. As soon as the data center was closed, I heard a strange sound. I didn't get to check the panel. Game, you just gotta stop. The door, it just locked on its own. What? My hand shot out to grab the doorknob. You're right, it's locked, but why? Of course it's locked, because the data center is now restricted. They were hiding under the panel. Hiding. Monokuma?
Just a second.
Hey, no fair! You can't just go around restricting whatever you feel like. It's for your benefit! Because if that room stays open, I won't be able to move around! Imagine how depressed if everyone would get if the school mascot just up and stopped moving! Then that room, as you may have guessed, that's where my controls are! So, right now you're being operated by someone in that room.
Yes, indeed.
Correctamundo!
You're
doesn't make any sense. We were just in there and we didn't see anyone. Oh, you didn't, did you? Are you sure you were as thorough as you could have been? No, I missed the damn panel on the floor. Did you happen to check a certain suspicious hatch? No way. The hatch on the floor? Game, I hate you right now. Because this is not like, again, you're not letting me do the things I want to do. Too bad, that was your one big chance and you blew it.
Too bad.
Of course, the hatch can't be opened from the outside anyway, so whatever. Only open from inside. Okay. Now then, this room is officially restricted, so no more investigating! I'll be relying on you guys to tell the others. You did the headmasters. You went in the biology room, the garden, or the dojo. He's gone, but... Was he telling the truth? The mastermind was hiding in there? In fact, if you think back to when we got locked out of the controls room, that proves it for sure. Then, when I said we should leave... Well, that hatch couldn't be opened from the outside anyway, right? So it's not your fault.
Sorry.
Okay. Anyway, we don't have to let it get to us. We have to stay positive and make the most of the time we have left. You're right. If there's one thing I'm good at, it's keeping my body moving.
Okay.
I'm gonna go run around and tell everyone what we found here. Nice, you got me all motivated again.
Got it.
Okay, see you later! He took off at full sprint. And I have to do what I can too. That's the only way forward. Okay, so I think the data lab was the last thing on this floor I needed to check. I like how Monokuma's in the data center now. Yeah, I think it's back to the 5th floor. It is. There's a part of me that wants to just actually... There's the 2nd floor dorms. I wonder if I could go back in now or not. I'm not sure. Because I just wanted to check the drawers, but I understand there's probably nothing in there. Okay, so, no, hold on. I could just warp to the 5th floor. 2nd, 3rd, 4th. Where does the stairway come up? Okay. So yeah, I'll check the classrooms up to the bio lab. And then I'll go back to the other ones. Hello! Welcome! We're finishing up, I'm assuming finishing up Danganronpa right now. We're in the Chapter 6 investigation! We just got locked out of the data center. Hi. Hi, Kiara. There's a kitten that's making her appearance. Yeah, a violin. I already wrote that down. Okay. Yes. Oh, do you want in the windowsill, Kiara? There you go. There you go. You go explore. 5B. Oh, place that right there. Wait, despair. I know I wrote all these down already, so I'm not too worried. Where's the classroom? Is that correct? Yeah, it is. Okay. Classroom 5C. Oh yes, that was this one. 949. Okay. Yep, that's all that I really wanted to look at here. We finally get to go into the biology room. Is this where they're keeping all the bodies? This is where they're going. Hi, thank you for the follow. I apologize, I missed the notification earlier. I need to adjust my sound settings for myself at some point. Well, here I am in the bio lab. It's so cold. Yeah, because it's being used as a morgue. I was right. It's the morgue. We found it, guys. This is where the body came from. I feel like I'm in a giant refrigerator. Seriously, why is it so cold? Maybe if you... Oh, look it. First of all, this. We haven't been in this room before. We're gonna make a... Can work in how cold it is in here. It's only extreme heat that made everything break. Why is it so cold in here? That's the first thing I need to figure out. Well, first of all, there are also tarps in here. I've been seeing a lot of those things lately. Yeah, they match the one in... Please be observant. Note that they matched 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 9 plus 6 is 15. You do realize this is more. There's some kind of weird machine or something built into the wall. And on the left side, there's a bunch of glowing blue lights. But on the other side, there's some kind of weird, I've seen something like this before. Ah, that's it. I've seen this kind of thing in horror movies and stuff. It's a fridge for storing dead bodies. Does this mean this biolab is actually a morgue? Yes. Yes, it is. It's been a morgue for a while. So, hold on. There are 6 of us remaining, so there should, in theory, be 9 bodies. But we know one was pulled out for Mukuro's body. And there's much, but only one of some of the lights are on, the ones on the left. The right-hand lights are off. And these tarps. There's a stack of tarps here. I've been seeing a lot of these things lately. They look like the ones. Oh, there's some kind of booklet here. Looks like an instruction manual. We offer an eco-friendly alternative to standard dry ice for all your cadaver needs. In addition to the germicidal labs, we also provide an ozone generator for the removal of ethylene gas. Simply insert the cadaver, and the blue light will let you know that the automated systems have activated. Temperature and humidity levels will be adjusted automatically for optimum settings. With our system, anyone can keep a body fresh as a daisy for as long as you need. Hold on! An unlikely event of a problem, the red light will activate and an alarm will sound immediately. The exterior is stainless steel, and we do offer an optional leather and leather upholstery upgrade package. This is the instruction manual for the fridge? Well, looking around, I think I get it. Seems clear to me now. Some kind of makeshift morgue. Biolab secret has been added to the truth bullet section of the handy book. And about those lights by each slot. It looks like it's set up so that when a slot is occupied, the blue light comes on, which would mean inside each slot lit up in blue, another one of the victims is. Biolab lights has been added to the truth bullet section of your handbook. I can't let my emotions take control right now. There's only one thing I can do for everyone who's died, and that's defeat the mastermind. And to do that, I have to continue my investigation. I don't have any other option. This is one of the... No, okay, first of all, I was thinking of 15 students. There's 16 students, and if there's only 9 bodies, that means there are 7 live people here. So, bioroom only 9 lights. Yeah, and they pulled out one of the bodies, I'm pretty sure. Hold on. Wonder, will it give... keep a body as fresh as a daisy. So yeah, you could take one out. Yeah. 2, 4, 6, 8, 9. And 16 minus 9 is 7. These tarps are the same one as the other room. Okay. I think I discovered what I needed to in that area. So now we go on to the dojo in the garden. Although, I will go on to the dojo in the garden after a short break. I will be right back. Okay, we were about to go. Okay, so we did the biolab that we only had 9 lights on, which means 7 of us were alive. Not just 6. The dimensions of Mukuro matches Junko. And we need to go investigate the dojo and the garden. But let's start with the dojo. I have a feeling less is gonna happen in the dojo than the... Oh, Toko, so this is where you are. Am I so disgusting that you want me out of your sight? No, that's not it at all. I just thought maybe you'd found a clue. Well, I haven't. I didn't find anything. Not one single clue. I figured since this place was related to the case, it would have to have something, right? But there wasn't anything out of the ordinary here. Give it back! Give me back my precious time! Calm down, Coco.
What's your problem?
Don't tell me to calm down. Do you have any idea what I'm going through right now? When everyone finds out, they're gonna call me useless, good for nothing. Nobody's gonna say that. Master will. I'm not sure I can disagree with that. I don't want that. I'm sick of always being looked down on. Why wouldn't anyone accept me? Well, I don't think there are any clues here, so maybe I'm going to get going? And I'm just gonna take a look. Target says... Yeah, give me those coins. I'll talk to Toko again in a little bit. I just want to click on all the things like I've done for like every other room. I've already done the monitors, and then it should just be... That's the camera. There's a bunch of wooden lockers in here. We find a clue in here, but it's just the mastermind's attempt to frame Kyoko. And then let's see what Toko has to say. Okay. Why is everything? I don't think there is any clues here, so maybe I'm gonna go on. Okay. Riviera, yes. Why does it sound like something just went crush? Huh? It's gone. Mukuro's body. It's not here? I mean, there's a good, nice blast section going on there. Just take a look at the sprinkler control panel. They set to turn on at 7:30 every morning, and Monokuma said the time possibly couldn't be changed. Or the cat wandered out to get some foods. Our kitten is very playful and our other cat is very not playful, so they're slowly learning to exist together and get along. There are still just the 4 chickens left. Honestly, I'd be kind of terrified if there were more than that. Sprinkler system, monitor, Monokuma flower. The Monokuma flower, is it true? Does it really eat paper, plastic, and people? Well, I don't think it's related to the place, so I better keep my distance. How do you know? Maybe it doesn't secrete knockout poison. You better notice that the tarp... I better check just to be sure. They put the body back in the morgue! That's why the 9 lights are still on! They took it out and put it back in. Body's back in the morgue. Put body back. So garden... No body... Back in morgue. / bio. Apparently the bio lab is now morgue. I didn't find anything even close to a dead body. But if it's not in here, then it must be... Could it be in the bio lab? But corpses aren't the only thing I need to check in here. There's one other thing. That tarp. A tarp played a key role in another case, so I better look into it. First of all, I still want to look at this pickaxe. Not that one. No matter how hard I look, I don't see anything. I'm going to click on everything but the tarp, because I just want to make sure that I click on everything. Pots. The lawnmower. It's that lawnmower. I don't think it's related. That pickaxe. On the handle it says Crazy Diamond. It's the same thing that was written on the back of Mondo's coat. This pickaxe is connected to Mondo somehow. Strange. I clicked the wrong thing. I wanted to click the tarp. Thank you. The killer used the tarp to keep the sprinklers from getting the body wet, which means the killer might have left some clue behind here. Huh? I didn't notice this before, but there's a small stamp on one corner of the chart. It says Biolab. And this originally came from the Biolab? Yeah, because they dragged the corpse from the Biolab. It's an old corpse. I knew it. I knew it. Leave the area? Yes. That's all I really need to check here. Leave the area? Yes. Of course, no.
This is a school announcement. Is everyone working hard? Is your investigation coming along nicely? Well then, since you're all giving it your best, your generous headmaster will give you a little hint. For those of you who are interested, please make your way to the gym ASA possible.
What? Now he wants to give us a hint? It's suspicious, there's no doubt about that. This could be a trap, but even knowing that. He said it'll go to the gym, right? Talk to Kyoko. Oh, hey, hero. Makoto! Why do you act so surprised? No worries, then. You heard Monokuma's announcement, right? Are you here to find out what he has to say? I just did, actually. I'm on my way out. You already talked to him. What did he say? Listen, sorry, but I gotta go! Hero, wait. There's no point in trying to stop him. He ran off like a frightened animal. Hero? Like he was trying to avoid me. I was hoping to talk to him about the notebook I found in the locker. Has he been hiding something this whole time? No. It's just to raise suspicion. Hi, Monokuma.
I am Monokuma!
Welcome, welcome, hello. Are you ready for your final hint? Well, it just so happens to be in the envelope on the ground in front of you. The envelope? I'm just gonna open it. This must be the envelope. And just so you know, I won't be answering any questions about what you find inside. What? Don't worry, just get on with it. Monokuma's cryptic words didn't make me feel any better, but I picked up the envelope and opened it. What I found was a single photograph. Yep. Hold on. Why is Junko's face being covered here? We've got our class photo. We've got Junko's face covered. Why is Junko's face covered? It featured a bunch of faces I recognized extremely well. It was everyone who'd come to Hope's Peak Academy at the same time as me. Wait, but there's someone behind Sayaka. She's the only one I don't recognize. Wait, that's not true. I do recognize her. That's right. When Byakuya and I were in the headmaster's room, we looked at that file. Mukuro Ikusaba? And this girl is... What? Why? Why is Mukuro here with everyone else? And even more than that. Having everyone posed here like this is weird enough by itself. They took a class photo because they brainwashed us and put us into this game. They wiped our memories, brainwashed us. It is MK Ultra. Just MK Ultimate in this case. Monokuma Ultimates instead of MK Ultra. The experiment that had to do with brainwashing and psychology stuff. It's the same thing. And we're all wearing matching uniforms. I don't remember anything like this. And now that I'm looking at it, it's not even everyone. I'm not in the picture. Oh! So Junko's face covered, and we're not in the picture. even better, was I late to the picture day? Probably. I'm the only one not there. The picture has all 15 other students, but not me. But I guess that makes sense. After all, I don't ever remember taking a picture like this. I went to junior high with Sayaka, but the first time I met everyone else was when I arrived here at Hope's Peak Academy. So it's natural for me to not be in this picture, but what's definitely unnatural is that everyone else is in this picture. Sorry, the hood on this shirt is a little bit in the way. I thought everyone was like me and didn't know each other till they got here. But if this picture is real, then could that mean, could it be, everyone else and just me? Everyone here except me is... How long are you gonna keep up this rambling soliloquy? God, I struggle with that one. Of yours, Hamlet. You're kind of getting in the way standing there, you know? So, I mean, get out. But I told you I'm not fielding any questions. What kind of mystery would this be if I gave you all the answers? That'd be totally out of left field. And this is where he breaks. I guess that means he's done talking. Damn it. Group photo has been added to the truth bullet section of your handbook. We already saw two like this. They were having a class. God, goodness. Hey. They've been knocked out. Their memories erased of their time at Hope's Peak. Does nobody else realize this? So in the end, all I found in the gym was even more confusion. And with that confusion in hand, I left the gym dejected. Who do I run into this time? Does that count as a hint? It just made me even more confused. Is that what Monokuma is going for? Also, why are you focusing on the fact that Junko's face was completely covered? And Junko has the same measurements as Mukuro? Did he put together a fake photo just to confuse me? Like... Oh, I'm so annoyed right now. Also, why is Junko's tie black and white? I'm not gonna... Oh, look at Taka and Sakura. Look at Leon and Mondo. Ina over there. Chihiro. Aw, look at everybody. Why is Junko's face completely covered? Which would mean everyone but me. Maybe I should just ask everyone directly. That should clear all this up. No, I have to clear all this up. I'm assuming... AV area? Yes, I can't go back. So, let's just see what's going on with the maps right now. Oops, can you zoom out, please? I just want a quick glance. The archive. So the archive, back to the garden, and the biolab. So dining hall. Okay, actually, first I'm gonna check this. Because if Kyoko's still here, she won't have heard the announcement. And then I'll go to the other places. There's all, but I bet I would give her more stuff. No, you should tell her. Oh my god. Okay, well, dude, she's not gonna see the picture then. So that's kind of a mistake on your part. No, I don't want to go there first. Let's end with the archive. No. Yeah, let's start here. And then we'll go up to the library and just make our way out. Hina! Hina! So this is where you've been hiding. Listen, I was hoping to talk to you. Makoto? Sorry, gotta go! Wait. She ran us so fast I didn't even have time to ask her to stop. Hina, why? Why won't you talk to me? I wonder why, dude. Let's just go, nope, that's not how you leave the room. R is how you leave area. We'll finally learn that at some point. Let's go over to the staircase up, which is this direction. I want to go to the library next, and then I'll go up to the top floor. Kyoko wouldn't have heard the announcement. We already know that there's no things over there. So she won't end up going to the gym. Hey dude! Are you gonna be baffled by things too? Are you gonna run away from me? Think I'm the ghost? Hey. Oh, Byakuya! Listen, do you think we could talk? Byakuya?
That's enough.
I have nothing to talk to you about. Don't talk to me as if we're friends. Hey, Byakuya, wait! But of course he didn't. He just walked away. What the? Why was he acting like that? Like he was purposely trying to avoid me. Well, everybody's trying to avoid you because they think you're the mastermind because you weren't in their actual class. Like, what do you expect to happen here? Let's start at the garden and then we'll go to the bio lab. It's Junko. Like, the description of the file, measurements match Junko's. Mukuro's measurements match Junko's. The body was Junko's body from chapter 1. There's 7 people alive, and if we're assuming it's Mukuro's body, then it's gotta be Junko. But what I'm thinking is, there's somebody still alive. That's the thing. There's somebody still alive. Makoto, what's going on with you? Every time I see you, you freak out like that. No. Sorry, but I'm in a big hurry. Once again, he ran off like a terrified rabbit. Hiro, what's wrong? I still wasn't able to talk to him about the notebook I'd found. It was like he was avoiding me. Like he was afraid of me. Why? They all think you're the mastermind. Dummy. Well, time to go to the biology lab and get the same reaction from Toko, so... Here we go! Off to the biology lab! I decided to visit the bio lab one more time, and the first thing I saw when I got there was her passed out again. Huh? Toko? Why would you open it? Okay, first of all... Toko! Are you okay? No. She's not dead, is she? Nope. Ah! Cold, it's super cold, it's so cold, I think I might catch cold! If you keep taking naps in places like this, I'm sure you will. What? I was asleep? Oh, I must have fainted again. I bet you were standing there staring at me getting all excited, weren't you? No, I wasn't. Well then what, hot and bothered? Straight up horny? Okay, so why did you pass out? I don't know, last thing I remembered was we waking up just now. What'd you do to Miss Morose? Oh, that's right, your memory stops and starts each time you switch. Bingo bazingo! We should share some basic knowledge, but our memories are very much separate. And don't say it like it's a bad thing, it's a blessing as far as I'm concerned. Because even if she forgets something, I totally remember. So it's like double the memory. No, it's more like half. Genocide's Jack memory has been added to the truth build section. But all I want to know right now is, where's my little darling? Tell me now, or I slit your throat. I don't know. I'm sure Byakuya is around here somewhere doing his own investigating. By himself? I assume so. I knew it. I totally knew it. I'm a total pro when it comes to all things master. Anyway, I gotta hurry. I can't even imagine how lonely he must be right now. Genocide Jack falls into Monokuma territory. I don't watch it. Toko shot off her eerie laughter screeching behind her. Echoing behind her? I totally forgot to ask her about the picture. Well, there's no point asking Genocide Jack anyways. Besides, I have more important things to do right now. Why did Toko faint? There's gotta be some reason for it. Yeah, there's a body right here. She pulled one out. The fridge, it's open, but I was sure they were all shut tight last time I was here. That must be why she passed out.
Right.
She faints so easily. Kyoko!
Makoto.
It's getting late, isn't it? Are you okay?
Indeed.
I'm sorry if I made you worry. No, you don't have to apologize.
Listen.
But listen, about this room. Oh yeah,
It would seem
it's a morgue. Yeah,
I knew it.
I suspected as much. And Toko must have looked inside the fridge, seen what was in there, and well, there you have it. You knew she'd fainted?
Indeed.
I was on my way here when Genocide Jack came running past me. I assumed she must have sneezed, but once I got inside, the real reason became clear.
It would seem
I imagined she came here to investigate, and when she opened the slot there, that's when she saw the body inside and dropped like a bag of rocks. Why's everything gotta be so difficult with her?
anyway.
Anyways, we should close it up. Don't want to leave it hanging open like that. Yeah, good idea.
Makoto.
Give me a hand with this. Yoko approached her friend's hands outstretched, but suddenly she stopped. What's wrong?
Listen.
Maybe we should wait a second before closing it. Huh? How come? Because Mukuro's body is in here. Mukuro's corpse? Mukuro's body is inside the fridge?
I see.
Just like every other time, the mastermind probably brought it up here while we were in the class trial. The mastermind did it? Because they assumed we wouldn't be doing the class trial over again, I guess.
So
You may be right. Either way, now I can finally get a good look at the body. That's right, Kyoko didn't get a chance to check the body during the last investigation.
Makoto.
I need to do my own examination of the corpse as soon as possible. I'm going to find a clue this time, and I'm going to grab the mastermind by the tail. Okay, so what should I do?
So then,
Why don't you just wait over there? I'll let you know as soon as I'm finished. Just wait over there? That's it? I can't do it. I can't look inside. Can I look at the tarps again? I think I've seen a tarp like this somewhere before. Ah, it's the same one I found in the garden tool shed. And if I remember, that tarp had a stamp on it that said biolab. The body was from the biolab. Like I've been saying, they pulled a body out of the morgue, set it up to make it look like a murder, and that person had already been dead for chapters, particularly since chapter 1. Since based on the nails, I assumed it was Junko's body. But Mukuro has the same measurements as Junko's handbook does. So that's, I'm just trying to write myself hand, and one of the students is alive, because there's only 9 bodies lit up, and if there's 16 students, including Mukuro, 16 minus 9 equals 7. There's only 6 of us here. That means there's still a 7th person, the person controlling Mukuro, not Mukuro, Monokuma down there, which means if we're assuming it's Mukuro's body, one of the people that was supposed to be dead is alive. And if we're not assuming it's Mukuro's body, but a ploy, or... Well, if we're assuming it's... But it has the same measurements... Ah! Is Junko alive? That's the tarp that was used to help camouflage the murder in the garden. At some point, someone got it from the biolab and took it over there. Tarp has been updated in the truth bullets section of your handbook. On the left side of the refrigerator, a bunch of blue lights are on. But these ones aren't. It would seem the blue lights come on when a slot is occupied. So when someone's in there, the blue light comes on. Looking around, the number of lights on are on, including Mukuro's. There's 9 in all. 9. 9 lights? Biolab lights has been updated in the true section. Okay, good. We got that note. I've already looked through the instruction manual. More importantly... I don't know, does it talk to Kyoko time? I should ask Kyoko about that group photo. After all, she's in it too. Don't let me interrupt your investigation, but I wanted to talk to you about something. What is it? It's about that announcement Monokuma made earlier. You mean about a hint or something? I didn't take him up on the offer. Huh? Why not?
because
The only reason he'd give us a hint at this point would be to confuse us, to cloud our judgment. I can solve this mystery on my own without whatever hints he may have to offer. That's a good point. I wish I could go back and do the same thing, but what's done is done, I guess. Standing here looking at her, I don't think she's hiding anything from me. Is she right? Did the mastermind forge that picture as a trap to confuse us? No! We've been knocked out for a year! Makoto, have a few more synapses in your brain. That's gotta be it. There's no, because he didn't forge any of the other photos. They had a school life going with 15 students. We are the 16th one, but that doesn't change the fact that we're not the mastermind. They just all are assuming we're the mastermind because we didn't go to school with them. It's to trigger everybody's memories of their school life. Okay, Makoto, I'm done. Already? Jeez, that was fast.
Indeed.
Anyone can do good work if they go slow. In that spirit, I'll make my report. Wait. So did you find anything?
Indeed.
I paid careful attention to the wounds and the traces of blood, and it seems highly likely that the stomach wound and the blow to the back of the head were inflicted after death. Really? The burnt tissue made things a little difficult, but I'm completely confident in my findings. Yeah, it was all meant to frame. They were dead from the prior wounds that were aged. So that means neither of those were the fatal injury, right? Then what was the fatal injury? Due to the explosion, the victim's identity is unknown. They were, however, dead before the blast. The victim had been stabbed a single time with a knife, which went completely through the body. They had also been struck in the head with an object about as thick as a metal pipe. The body was covered with other wounds, but these were at least several days old. Those ones! The ones that they were in the morgue for! The only other option is those other wounds, but the file said they were old.
Is that right?
Where does it say it? Where does it say they're old? Huh?
Because
All the Monokuma file says is that they were inflicted at least several days ago. I guess I don't see the difference. Well, the difference is immense, considering the impression they give.
listen.
You seem to be equating several days old with simply old.
However,
But that doesn't quite follow logically. Old wounds, it makes it sound like they've been there forever. Like they're not related to the murder. Are you saying they are? But we all got the Monokuma file right after she was killed, right? So if the wounds were at least a few days old, there's no way they could have had anything to do with it.
so then,
But what if Mukuro herself wasn't killed within the last few days? What?
at the very least,
Certainly, you can allow it as one of the many possibilities, can't you? One of many?
right.
A detective doesn't have supernatural powers. There's no way to predict the answer from the beginning. Also, Psych. Just watch Psych. But it's what I've been saying! They just took a body out of the morgue! Instead, the ideal detective begins by imagining as many possible scenarios as they can.
In other words,
They envision these possibilities without prejudice, without bias, using only their logic and common sense. Then, as they investigate, they test what they find against each of these possibilities. Of course, me telling you this doesn't mean you'll be any good at detective work, but beyond using that to solve this particular mystery, you should keep it in mind for the future. Yoko's account has been added to the truth bullet section of your handbook,
hey,
so if there's anything else you'd like to know about the condition of the body, now's the time. Come to think of it, there was one thing. Earlier, when I was looking at Mukuro's profile, it listed her height and weight.
so
5 foot 7 inches, 97 pounds, vitals were 31, 22, 32. Did I get all that right? You remembered all that? They are indeed consistent with the corpse. So then,
indeed,
and don't forget about the Fenrir tattoo. There's absolutely no mistake.
indeed.
Our victim in this case, without a doubt, Mukuro Ikusaba. Mukuro Ikusaba's profile has been updated in the truth bullet section of your handbook. But it's the same as Junko's. And there's only 9 dead bodies, not leaving 7 remaining live people. There's one person still alive wandering around.
And
Is that all you wanted to ask? Yeah, I think so.
so then,
Then it looks like we have no further business with Mukuro's body. Let's get going. It's getting kinda chilly in here. Oh wait, are we not gonna put the body back? Don't you think it's kinda sad leaving it out like this? Sad. Did you forget? She was our enemy once. A part of the ultimate despair. But she still got killed. She's still a victim.
hey,
Have you ever heard the phrase, you reap what you sow? Well, yeah, but still.
whew,
You really are naive, you know that? It's really quite appalling. But she could have abandoned me. But she decided to help me instead. So for someone like that, what does it mean to be naive?
then.
I think we've done all we can do here. Back to our separate investigations, yes? Ah, hold on. I still have one more thing to do. Something I need to talk to Kyoko about. I need to ask her about the pocketbook I found in that locker. If I don't do it now... Hey Kyoko, I did have one last thing. I know I shouldn't, but I feel like I have to ask.
What?
Go ahead then, out with it. Have you really not seen your dad even once since you got here?
What? So...
What do you mean? Well, you know all those lockers on the second floor of the dorms?
Indeed.
I do, yes. But to get into any of the lockers, you need the handbook of whoever the locker belongs to. Actually, I managed to get them open using that emergency handbook.
I see.
The one you found in the headmaster's hidden room.
And?
So, did you find anything worthwhile in the lockers? I found a pocketbook. And after looking through it, I think it must be your pocketbook.
Why is that?
What makes you say that?
Because...
Like I said, only the locker's owner should be able to get into it, right? I can't imagine those lockers belong to any of us. After all, we only got access to that area just recently. What I'm saying is, there's no way I could have had access to any of those lockers, unless they knocked us out for a year because we were the class when the tragedy happened and they locked us away to make us safe. They could have put the bodies on ice in these freezers and then woke us up. It didn't say, like, it says things about like decomposition and stuff, but you could probably reprogram the system to just keep people in an isolated state. And if I did have a pocketbook, why would I bother putting it in a locker? Everything you just said makes perfect sense, but there was something written inside. It was about the headmaster, about your father.
if that's true...
Could that mean that video is real too? Video?
Makoto.
I think everything is finally starting to fit together to reveal a cohesive picture. Although, I'm afraid that picture might be worse than anything we could have imagined. What are you talking about? I need to go investigate those lockers. Right now. I need to confirm what you just said with my own 2 eyes. Oh, let me give you the headmaster's handbook. That way you can...
So...
That would be necessary. If I'm right about this, I shouldn't have any problem opening the locker with my own handbook. After all, it would seem that it's my locker. Your locker?
Makoto.
If you watch this, it'll all make sense. AV room, here we come! I knew it'd come in handy. A DVD? Class 78, urgent interviews. And it says Class 78, urgent interviews. 78, urgent interviews. Also, the Mukuro's body measurements line up.
So...
I found it in that hidden room after you left.
Anyway...
I don't have time to explain exactly what I think it means, so just watch it and see for yourself. I think you'll realize exactly what it means. You'll understand why you found my pocketbook in a place none of us have ever seen before. None of this makes sense right now. But I guess that means there's some important clue on this DVD. Interview DVD has been added to the Truth Bullet section of your handbook.
Makoto.
Oh, and now it's my turn. Do you have a second to listen to me ramble? Ramble?
In other words...
So as it turns out, the arrangements I made didn't stick. What I mean is, I'm less and less sure of everything, even my own feelings. You're talking about your dad, right? I can never find the answers to the questions I wanted to ask for the rest of my life. And all because of the mastermind.
However...
But there is one thing I am sure of. When it comes to the mastermind, there's no room in my heart for forgiveness. I swore to destroy the mastermind. This is just one more reason to follow through on that. Yoko's eyes burned with the fire of determination. The determination to defeat the mastermind. It's strange to be confronted with his own death and suddenly feel this way. I couldn't care less if my father had found happiness.
Why?
So why does it bother me so much to know how he suffered? It's ridiculous. There's just no understanding it, I guess. She let out a small laugh as she said it, but her smile was filled with sorrow. So, that's it for my rambling. There's still much to do before I can consider my task complete. Yeah, You're right.
Hey,
But keep this in mind. There is only ever one absolute truth. Whatever that truth serves, whether that truth serves justice or suffering, whether it's the greatest truth or the worst. What do you mean?
Makoto.
Even if the truth you uncover is filled with hopelessness, you still can't give up hope. Absolutely not, because all I can do is keep moving forward. That's pretty much all I'm good at, you know? Thanks, Disney. Also, anybody seen Meet the Robinsons? Here's the keep moving forward. Every single time somebody says it, that's what's in my head. Every single time. Indeed. Sorry if that was strange.
So then,
Anyway, I need to get going. I'll see you at the class trial. Leaving behind that final farewell, Kyoko was gone. I better get going myself. I got that DVD from Kyoko. I should head to the Avery room to check it out. Kyoko said something about hopeless truth. But no matter what happens, I won't lose hope. Even if it's the worst truth in the world, I can't afford to lose. So what we need to do is go to our map and teleport down to the floor. No, none of this stuff. I wonder, can I go back here really quick? I understand this is not where I'm supposed to go, but it's probably going to be my last chance to do this because as soon as I watch that video, I have a feeling the class trial is going to start. So, I'm going to do this first. Just to see. It seems like a clue, and then there shouldn't be anything more than the desk. And then just a last click. What was in the box? It was wrapped up all nice. We never would have guessed. This picture. It's from when Kyoko was a little girl. Knowing the headmaster had this picture all this time. Must have really cared about her. Okay, nothing new. Oh, it's the game sound going off. Okay, so... I know there's the exclamation part for the AV room, which is this way, right here. Well, here we go, guys. Let's watch this. This should be able to play DVDs just fine. Well then, I better take a look. I took the DVD Kyoko gave me and put it in the player. It said that it was playing, but nothing appeared on screen. I stared into the black of the monitor. Must have only been a few seconds, but to me, it felt like an eternity. And then all of a sudden, an image appeared. Sayaka? It took me by total surprise. I hadn't seen Sayaka in who knows how long. And there she was.
Then, are you ready to begin?
The voice I heard was of the man positioned on one side of the screen. It was the voice of a middle-aged man.
I do apologize, but I hope you don't mind if I record our conversation.
He's trying to do his investigation into the ultimate despair. That's why he ran a lotto to find a, quote, ultimate lucky student. He's like, I've got to bring in somebody else.
I'm a little slow, you know. I never really got the hang of taking notes while having a conversation.
It sounded like he was trying to make a joke, but Sayaka's tense face didn't move a single millimeter.
So this video is meant to serve as a kind of contract substitute. It's not that I don't trust you guys. It's more like insurance. So please don't worry too much. Now then, let me get straight to the point. There is a chance that you may have to spend the rest of your life here in the school. Can you accept that?
You want me to accept that? Sayaka was obviously at a total loss. Made total sense. Who would agree to spending the rest of your life in this school? I accept. What?
Thank you. And I'm sorry about
That's
all
why
this.
the ultimate... Oh, no. That's why the mastermind destroyed all their memories. They wouldn't remember saying that they accepted the rules of this. He was trying to actually protect the students. And the mastermind used it and took over and showed ultimate despair.
Well, I can promise you that I will do everything in my power to keep you safe.
He was probably murdered right after
As
this.
the headmaster of Hope's Peak Academy, I give you my word.
As if on cue, that's where the video cut. There was a lot I hadn't understood up till now. But this, only this. I simply couldn't comprehend what I heard. Because I know how much Sayaka wanted to get out of here. I know how much she wanted to escape and pursue her dreams with her friends again. She wanted that so bad, she tried to frame me for murder. So why would she say yes to living here for the rest of her life? Because they all forgot about the tragedy. Because they've all been brainwashed out of remembering any of that life that they had that year. And as I sat there thinking about it, I noticed a sudden light. On the monitor, the video I thought was finished flashed back on screen. My eyes darted back to the screen. If I was confused before, what I saw next pushed me right over the edge. Huh? What I saw was me. And possibly, undeniably, me.
So, Makoto, before we begin, I should let you know that I'll be recording our conversation.
Yes.
Me and the headmaster were looking at each other. He and I were having what seemed like a fairly normal conversation. But the I in the here and now, had absolutely no memory of that. Because they flushed your brains out! They MK'd Ultra you! Ultra you. I said, it's just MK Ultimate. I'm so clever, guys. Hashtag MK Ultra you. I had no memory of even meeting the headmaster, much less sitting down to talk to him like this.
Now, shall we get straight to the point? Makoto, there's a chance you may have to spend the rest of your life here in the school. Can you accept that?
Yes.
It's all confirmation that they said yes. This can't be real. I said yes?
I'm sorry I'm putting you through all this.
Well, I mean, we don't have much of a choice, do we?
But I promise that as long as you're in this school, I will do everything I can to protect you. As the headmaster of Hope's Peak Academy, that's the very least I can do for you.
Once again, the voice cut out. From there, the video repeated the same scene again and again with the others. Byakuya. Kyoko. Hina. Everyone. They all said that they agreed to live in this school forever. And then Kyoko. Her interview with him had been recorded just as clearly. Without a doubt, she had met him. She sat down with the headmaster of Hope's Peak Academy, her father. And when he asked her his question, she answered the same as everyone else. She accepted a life within the school. Just as Kyoko's interview was wrapping up, the monitor suddenly went black. Huh? It wasn't just the monitor. The DVD player itself had apparently turned off. Of course, meant that the DVD wasn't playing anymore. What the heck just happened?
Say what?
Whoopsie, you look like it broke out of service. They all said yes. And that's why the mastermind wiped everything through that school year. Because even if they didn't have memories of saying yes or anything, they would have had memories of the school year, living together and everything that, where they already formed the bonds. They had already said, yeah, built that relationship to say yes, so we had to wipe them out. Wipe them back to ground zero, so they didn't know the bonds that they shared with each other. And they wouldn't remember that. They wouldn't remember saying yes just to protect them, to give the future hope. And the ultimate despair wiped that away. Why do Mukuro and Junko have the same measurements? And why was Junko's face? Whoop! Sorry, I'm throwing things. Junko's face not visible in the photo that whatchamacallit showed us. Monokuma showed us a photo, and Junko's face wasn't visible. Why was that? And then Monokuma just... What? It just so happened to break just now? No, then when doesn't matter. Failure can strike at anywhere, anytime. That's what failure is, right? Failure, my ass. You cut the power on purpose. Monokuma cut power. Monokuma. The power. Because they can't have their memories returning. Otherwise, that would break out. Give them too much hope. And the despair. Well, whatever. Even if I watched the whole thing, it'd just be more of the same. You'd ask them the question, they'd all say yes. I could not help myself. I let out a huge, exasperated sigh, but as I did, I remembered something.
That's right.
I fainted too, and when I woke up, I noticed a strange feeling of separation within myself. A disconnect.
It would seem...
Thinking back on it now, at that point my memory was gone. That time, I'd forgotten. I couldn't remember why I'd come to the school, and I couldn't remember what my ultimate ability was. But what would make you forget all that?
Hey.
Strange, isn't it? It's hard to imagine it happened by chance. It seems much too convenient. A convenient outcome. Something that seemed to obviously work in favor of the mastermind. So does that mean I've lost my memory too? What about the others? Have we all forgotten? Or... Interview DVD has been added in the truth bullet section of your hand bullet. Trial time, guys. Here we go. Ugh. Sitting too still for too long.
There has to be an end. And if the end comes, then that means it's time for a fresh start. There is no night that doesn't have a dawn. Although that dawn is totally pitch black, there is no storm that won't eventually end. Of course, then that leads to drought. But as I said, every end is the promise of a new beginning.
The drought would then end.
Which is
The
why
darkness
I'm
would end.
sure we'll get to meet again, because the end is only the beginning. Anyway, let's get started. The beginning of the end of the class trial.
This is it. And this is the final trial, I'm going to assume.
Once again at you know where.
The exact measurements. I mean, Junko was the one murdered, and it was her body put there. So in theory, it could be Mukuro that was wandering around. But what if they swapped identities? The class trial is going to start. The final class trial. Last time all our lives will be on the line. The last time hope and despair are on the line. I don't have a choice. I have to do this. Okay then. This is the end. They're still making us walk up to the door, really. Well, I guess they need the scenery of the door. I guess I'm the first one this time. You're early, Makoto.
Listen.
Does that mean you feel prepared? Yeah, for now at least. But where's everyone else? Why aren't they here yet?
However...
Don't worry. I'm sure they'll be here soon. Just like she said. Yakuya! Yakuya? He was just gone for class picture day. They arrived, one after the other. They are all in the same state of shock. Hina? Hiro? Silence. And it wasn't any normal silence. It was a deafening silence of fear and suspicion. It's like the first class trial.
You called for me and so I appear. I'm on fire!
Strong silent master, so wonderful, so cool, so hot, my loins are ablaze. Now listen, everything will be just fine if you leave it to me.
My beautiful scissors!
With my sharp scissors in hand, I'll stab and gouge and shiv the master of evil. But I thought you couldn't kill anyone but adorable little boys. If it's what master wants, it can be boy, girl, or anything in between. I can handle it. Where am I? No human language can describe the disappointment I'm feeling right now. Is everyone here? Oh, and wearing our gloomy ghost faces, I see.
Well now.
Okay, well then, let's begin.
Thrills, chills, kills!
This final class trial is going to be slathered in pitch black despair by maximum sorrow.
That's fine.
You're right, this is the final class trial. And this time, it'll be fair. What do you mean this time? Stop with all the slander. I'm a bear in good standing, you know.
Unbelievable.
If there was a Mr. Fair Guy Universe contest, I'd take home the tiara every year. I'm gonna win this game super fair and square.
Hey, I'm feeling white.
And I'll make sure everyone watching at home knows that despair is mightier than the hope.
Stop talking.
Enough of your tedious drivel. Begin the trial already. Sure, let's begin the trial already. I'll be waiting for you down below.
Guys.
So don't try and run away. Laughing as loud as ever, Monokuma disappeared. Whatever.
In the name of my family.
This will be over in no time. With inexplicable confidence, Byakuya was the first one into the elevator. One by one, the others followed. We're gonna have to start by proving it's not me, and the fact that there's 7 people alive is gonna be our starting point. Nobody made eye contact, nobody said a word, they just disappeared into the elevator. They're all acting odd. Like they're paranoid, suspicious of each other.
However,
But you know why that is, don't you? Yeah, I think so.
however,
Well, you can tell us all about it soon. At the class trial. You're right, I'm ready.
so
Ready to win, right? Of course. I'm glad to hear you say that. Well, they're gonna just think, well, there's only the 15 of us. Clearly Makoto is it. Well, no, there's 16. It was told us many times there's 16. There's 16 bodies. There are literally 9 bodies in there. And if there's only 15, yeah, then it's one of us. But no, there's 16. There's a 7th person somewhere. And then Kyoko was aboard the elevator. I keep messing up her voice and forgetting to do it. I'm sorry. I started making my way toward the opening, step after step toward that gaping maw. I'd resolved that this would be the last time. I repeated to myself that there was no fear, no mystery left. I pushed anxiety down, calmed my trembling body, and finally, on steady legs, I passed the threshold and stood in the elevator. Without warning, it began to descend. Deeper and deeper, 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 deeper still. Deeper and deeper, and deeper, and deeper. Deeper and deeper it fell. I closed my eyes, and sight fell away. All sound too disappeared. Alone in the universe, I waited for the elevator doors to open for the last time. It could have been seconds or centuries later. I felt the gentle vibration of the elevator come to an end. I slowly opened my eyes. This is the final trial site? What do you think? Isn't it just the perfect background for deciding a person's fate? It's the long-awaited last stage, the always exciting final boss battle. And I'm gonna sit in on this one. I'll just sit right here in the vacant 16th seat. Well then, let's begin. Yes, I would love to save the data. Let's put it right there. I don't think any of my skills have changed since last time. Yeah. I didn't think so. I am gonna take a slight break. And then we'll start up the class trials. So, be right back. Hello, hello. I'm back. It is the final trial time. Ooh. All rise.
Since this will be the final class trial, I've come up with a special rule.
Hmm.
So listen up!
Uh-oh.
If you can figure out Mukuro's killer and go on to solve the mystery of this school, you guys win! But if you can't, then I win! And of course, waiting for the loser is the super exciting, super heart-pounding punishment!
Are you saying that if you lose, you'll execute yourself?
Yep, sure will.
But they're doing it in Monokuma's voice. Hello, welcome. We're just starting off the K6 class trial for Danganronpa Trigger Happy Havoc. How are you doing? This is the final trial. I think this is in-game, so welcome, welcome.
And that's final? No loopholes? No wiggling out of it later?
Oh no, the loophole is Monokuma will get the punishment, not the actual person that's behind Monokuma.
Bears never go back on their word.
That's why they started using all the bear puns.
Never mind all that. I just have one question for you.
Oh, you're taking this serious, huh? Are you feeling okay?
Is the mastermind only one person? Don't bother. I already know the answer. You're all the mastermind, aren't you? You're all out to get me!
Oh, goodness.
I'm right, aren't I? I knew it!
Oh no! Also, that trial, like,
You guys have all
that one
been working
hurt.
together, haven't you? I have evidence, so I know I'm right.
Hey, you stole my line. You're all out to get me. I'm sure of it. I have evidence of my own.
Okay. What is this announcement?
I too have evidence to present. Evidence that proves everyone other than me has been working together.
What? Wait, hold on. This doesn't make any sense.
There's nothing there.
How can the three of us each have that kind of evidence?
Oh, no, no, no. It's the group photo. No, I've got the evidence. Your guys is all fake. I need to think about it one more time. There must be a contradiction. Yeah. Hold on.
You guys have all been working
Okay, it must be the
together,
group
haven't
photo.
I have evidence.
Hey, you're
I
right.
have evidence.
I have evidence of...
What a coincidence. Evidence that proves everyone.
What? This doesn't make any sense. How can the three of us each have that?
Oh!
It's not just you three. I have evidence too.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, sometimes that is true. Hero, okay, I didn't spend much time with Hero except for the ones to get his prediction that's, yeah. I do not understand how Hero is the ultimate clairvoyant, and how, like, that has not been used a single time. Like, there's a few characters I didn't care about, and all of them really came down to the fact that, like, they just didn't really embody, like, their ultimate in any sort of way sometimes. But, like, I don't understand, like, his is one of those that I'm just like, I don't understand you. So, there's that. Hold on, slight break. I will be, like, right back in, like, 2 seconds. Okay. Sorry about that. It's just not you three. I have evidence too. Oh, so Monokuma changed the picture and edited out people, didn't he?
What? You too?
The evidence you're all referring to is this group photo, right?
Yeah, and if each of us are edited out, I should be right there in that chair.
Yeah. Huh? Wait, but mine's different.
Mm-hmm.
With the picture you have, I'm in it. But that can't be right. Because in my
Exactly.
picture,
Yep.
see? I'm the only one not in it.
Oh, they're completely different photos. I figured as much, in which case...
Hero, you have a picture too, right? Let's see it.
Okay, but be careful with it. It's pretty important evidence.
We're not gonna steal your evidence, Hero. It's okay. Don't worry about it, bud. We're gonna be okay. It's all taken on the day that they were sick.
So the secret in these pictures has been revealed.
Secret or whatever, I don't care. You guys are all in on this together. That's why I'm the only one missing.
Dude, we all have pictures where we're
Picture. You're the ones trying to trick me.
So the whole purpose behind these photos was to get us questioning and fighting with each other. The mastermind laid a trap to make us each think everyone else was working against us.
Mm-hmm.
I laid a trap?
Yeah.
Trap? How rude! What grounds do you have for such audacious accusations?
The proof I need to reveal Monokuma's trap. Each photo has a certain something in common. There's a connection regarding what person is in shown in the group photos. And that is the ones who got the photos.
In each case, the only one not in the picture is the person who received it.
Yep.
So, in the picture I got, I'm the only one missing.
I bet you we were sitting in that chair and we were just edited out.
In the picture Hina got, she's the only one missing.
Makoto's struggle busting. That's funny.
And in the picture Hero got, he's the only one missing.
Yep.
As long as we're talking about it, I suppose I should show you my photo as well.
And then there's this kid. Wait.
In other
Junko's
words,
face has been
Monokuma
like
gave each of us a group photo
was hidden in that one. Was Junko's face hidden in the other ones too? Oh, I don't have rewind on. I bet you Junko's face was covered in all of them.
Just assumed everyone else was the enemy?
Figured it out, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah, I thought that must be it. But how was that a hint?
But you know, there might be more to this than just Monokuma trying to confuse us. There's something else that bothers me about everyone's pictures. Yes! What is it? What's sticking at me? Junko's face is covered! Every single one!
Listen, can I see everyone's group photo one more time? It's not directly connected to what we're talking about, but I'd like to double check something.
Sure, no problem.
Yeah, I don't mind.
Yep. Oh, also, I didn't end up getting myself water. I'm sure there's something unusual about these group photos. What is it? I need to compare each of them one more time. Junko's face is covered. Yakuya's picture. Junko's not facing the camera. Hina's picture. Once again, Junko's facing away from the camera. And Junko's face is covered. There's something strange about all of them. Something I can't quite pin down. Something... Group photo has been updated in the truth bullet section of your handbook.
Forget about the photo already.
Nope, because Junko's face is covered.
Trying to trick me with such an obviously fake photo. I'm still pissed about that.
And on top of that, they went to all that trouble to make it look like we were wearing matching
No, I don't think the photos are completely faked, guys.
So you think they're fake?
They're not fake. They were just taken on different days.
No. I assure you, they're quite real.
What are you talking about? There's no way.
Yep.
Yeah, I don't remember ever taking a picture like that. So it's gotta be a fake. I'm sure of it.
But you know, can we really be so sure?
Huh?
Yeah, there were all the
Don't get me
lockers.
wrong, I don't remember taking this picture.
Our
either.
memories were wiped. It is MK Ultra. MK Ultimate, Monokuma Ultimate, wipe all our memories and
Really enough to be absolutely
do a
positive
psychological
they're fake?
experiment.
What do you mean?
The reason I don't remember this picture isn't necessarily because it's fake. There might be some other reason, some terrible reason, an unbelievable but entirely horrifying reason. Amnesia! Hangman's Gambit. Is it gonna be amnesia? Yeah, it's amnesia. Okay, so I need an M. An E. Where's the E? S. Not R. S. I. A. Think! Amnesia!
Now I understand.
Ching 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 ching. Complete.
Let's say that somehow we'd all lost our memories. That could explain it, couldn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I get it. So we all just lost our memories at the same time and forgot about the photo. Makes sense. As if. You expect me to believe such an unbelievable occult-type story?
You're the clairvoyant, dude! Oh, boy!
It's just crazy.
It's only natural that they wouldn't believe it. But no matter how much they refuse, if that's the absolute truth, they have no choice. We can't move forward until they accept it. And there's another way to prove it besides those pictures.
You're saying we all got spontaneous amnesia? Since when did this turn into some kind of sci-fi fantasy?
I promise you,
I mean-
haven't lost my memory. Ever since I got to this school, I remember everything that's happened.
So
The idea that we all lost our memories.
It's totally stupid. Obviously.
Okay, there must be more. The interview
You're
DVD.
saying we all got spontaneous? Since when did this turn into some kind of...
I promise you, I haven't lost my... Ever since I got to this school, I remember everything that's happened.
No.
No, it's wrong.
No, because we have the interview DVD. Guys, I know you didn't see it, but it existed.
Those photos aren't the only things that point to the possibility
And
of
the
memory
lockers.
loss.
Like, there's quite a lot that we don't remember.
This DVD does the same thing.
You're not gonna show us something indecent, are you?
No, Toko.
No, it's nothing like that. It's a video of all of us being interviewed by the Hopes Peak Academy headmaster.
Yep.
When you say all of us, you mean...
I mean all of us, including you.
And me.
Lie! I never did any kind of interview.
No, it's not a lie. Just watch the DVD and you'll see for yourself.
Well, Monokuna took care of that one.
The headmaster did, in fact, interview you.
Yep. She has ice cream hair. Man, now I want an ice cream cone from McDonald's. Like, just the cheap... Or an Oreo Blizzard. Hold on. Wait, no. Let's scratch that. Let's go to Dairy Queen and get a Blizzard instead. Super much better.
I didn't imagine you would remember.
It's not about whether or not I remember. You expect me to believe all this? That I lost my memory somehow?
Yeah. Honestly...
Well, we don't have any way to refute it, so we have no choice but to accept it as reality.
How can you say that? We're talking about living, breathing amnesia here.
Are you okay,
To be
Hero?
honest, I have something else on my mind right now.
Something else?
Yeah.
You said the DVD contains recordings of us being interviewed by the headmaster, right?
Right?
What were the interviews about?
The headmaster sat each of us down, one at a time, and asked us the same question.
Do we consent to living at the academy?
He asked us if we could accept the idea of spending the rest of our lives in this school.
What kind of question is that?
And how did we answer?
We'd say no, obviously.
We all said yes, because we had grown close to each other and made friends with each other throughout our time at the school that we don't remember.
Actually, we all said we could.
And that's why the Ultimate Despair took it and used it against us.
Even me. I heard myself say yes. I could spend the rest of my life at this school.
Why? Why would you say yes? something like that.
Because we had all spent the school's time together.
I don't remember a thing.
The same goes for everyone else. Nobody remembers.
Mm-hmm.
You don't remember choosing to live here forever, or even talking to the headmaster about it at all.
It doesn't matter if I remember or not. Even if I bought the whole amnesia thing, the idea that I would
But,
want to live here
see,
forever?
the thing is you're not just forgetting, you're forgetting all of the memories you
How
have.
can I believe that?
Insane or not, we can't move forward until you accept it. Am I right?
You sure are, 'cause it's all true.
Yep. Because the headmaster was trying to protect the students. Ultimate despair got in the way and ruined those plans. The mastermind took
I
it
know
and
sounds absurd, but
just
if it's the
threw it
truth,
out the window.
there's nothing we can do about it.
Indeed. We only have one path in front of us.
Then, I really...
Yep, you all totally lost your memory at the same time.
Yep. All the way back through all of our school days where we got to know each other.
This isn't like some normal kind of memory loss. You stole those specific memories from us, didn't you?
All of our school life together.
See? You figured that part out too, huh?
And then cryo froze us.
Of course. There's no way we would all just happen to get amnesia
For a
at the same
year.
time.
And then woke us up to play this dumb game.
How could someone just steal our memories?
Like, a lot of psychological experiments.
Come. That hardly matters right now. If I said it was hypnotism, would you believe me? Or we opened up your skull, then messed with your brains? Would you really believe anything I said? How it happened doesn't matter right now.
What matters is figuring out what memories you took from us. That's
All
what
of
you're
them.
trying to
All
say,
of our
right?
school life.
I knew I could count on you.
The
Oh, boy.
interview with the headmaster, taking that group photo, those can't be the only memories we lost. There must have been a purpose to it all. A reason for taking away our memories.
They took away our connections in our school life.
Of course there was a purpose. It all has to do with the original motive.
The original motive.
You mean the motive you came up with to try and get us to all kill each other?
That has something to do with the memories you stole from us?
If we had come into this game with all the memories of the connections we had made with each other, a lot of people, even if we hadn't come into us remembering that we said yes, but just with the memories we had with each other, a lot of people would have just accepted it.
It sure does. But that part's still a secret. Anyway, I'm sure it's not easy, but let's all focus on the class trial for the murder of Mukuro Ikusama.
I mean, it's also for all the secrets of the school.
So you want us to figure out who killed her before we do anything else?
So until we do that, well, either way, we have to explain every last remaining mystery. So, the only one who killed Mukuro, the true mastermind, that's what we need to expose. Okay.
So who did it? Who killed her?
Whoever did it is the same one who's behind everything. That much I'm sure of.
When you think about it, is the mastermind really here in the school?
Yeah, the control room.
Of course! They have to be here somewhere.
What makes you so sure?
What does make me so sure? Exactly! You're just making stuff up. There's no way the mastermind is here.
And the
mastermind is probably a million miles away.
no, they're in the control room. There is a hatch where they can hide in.
There's no question that the mastermind is somewhere
We just
within the school.
probably.
How do you know? Did you find some evidence or something?
Yeah, Hina was with us too.
In the back of the data center, I found a panel that controls Monokuma. The mastermind must have been using that to control him all this time, so there can't be any doubt. The mastermind has been inside the school all along.
Yep.
There can't be any doubt. In which case, there also can be no doubt that the mastermind.
But there's only
is one of
9
us.
bodies and there were 16 of us, so there's 7 people still alive.
Why?
Recall what Makoto told us Monokuma said to him earlier.
I'm sure I told you this already, but the killing game began with 16 participants, all of them high school students, and the only people to take a single step in Hope's Peak since the killing game began are those 16 students.
So if the mastermind is in the school, we have to assume it can only be that 16th student.
But how'd they manage to survive all of this?
So we're the only ones here? It's not me! I'm not the mastermind!
No, we know.
Not me.
We know.
Blame Makoto! What? Why me? Cuz! It's super weird how you're the only one who survived being executed.
Oh, I get it. The only way he could have survived
Oh,
is if he was actually the
using
mastermind
that to your
himself, right?
advantage.
Aw, nuts! Ya got me!
Wait! What are you trying to say?
Everyone, calm down. There's
Who's
no reason to
controlling
panic.
Monokuma now if we're all here? Dude, that's the first thing. Monokuma is being controlled right now. There is a 7th person in this school. Yes, there's not a reason to panic. However, once again, a short break, like maybe a couple minutes. I will be right back. And we're back! Everyone, calm down. There's no reason to panic.
The mastermind's true identity will become clear soon enough.
That's a good point. Rather than wasting time bickering, we should put our minds to work solving this mystery.
Yeah, well, how much time have we already spent talking about the murder?
Well, we don't know who the victim really is, though. Well, we know it's one of the old okay, it's Junko's body. We know it's one of the old bodies. And it's gotta be Junko's body because of the nails. 100%.
He's right. What more is
That's
there
what I
to
thought
talk
last
about?
chapter. That's what I'm sticking with. Also, there's only 9 bodies there, and if there was 16 of us, including Mukuro, then there is a person still alive controlling Monokuma now, which, given the fact that Monokuma is up and moving and being controlled while the rest 6 of us are here, means that there is the 7th person here. And it's not one of us controlling Monokuma.
If you want something to talk about, I think there might be one thing. We haven't fully established what Mukuro's fatal injury was.
Yep.
But I thought we figured that out. She died when she got hit in the back of the head.
Nope, that
No,
came after the death.
That isn't actually what killed her. It was something entirely different. Wouldn't you agree, Makoto?
Mukuro's actual cause of death must have been the other wounds.
All of the
Getting
wounds
those hearts
covering
back.
her body. That's what really killed her.
And how would you get a bunch of wounds covering your body like that? If Monokuma stabbed you to death a bunch of times.
Hey, now hold on a
That's
second.
how.
You did read the Monokuma file, right?
Yep. The body was covered with other wounds, but these were at least several days
It
old.
made it pretty clear. Those wounds were made at least a few days ago.
Because they pulled the body out of the morgue with the tarp that says Biolab, and which is the temporary morgue.
So they can't possibly be what killed her.
Except they are.
Consider this. What if the murder itself took place at least a few days ago?
Mm-hmm.
What?
What if, when we discovered her body, she'd already been dead for several days?
Yeah, because they played such a lot body dead alarm.
If that's true, then naturally the wounds that killed her would appear to be however many days old.
That doesn't make any sense.
Mm-hmm.
Because she had all those wounds before she ever came here.
Huh? How do you know that?
Isn't it obvious? She was the ultimate soldier, right? So that means, you know,
You're wrong.
she denied me before I could even say anything.
Are you okay, Toko?
Come on.
Toko?
I mean, you think I'm not weird, okay? At least listen to what I have to say before you deny me.
If you're so sure we're gonna deny you, why bother saying it in the first place? Well, because some new knowledge might come to light. There is always that. Group photo interviewed Mukuro Ikusaba's post file, headmaster's e-handbook, Monokuma control.
Mukuro was the ultimate soldier. She must have been in 100 different
Wait a sec.
battles.
Hold on. Mukuro's profile. Did not have a single scar wound when she came to Hope's Peak Academy. In addition, her physical features were as follows. Yeah. Because she's not actually Mukuro.
Think about it. Obviously, she got all those wounds in there.
Nope. She didn't have wounds when she got here. It's a fake Mukuro. That's why the person coming back
Mukuro didn't suffer those wounds in battle.
as Mukuro was a fake Mukuro. That's what it was. That's what it
The
was.
file we found in the headmaster's room said as much. Despite the time she spent in battle after battle as a member of Fenrir, when she entered the school, she hadn't sustained a single injury.
He was claiming to be Mukuro Ikusaba and looked like her, but she wasn't the real Mukuro.
To be denied so completely. Actually, it's kind of refreshing. Maybe it's because of all of Master's training.
Are you okay, Toko? I literally do not think you're okay,
So
Toko.
we can be sure that Mukuro suffered all those wounds after coming to this school. In which case, they could be the very thing that killed her.
Mm-hmm.
As As a matter of fact, it's hard to imagine any other possibility.
We're just
When
grooving with the
examining
music.
her body, I found that her stomach and head wounds came after she was already dead.
Unless anyone has any better suggestions, I think we can say this with confidence. The wounds Mukuro sustained all over her body are what ultimately killed her.
Mukuro's fatal injury has been added to the truth bullet section of your handbook.
But if that's what killed her,
Mm-hmm.
then does that mean she's really been dead for who knows how long?
That's exactly what it means. When we found her body in the garden, she'd already been dead for several days.
So then, what about the little matter of what happened last night?
That
Makoto,
was-
you said you were attacked in your room by a masked assailant. If Mukuro had already been dead for several days, certainly it couldn't have been her.
It was the mastermind! It was the mastermind!
So who was it that attacked you?
The identity of the one who attacked me. I can't think of anyone else. Mastermind. It had to have been. It's the 7th student that's literally still alive right now controlling Monokuma.
When we discovered Mukuro in the garden wearing the same mask.
No, they dragged out Junko's body.
I naturally assumed she must have been the one who attacked me, but I was wrong.
Yeah, no, I think the Mukuro, because, like, we had this conversation of why would she come back out of hiding after she'd been gone for years saying she hadn't been kidnapped? Like, I honestly think that wasn't the real Mukuro Ikusaba. That was somebody that was told, like, masquerading on her, either on purpose because they were being blackmailed or whatever, but that was masquerading as her. They needed a second person in there? Interesting.
It wasn't her at all. It was the mastermind.
What are you laughing at?
Oh, don't mind me. I'm just getting a little impatient sitting here listening. I think I'm gonna jump in. Let's start off with a nice, easy question.
Okay, what are you...
Your assumption that I attacked Makoto is just that, right? An assumption. You can't really know who was under that mask, can you? I mean, that's the whole point of a mask.
well,
The
yes.
true identity of the masked attacker is Mukuro Ikusaba. At least, that's what I think. Do you have any evidence? that
Now he's trying to throw the
convinces you
trial for a loop,
otherwise?
isn't he? Oh, shit. There's no way Mukuro is the one that attacked me, even if I didn't see their face. Mukuro had a very obvious Fenrir tattoo. Comparing that to the masked attacker, it should be obvious. Okay, that's the only bullet we have.
You never saw their face, right? So you can't have any idea.
Hold on. What? Does it say anything? Yeah, there's no thing about the tattoo in there. Okay, that's what I thought. So I'm gonna have to grab something probably.
I'm telling you now, it was Mukuro Ikusaba.
You're wrong. Even without seeing their face, there is another part of the attacker we can use to prove it wasn't her.
Mm-hmm.
Oh? And what is this other part?
Yeah,
Is it the right hand? Or the left hand? Maybe the right foot?
The right
Or
hand.
perhaps the left foot? Or could it be
The
the
hips! Oh, baby, because your hips don't lie. And that's all you get. That's all you get out of that one. The right hand.
Never
Oh,
saw
no,
their
not right
face,
foot.
right? So you
Control,
can't
that's not what it's
tell
supposed to be.
you now, it was
You're wrong. There's another part of
Where's right hand?
Is it the right hand or the left hand?
Hello, give me right hand,
The right foot?
not right foot.
Perhaps the
Game, you're dumb. I was selecting right hand and you were being a dumbass.
the hips.
The hips! How he says that and sped up is pretty funny. Thank you. Thank you for giving me the right one. No.
I'm telling you now, it was Mukuro Ikusama.
Oh my god. Are you kidding me?
Is it the right hand?
Are you kidding me, game? That was bullshit.
Maybe the right foot.
That was straight up bullshit, game.
Or could it be the hips?
That was straight bullshit.
You never saw their face, so you can't have any idea. I'm telling you now.
I'm gonna go over here and maybe it won't like get blocked by something that literally just appeared. After I had shot the bullet, no less.
Mukuro had a tattoo on her right hand, if I remember correctly.
No, the body had a
A
tattoo on her right
representation
hand.
of Benry. In other words, a wolf tattoo. But I saw the right hand of the person who attacked me. And there was no such tattoo. So there's no way the person behind the mask was Mukuro.
Yeah, well, okay. You got me. I guess it wasn't her.
But,
But that still doesn't prove that it was me.
I mean, it wasn't us here.
Been, you know, someone else.
No, the original stab wounds match what you did to Junko with the spiky spike. At the beginning.
Hiro, Toko, Hina, and I all have solid alibis for that entire night.
Yeah, we were in the gym tearing you apart, so it could have been.
I
any of
mean,
us.
guys.
Okay, sure. It couldn't have been any of you. But what about Kyoko? It totally could have been her.
She wears gloves all the time.
Uh-oh. No snappy comeback? Did I score a bullseye?
If you insist, I don't mind
Hello.
showing you.
Huh? Show me what?
What do you think? I'll show you the one thing that proves
Her
beyond
hands.
a shadow of a doubt it wasn't me.
Kyoko was removing her gloves.
Your hands!
Without thinking, I let out a gasp. It was more than just a little burned
Awful,
skin.
isn't it? It happened when I was first learning to be a detective. I was inexperienced.
I thought you didn't want anyone to see those scars.
If it means we get another step closer to unmasking the mastermind, it doesn't really bother
Yeah,
me.
no, she is out for truth. I would say out for blood, but no, she is just out for truth, really. Then she put her gloves back on.
My scars should suffice as proof. Makoto, did the person who attacked you have scars like
I mean,
mine?
she's just straight up, she's like, nope, we're going through this, and this.
No, not at all. I'm positive.
Practically
Then this
positive
much
in
has
every
been
way.
made clear. There can be no doubt that the one who attacked Makoto is the true mastermind.
This is just
Oh
awful.
boy, you really are back in the corner.
My secret being revealed. I had to look at those positively
That's
grotesque
terrible of
scars
you,
of
Monokuma.
yours.
Like, you're just a cruel human being.
Sorry, did I say that out loud? I do hope I didn't hurt your feelings.
Dude, nobody's giving any word you say
Not at
any
all.
actor.
You can say whatever you want.
Nobody cares what you say.
Sure, as long as it means pushing me farther into the corner, right? But I'm not cornered just yet.
Mm-hmm, sure.
Because if you haven't noticed, the circumstances surrounding Mukuro's death are totally unknown.
Other than she was one of the bodies in the morgue.
That's true. All we know right now is she was killed a good while before this morning.
On the contrary, we don't know anything.
Yes, we
other than that.
do. She was in the
You're
morgue.
not going to tell us she was already dead before we arrived here or something, are you?
In that regard, you have nothing to worry about.
She had already been in the
I
morgue.
promise you, without a doubt, she died after our little killing game began here.
Yeah, by you,
That
Monokuma.
somehow she was killed in secret without any of us knowing.
After she died, who knows how much time went by before we found her, right? Did the culprit stash her somewhere? She couldn't have been in the garden the whole time, could she?
No, that's where the biolab comes in.
She would have been totally decomposed. Just like your
Like I said,
brain.
there's been a morgue here the entire time. You can't do an entire murder mystery game without stashing bodies somewhere.
She was being stored somewhere?
Yep.
To hide a body here. To just store it somewhere?
There's only one place. I can't think of anywhere else the body could have been stored. In the biolab. Yeah, the pool.
Mukuro's body was probably kept hidden in the biolab.
Yep.
Biolab? You mean on the 5th floor?
Mm-hmm.
That's right. It's actually set up for use as a morgue.
Yeah.
So it's the perfect place to hide a body. And it'd keep the body preserved at the same time.
Look at 9. Not
And you're also
10.
saying the body was moved from
9.
the biolab to the garden.
And I have no doubt that that's exactly what happened. In fact, I have proof.
The tarp. The proof that shows the body was carried from the biolab to the garden. There's something that made its way from the biolab to the garden. It's the tarp. The one that very clearly says the tarp found in the garden had played a part in Mukuro's murder. Biolab had been stamped on one corner of the tarp. The same kind of tarp was found in the biolab, so there's no doubt that this tarp came from there.
I got it. What makes me
The
so
tarp.
sure
It
the
has to
body
be.
was carried from the biolab to the garden is the tarp that we found in the garden. When I was checking it over again, I noticed something. I noticed that some text had been stamped on one corner of the tarp.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, it says biolab.
Yep, yep.
Holy cow! How'd you notice that tiny little thing?
Because we're actually trying to investigate.
Makoto's nitpicky nature seems to have surfaced with perfect timing.
This proves that the tarp originally came from the biolab.
Thanks, Yakia.
In fact, there's a whole stack of tarps just like it in there.
How do you think that they're moving those bodies around after people are dead and the cases are wrapped
So
up?
when the killer moved the body to the garden, they must have grabbed a tarp to wrap it in.
Mm-hmm.
Then they simply left it as it was to protect against the sprinklers, and put the code on it afterwards.
Mm-hmm.
You made everything sound so amazingly consistent.
Yep.
That's just a wild guess. Where's your evidence? Prove that the body was wrapped in a tarp and moved.
There is no evidence. I was simply explaining what I think happened. But you seem to be getting pretty worked up about it, wouldn't you say?
Yep.
Now that the conversation has turned to the topic of the biolab, you must be getting pretty nervous.
Yeah, because there's only 9 bodies in there. And you told us there were 16 people. That means there's a 7th person, and the 7th person is controlling Monokuma right now.
The key to uncovering your secret identity is hidden within that room, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Talking about unmasking the mastermind?
Yep.
You see, the biolab contained an inconsistency. One so major it can't be overlooked.
An inconsistency in the biolab. Could you be talking about...
I can't hear you. La 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 la.
Oh my god. Every single time somebody like this, it gets back in quarter, they turn into
Such a
children.
child. Oh well, just ignore him.
I need to pull myself together and think. The inconsistency in the biolab. Could you be talking about...
By the way, Makoto, what about that one thing?
What one thing?
What do you think I'm talking about?
Oh. We are doing... Well, we're doing case 6. The retrial for Mukuro. Yes.
Your family.
Also, why does that have any relevance right now, Mr. Monokuma? Okay. Couple things I've noticed, Monday. At the beginning of the trial, when we were all shown our pictures about everything, that, like, we haven't addressed this yet, but I did pick it up. The fact that... the fact that, Junko's face isn't visible in any of them. And then what we discovered from the rest of the file is Junko and Mukuro have the same measurements. So my thought is and Mukuro came to the school without any scars, which yes could say, oh, she's such like a good at battle, or it could be that that's not the real Mukuro, that Mukuro has been like, you know, was just playing the part because of, I don't know, reasons, blackmail, fakeness. Yeah. Also, we just skipped the topic of what the inconsistency was.
Don't tell me you forgot about that video.
There are only 9 bodies in the morgue. So that means 7 people are left alive. And to confirm that, there are 6 people in the trial room, and Monokuma is still being controlled, which means there's a 7th person that has to control him, because we found the Monokuma control room, and you have to control Monokuma, which means that there's a 7th person around here. Yes, yes, yes.
What do you think? Are you sure your family's still okay?
That has nothing to do with the trial.
Why are you bringing that up now?
Can I punch Monokuma?
Your mom, your dad, your little sister.
That literally has nothing to do with the trial.
Family.
You're just trying to distract from the biolab and the inconsistency there, which is the fact that there's only 9 bodies.
Are they really as safe as you might
And if an
assume?
additional person died, there should be 10. But they didn't. With the fake body.
Stop talking about that.
Calm down, Makoto. He wants you to get upset.
Yeah, I need to calm down. I can't let him get to me. He's just saying that because he knows we're getting close to the truth of the biolab. So if I want to shut him up, I need to expose the inconsistency and slam him with it. The inconsistency has to be that one area where the numbers just don't match up. Oh, it's... Okay. I have to remember to reload.
Sure about this? Are you sure about this? What? What do you want? Are you sure about this? Are you sure about this? Are you
Oh,
sure about
I'm out of bullets!
I'm not listening.
Oh, it's the biolab lights. This one. This one. It's the lights. Oh, I wasn't in time. I am terrible at switching the bullets.
About this?
There we go. Is it on the lights? There it is.
This should prove it.
Got it. Got it. Didn't take me too long. That one I have to like super concentrate for, and I'm not even like looking at what's appearing. I'm just focused on the clicking. I'm like, the rest of it will work itself
The
out.
lights.
What are you talking about? What about the lights?
They don't add up. If you have 6 plus 9, that equals 15, and you have told us time and time and time again there are 16 students. So
Like
where's
I
number
said
16?
before, the biolab also acts as a morgue.
Mm-hmm.
And as part of that, a giant refrigerator was installed in there.
Yep, yep.
That's where everyone who's died is stored.
And it was set up so that when a slot had a body in it, a blue light would turn
We're just
on.
screwing over here.
In other words, if the blue light is on, that means there's a body in that slot.
Yep, yep.
But I counted up the number of blue lights that were on, including the one Mukuro was in, and there were only 9.
Why does that matter? You gotta give me the
We're
bite-sized
getting
version here.
there, hero. 9 lights doesn't make sense. The number of lights that should be on is 10.
I got it! 10 of the lights should have been on. Any other number is incredibly
Because there wasn't a new dead body. It was an old dead body.
Suspicious? Why? That's simple. Just recall who's died here so far.
Do you want me to go down my list? Ugh. We've had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 people dead. That's minus Mukuro and the latest body. If you include that, that should have been 10. Sayaka died first. Junko was second. Leon was third. Chihiro was fourth. Mondo was fifth. Taka was sixth. Then Hifumi was seventh. Celeste was 8th. Sakura was 9. And victim number 10 was Mukuro.
So 10 people in all?
That's right. Any other number should make you immediately suspicious.
because they reused one of the bodies.
But according to the lights in the biolab, only 9 people were being stored there.
You're saying a dead body just up and disappeared?
No. Oh my god.
I got it! The mastermind destroyed one of the bodies to get rid of evidence.
No.
But if they wanted to do that, they would have destroyed Mukuro's body, since they actually killed her. And yet, her body was left alone.
Mm-hmm.
Whose body disappeared?
It may very well be that none of them disappeared.
Exactly.
And if that's true, then why doesn't the body count match?
Because the person that's literally controlling Monokuma right now is still alive.
Including Monokuma's executions, there have apparently been 10 deaths.
They
But
just
there were
reused a
only
body.
9 bodies. That's the point I'm trying to make.
I'm completely lost. How can the number of victims be less than the number of murders?
Because there wasn't a murder on the last case. The explanation for more murders and victims, why is that? What would it take for that to make sense? The same person was killed twice.
What about
That's the reuse a body
the same
theory.
person was killed twice?
Mm-hmm.
Killed twice?
Yep.
Officially, 10 murders have been committed so far, but one of the victims may have been murdered, and then murdered again.
Because the dead announcement in chapter 5 just made no sense at all.
Murdered again?
Mm-hmm.
If that's the case, there could have been 10 killings.
That's
but
why
still
Monokuma
only
wasn't
9
being
victims,
controlled.
right?
Because the mastermind was wandering around with messing with the body that they were placing and planting.
Technically, you're right, I guess. Still.
Like all that to like add more despair by finding the key to the data center and then realizing the broadcast was that. You actually just made it worse for yourself and put yourself in the corner.
Could easily have happened. No, it is what happened.
Mm-hmm.
Sounds like you're already convinced. Then can you tell us who was killed twice?
It was Mukuro, of course. Before she was killed as Mukuro Ikusaba, she was killed as someone else.
And the only other person that has the same height, weight, and measurements as her.
That's why the body had to be stored in the biolab until the moment we found it in the garden.
No, that's crazy talk. She was killed as someone else? Come on!
Yep. Also, why didn't Mukuro have a dorm room if there were 16 students, right? Right?
Besides, who could that someone else even have been?
All you have to do is look at those bodily injuries of hers, and that will become obvious.
Yeah, it's the same injuries as Junko's body.
Nothing's gonna become obvious. Because Kyoko's totally delusional.
You're literally just a child that is deflecting because you're backed into a corner. Make your argument. Monokuma file number 5. I just want to read what it says, because I thought we got a different bullet. Also struck, these are at least several. Yeah, we got Mukuro's fatal injury wounds. Appear to be the collection of wounds covering her body. Okay. Someone else that Mukuro was killed as.
Was it Sayaka Maizono? Junko Enoshima? Leon Kuwata?
No, I don't want to. Go over there.
Chihiro Fujisaki? Mando Owada? Kiyotaka Ishimaru? Hifumi Yamada? Celestia whatever?
Ludenberg.
Or maybe Sakura Ogami? No. There's no way anyone was murdered twice!
Let's try this. I may have to do it backwards, but
Who is this someone else that Mukuro was
because it's in order.
Was it Sayaka Maizono? Junko Enoshima?
That's who.
No, that's wrong.
Got it. Luckily, it was that direction, and not the other direction.
Was
'Cause it allowed
her
my
injury
miss to
pretty
work out.
similar to Mukuro's?
What do you mean?
We never got a Junko file because it was just an execution. Right?
Well, remember what happened to her?
She was impaled.
She was impaled by a bunch of spears.
Yeah.
All over her body.
Like I said, Monokuma went all Vlad the Impaler on her.
And Mukuro died from a number of wounds across her body.
Mm-hmm.
When you compare that to the stab wounds Junko suffered...
Mm-hmm.
And the similarities match?
Yes.
Yep,
And
yep,
those
yep,
are
yep,
the
yep.
only fatal injuries that match up. That explains why those two bodies are actually one and the same.
Yep, yep, yep.
So let me see if I have this straight. Junko, or someone going by that name, was stabbed to death with multiple spears. Then her body was kept in the biolab.
See, I think the
for however
Mukuro
long
is the not real
before being
person.
dragged out again. Only this time, it was presented as the corpse of one Mukuro Ikusaba.
But so is the corpse of Junko or is it of Mukuro?
Those wounds
That's the
Junko
real
suffered
question here.
could easily be
Which
these
corpse is
same
it?
Injuries.
I'm just like jamming in the music over here, don't mind me.
Junko are the same person? Wait, so then
No, there's still a seventh person.
what does it all mean?
It means that there haven't been 10 victims, but 9.
The body was the same.
Also means that among the people we thought were dead, one is still alive.
Yep, yep,
And that's the true identity of the mastermind?
yep, yep.
Who is it? Who's behind all this?
Well, it's literally only two people, either Mukuro or Junko, because we don't actually know the identity of the body.
You know the answer to that. It's Mukuro. She's still alive. She took Junko's body and made it look like she was the one who died. So Mukuro is still alive.
There's definitely somebody still alive, because, you know, Kuma's over there being worked around.
Total silence? Then I must be right.
No, he's gonna start laughing in like 20 seconds. Mukuro? Alive? The one that's still alive is Mukuro? But can we really believe that? No, there's no way. There's no way Mukuro Ikusaba is still alive. Which one is it? Make your argument. Okay. Lana.
The body we found in the garden. It wasn't Mukuro.
Then she's still alive?
Hold on. I just... Monokuma file, I don't think is it. Didn't have a single scar or wound when she came to Hope's 5'7", 97 vitals. The corpse matches these characteristics. Yeah, okay, that's what it has to be.
That's right. She made it look like Junko's. So the mastermind's true identity is Mukuro.
No.
You say Monokuma?
No. That to be true, then that couldn't have been her bounty. We found the honor. Is that really possible? However, Junko has very similar measurements.
Wasn't Mukuro.
No, that's wrong.
It has to have been Mukuro. Because the measurements match her profile.
No, the body we found in the garden was Mukuro. That's one thing we can be sure of. The body's appearance and measurements are consistent with her records. Right, Kyoko?
She was 5 foot 6 inches tall and weighed 97 pounds. Her vitals were 31, 21, 32.
5'7" though. I thought it was 5'7".
Everything in her profile is.
Hold on. Hold on. No, it's 5'7". Is this a typo mistake or is this a like game-related mistake?
And then there's the matter of the Fenrir tattoo. So
I'm
there's
assuming
no
it's a
question
typo
it's her.
mistake.
But if Mukuro's not the mastermind, then who's actually still alive?
The only person with the same measurements? Someone's made it look like they died, but they're actually still alive. It has to be the same person with the body that we thought was dead. There's only one person it could be. Select someone. Well, at least it's Junko. It has to be. That's the only person with the same measurements and the same wounds.
Junko is still alive. It's the only possibility.
Are you sure about that?
Huh?
I admit, since Mukuro is undoubtedly dead, Junko does seem to be the only other explanation.
Yeah. However, we did watch her get impaled.
But we saw her get impaled. She died right before our very eyes.
The photos! The photos with nobody actually showing her face.
If Junko were still alive, the
That's-
death we saw would had to have been some kind of charade. But you yourself confirmed she was dead, did you not?
Now that you mention it. I gently placed my hand on Junko's lifeless body. I touched her wrist to check for a pulse, like they do in movies and stuff. She really is dead. There wasn't anything else to say. She was gone. Yes, thank boots too. I did check, absolutely, and I can say for
She
sure.
was dead. There's no question. Junko was dead.
So, the idea that she's still alive.
It must be wrong.
No, it's not wrong, because we've never seen her real face. We've seen Mukuro's face.
Then you're withdrawing your previous statement?
No.
I know you gave it your best shot, but
You shouldn't be so happy at
I
that,
guess your conclusion was a dud.
because it wasn't a dud.
Too bad.
Because
too
you're
bad.
too happy that we're moving away from that exact conclusion.
This case hasn't been decided just yet.
Oh?
You haven't given up already, have you, Makoto?
Nope, nope. Well, Sarah hasn't. Makoto, I'm not sure.
Of course not.
There we
There's
go.
no way I'd give up that easy.
He's back.
That's all well and good, but how do you intend to solve the problem standing in your way?
None of us really know what Junko looks like.
Junko absolutely died. Mukuro absolutely died.
Then both of them are dead, right? There can't be any kind of survivor
Yes, there
story.
can, because somebody is literally controlling Monokuma right now, so...
I think we need to look at this from the opposite direction.
Huh? The opposite direction?
Let's assume Junko is still alive. If so, how could she have survived?
How could Junko have survived? I checked her. She was dead, I'm sure of it. But still, she were alive somewhere. Could it be that Junko's not the one that died? It wasn't Junko, but someone else entirely? Maybe she used some sort of trick. Hangman's Gambit. Replace? Where's an L? Placed. E. I need an E. And there is a D then. Got it. Okay, replaced. It was replaced. Good, 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 good. I'm solving puzzles. Damn letter game.
That's it. What if she switched places with someone else?
Switch places?
That's right. Before the spears could kill her, she got someone to take her place. Specifically, Mukuro Ikusaba.
Then that would make it Mukuro's corpse that showed up later.
Yep.
Which is why the body's height and weight and everything match Mukuro's profile, right?
I don't know anything about this switching places thing, but that had to be Junko who got stabbed to death, right?
I mean, it's somebody that looks like Junko.
Yeah, you're saying they switched? When could they even have done that?
At the very beginning.
Right when she was about to die? Like she used some kind of ninja replacement technique?
Good point. There's just no way they could have switched like that. So maybe the whole idea is wrong.
No. There has to be some way. We need to figure out how to explain they could switch. They switched at the beginning. At the very
Two of
beginning.
them may have switched places from the very beginning.
What? From the beginning?
Remember, there's only 15 of us in the hallway. We didn't see Mukuro, but we did see Junko. But if that wasn't actually Junko and it was Mukuro as Junko...
Yes, from the moment we first met. If that's when they switched, then they wouldn't have had to switch at the moment of death, right?
Yep, yep.
After all, the one we saw at that point would have already been Mukuro.
Hold on. So, you're saying the Junko we first met was actually Mukuro all along?
We never saw Junko's face in any of those class pictures.
We'd already met her?
I had, like, a normal conversation with her.
When we first met, none of us knew who anyone else was.
Because our memories have been erased.
So Mukuro could have simply told us her name was Junko.
Yep, 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 yep.
And we never would have known the difference.
Yep, yep.
That would easily allow the two of them to switch places from the very beginning.
Wait, but Mukuro had a tattoo on the back of her hand, right?
Makeup!
Junko never had any tattoo like that, did she?
She could have hidden it with foundation or something like that.
Exactly.
If she did, it likely melted away in the explosion, exposing the tattoo after the body was extinguished. Plus, there were the fake nails found on the hands of Mukuro's body.
That's what I've been going off of this entire time.
They were the same fake red nails she was wearing when we all met for the first time.
Yep, yep.
But if she really did use foundation...
Correct. Even if there was no tattoo on her hand, I couldn't say for certain it wasn't Mukuro. So I'm glad nobody noticed that glaring hole when we were trying to figure out who attacked Makoto. But too bad for you, Monokuma. You can't deny it anymore.
Exactly. Because, you know, you're just sitting right there controlling him.
Wait, so this whole thing was a setup from the very beginning?
Yes. Haven't you figured that out already?
That's true. It was quite an elaborate plan to be sure. Making it look like Mukuro was Junko.
Because the mastermind had to abide by the same rules.
The reason such an elaborate plan was possible is because the two of them were working together.
I mean, we've seen the one that's in the notebook and the one that was introduced to us, but we haven't seen the Junko face in the pictures.
So Mukuro...
We've seen Mukuro's face, which looks very similar.
teamed up with someone like her. In other words, it would be fair to say that Junko herself was also
I
the
don't
ultimate
actually
despair.
remember Mondai, so it's very weird that in all the class pictures that we got as our quote hint that made us turn against each other initially, Junko's face was never at the camera.
What's wrong? Lost the will to fight back?
I think he's just afraid.
Afraid? What's that mean, afraid? Fear is only possible where hope is possible. I only have despair, so fear is an alien concept to me.
Okay, you're just a weirdo.
Then why haven't you been saying anything?
Because it's a bunch of nonsense. Junko's my secret identity.
There's only...
As if.
Then why did you try and protect Junko's real identity?
I tried to protect her identity? When did I do that?
Are you okay? So he still refuses to admit it, but he can try to deceive us all he wants. It doesn't matter, because I've already figured it out. He tried to hide Junko's identity, and not just once, but twice. The first time was during our latest investigation. Talk about the... During our latest... this?
Shoot!
This? Okay.
Shoot!
Oh, I know, okay. I should just read the descriptions, that would make it life more easier for me. Let's see. According to the headmasters, a single scar in addition. Nope, nope, No. No. Like this? Presenting the right evidence. It has to do with Monica trying to keep me from seeing during the edit.
Shoot!
Oh, okay. It's the, this?
I got it!
Yeah, because he shut it off.
While I was in the AV room, watching the DVD of our interviews with the headmaster.
Yep. The latest investigation. Okay. So I was right about the photo thing. It wasn't just the monitor, the DVD player itself had apparently turned off, which of course meant that the DVD wasn't playing anymore. What the heck just happened? Oopsie, looks like it broke out of service. What? So it just happened to break just now? Now then, Win, doesn't matter, failure can strike anywhere, anytime. That's what failure is, right?
You made sure I couldn't finish watching the video. And the
I did
reason you
notice that I cut that off.
is because you didn't want me to see the real Junko, did you?
Oh, yeah! If everyone was in that video, of course Junko would have had to show up.
And if Makoto saw the real Junko,
He would have realized that the Junko we saw
it
wasn't
would have been
Junko.
totally obvious that the Junko we met was an imposter.
I mean, they're gotta be very similar.
The power outage thing was just a fluke.
No, it wasn't a fluke. The mastermind definitely orchestrated that power outage. And that's not the only time they tried to hide Junko's identity. The mastermind tried to cover up one other piece of evidence. I've got to reveal that. Okay, and this is where the other one was. Okay. And this is the one that I noticed right away. It's in the photos.
What do you want? What do you want? Are you sure about this? You're getting all riled up. That's impossible.
Oop. Kinda early, but that's okay.
That's impossible.
It's the... Will you scroll? Thank you. Yeah, no. This
Did you figure it out?
It's Junko, but like the scrolling to select the bullets is like super dumb. Because it doesn't want to scroll immediately. So it didn't select it. This is the second time I had to do this again because I couldn't select the bullet. Paige was doing that. They were both laying on the bed like most of the day, like about a foot apart from each other. It's very cute.
You take pictures?
I didn't get to take pictures because it was in the dark. I know, but they were sleeping right next to each other and it was like, well, not right next to each other. They were like this, but that's still really good because that means they're laying right, sharing the stuff together. Hi, Kiara. You gonna hang out with your mommy and daddy? Yeah. The video wasn't the only thing you tried to cover up. You did the same thing with the group photos.
Uh-oh.
Mm-hmm.
I noticed it just a little while ago, when we were all comparing the photos we got. In all the photos, there's a
You
certain
didn't hide on
similarity.
first time chats?
an
Yeah, I did.
unusual
I have been.
circumstance.
Thank you for reminding me. What are you getting into? Oh, watch! Kitty tail!
What's so
There you go.
unusual about them?
You could go to the window now, it's dark, so it doesn't get in my light. There you go. The unusual circumstance common to all these pictures. Junko's not facing the camera, or her face is invisible. I'd seen that initially in our photo with Taka, very obviously Junko's face.
Junko's face. The one thing common to every single photo is that you can't see her face.
Nope. I like how Kina is like lifeguarding over there. That's like really cute. And then of course Kyoko didn't get her photo, but like that was so obvious. I'm like,
It's hard to believe her face would just happen to be hidden in every single picture, don't you think?
Yep,
And
yep.
on top of that, in this photo, you can see that Mukuro is clearly visible. So in other words, at that point, the two of them hadn't switched yet.
And that was in our other life, where there were 16 students. Well, not our other life, our forgotten life.
There's no doubt that the girl whose face is hidden here is the real Junko.
Because if you look at Mukuro's face...
Which is why you had to have pictures that didn't show her face. Because if we could have seen her face, then it would have clearly revealed that the Junko in the pictures wasn't the Junko that we knew.
Yep, yep.
Xanadu!
Xanadu?
I believe everything Makoto said is true.
Yes, thank you.
Junko and Mukuro switched places before we met either of them.
Mm-hmm.
So she killed Mukuro, who had taken her place, making it look like she'd died. And the real Junko is still alive.
Yep, yep.
And she's the one behind this whole murderous situation. This killing game.
The one controlling, you know, Monokuma right now.
True mastermind and the ultimate despair.
Xanadu times 2!
With this, the identity and the crimes of the mastermind have been exposed.
No, wait, hold on!
Yeah?
Don't bother trying to deny it.
Hold on what?
There's no more room for debate. You don't have anywhere left to run. I'll prove everything, right now.
Oh, is it final comic book time? Finish the thought. Okay, hold on. So knife. I'm gonna assume it's that one. Act 2, stabby stab. Act 3 is, well, that's already carrying the body. Is it dun dun? It's not that one, is it? I'm gonna have to eliminate some things. Hold on. I'm just... That...
Don't loosen this again.
I know. I'm very confused. Is it this? What's this? No. I don't know. I'm so bad at this. So taking out the mask and putting it on that. That's fine. Act 5. Oh no! Body! Explosion! Burn body. Okay, so... Okay. I feel like this is out of order. I literally don't know. Like, this one's struggled. I finally...
Junko and Oshima, right after we all arrived. But that wasn't the real Junko.
That was the...
The girl we saw before us was actually the 16th student who had taken Junko's place. And that girl's name was Mukuro Ikusawa.
Yep.
But it wasn't long before she died at the hands of Monokuma. In other words...
Oh! Okay, yeah. That's true. Okay.
Junko and Oshima.
Oh?
Her body was kept in a biolab, which had been converted into a morgue, until Junko decided to put her body to use. Junko dragged the body out of the biolab, using the tarp to carry her to the garden. She fabricated the murder to try and frame Kyoko, who proven to be one big thorn in her side.
Yep.
Meanwhile, she wanted
This is
us all to
the one that
think
I'm not
Mukuro
100%
was still
sure of.
alive and hiding somewhere inside the school.
Yeah. Oh, okay. I may have just, it's also been a very long time since I played the first thing to like me streaming the rest, because that very first episode I think was like a month ago. Yeah, that's okay. So I think this is that. Okay, but I think it's that way.
Meanwhile, she wanted us all to think Mukuro
I think
was
it's this
still
way. Sorry. Shink, shink. Okay, so I just flip-flopped the two.
put on a mask and then attacked it.
Oh, Kyle, you missed it. Kyoko's saying that the god of death, she can hear the god of death's footsteps. I'm like, oh, you know what's been bugging me? The design for Shinigami in Raincode kind of looks really similar to Kohiri Giri, by the way. Like, full up, straight up pulled a photo up and side by side, and I'm like, ah, oh, that's hilarious. But yeah, I had that moment in the trash room earlier.
After making sure I'd gotten a good look at the mask, she left the room. Then she put the same mask on Mukuro's
But that
body.
would be true. We would have seen all our model photos.
This was all to make us think the person who attacked me and the corpse were one and the same.
Mm-hmm.
She wanted us to
But that
believe
coat
the
was on
murder had
backwards.
only recently taken place.
Pink. The motion sensor bomb. Mm-hmm.
Finally, by strapping a bomb to the body, she was able to destroy any remaining evidence. She needed to
Yep.
hide the body's true identity. She had to make sure we didn't find out it was actually the same person we'd met in the beginning.
Yep.
This is the truth behind Mukuro's murder. And the one who
Murder,
carried
the
it all
second
out
one.
is the true mastermind.
Oops.
The real Junko Enoshima. That's the whole story behind this incident. Well, what do you have to say to that?
Are you gonna run away? I'm pretty sure she's gonna show up because,
What? Are you broken again?
I mean, if Junko's not controlling Monokuma's not gonna respond, and if they're walking down here.
You can't get out of this, so don't even try.
We are talking to a puppet! Not the real person!
Come on! It's time you finally revealed yourself!
Well, yeah, maybe we should go to the secret room.
It's not like you're an endangered species or something. How long do you plan to keep hiding?
Why are you guys all focusing on this damn bear when there's a real person that was in a different control room that we should maybe be going to try and find instead?
Give it up, Junko. The game's over.
Here, Yuri. You're better than this. Or not.
Did you really think the story would end once we reach the climax of
Her
the
hair
case?
being like spiky like a cat is hilarious.
Wrong! There's still plenty more to go!
Okay. Hi. It's a Junko. Ah, there's a tie for my picture.
Waiting so very long for peasants like you to appear. If you swear your fealty to us, we will reward you with half of the entire world. We've even drawn up the deed already. We will grant you honor, status, and some of our home cooking. Have you made your choice? Will you serve under us?
No.
Oh, did you think I was being serious? Sorry, I was just messing with you. It's been so long since I've had an audience. Even I'm not sure what kind of role I'm supposed to play.
Are you okay? I don't think you're okay. The real Junko Inoshima. Inoshima.
Looks like I've finally been set free. Having to play Monokuma all the time, day after day. It was like I was stuck in purgatory. Or like a slow suicide. I get bored so easy, you know?
Your face!
Huh? What about my face? What's wrong with my beautiful face? People have told me I'm cuter than 100 chihuahuas combined.
She has little Monokuma bears in her hair. It's kind of cute.
I feel like this isn't the first time I've seen
The bears are kind of cute. No, I do remember seeing it. I'm sure I've seen her too somewhere. It was definitely before I got to the school. The game is just giving you the answer? Fuck? For a game that never gives you any answer, it's just giving you the answer.
That's right. It was before I ever came to this school. I
It's
remember
like-
seeing a magazine cover.
It says before I got to the school. One of the options, before I got to the school. Right?
And you were on it.
Apparently, I gave Byakuya Junko's voice unintentionally.
Wow, you have a pretty good memory. I guess that's why you've made it this far, huh?
So I was right.
Except I can't remember anything you washed from my
Then
brain.
What you told me in the main hall when this all began.
I've seen her on tons of magazine covers, but I feel like that doesn't quite match up to reality. Huh? Oh, are you talking about my cover photos and junk? Ah, well, of course, that's totally a photoshopped. Photoshopped. Yeah, you know, edited hell and back with, like, computers and junk? Oh, so they aren't real.
Sometimes a little lie is necessary to keep things moving along. Wouldn't you agree?
That explains why she didn't quite seem the same. Because she was a different person all along.
I'm me. And Mukuro is Mukuro.
Thank you for the statement of fact.
She tried her best. But there's just no way she could have passed as the ultimate fashionista.
No worries, Monday.
Two people can never become one as long as the walls of mind and body exist.
Okay.
Not even if they're twins.
Twins!
Oh.
I know, it's such a cliche, right? I'm almost embarrassed to admit it. So basically, Mukuro and I had your stereotypical twin relationship.
I think, like I said earlier, I'm pretty sure I gave Byakuya her
The
voice
older
instead.
sister,
The
tough and
intonation
proud.
at least.
That was Mukuro. The younger sister, smart and cute. That was...
Me! Junko fucking Enoshima! And together, we were the Despair Sisters, aka the Ultimate Despair!
Okay.
Whoa! She's a totally different person now.
Like I said, I get bored easy as hell. I even get fucking bored with myself. But if you're twins, why do you have different last names?
I mean, I'm assuming somebody might have been adopted.
Oh, that again? You have any idea how many times people ask me that shit? Maybe it's new to your dumbass,
Miji is
but
eating
it
her
forced me
foods.
to tears.
But I think
Answering
Sly is
the
moving
same
up.
questions over and over? Just make up whatever answer you want. I don't give a shit. The truth's fucking lame anyway.
But if she was your twin, that means
Oh my god.
you killed your own
She
sister.
has. Good. I'm glad. I feel bad.
And for reasons deeper and darker than the ocean. As if.
God.
Well, I suppose I'd better explain.
What the floops?
For my plan to work,
someone had to be able to control the killing game from behind the scenes. The
Oh my
so-called
God.
mastermind had to operate Monokuma, keep an eye on everyone, things like that. But after looking at the situation, I determined it would be impossible for Mukuro to perform such duties.
Okay.
Because naturally, she turned out to be the letdown of the family.
How is
Leaving
that
me
so?
behind to run off and join some band of mercenaries. Such a disappointment.
Wait. Okay.
So, I decided to play the role of director and have her join the rest of you in your school life.
Okay.
I could have let her work alongside me, but she would have been useless to me that way. Besides, 15 students seemed like a solid number to start with.
I like how Kyoko's over there got the Ace Attorney point going constantly.
Of course, the fact that she was the ultimate soldier posed something of a problem. She had what I call the 3 atrocities. Atrociously rank, atrociously filthy, atrociously repulsive. It was atrociously clear just how out of touch
Okay.
she was with the rest of society. Meanwhile, my ultimate fashionista status has an undeniable appeal that I didn't want to go to waste.
Okay.
And that's why you switched identities?
Sadly, her inability to match my personality was even greater than I'd calculated. It was a lost cause.
Because she attacked Monokuma.
She was nothing more than a bit player, an extra, unworthy of lines.
That's terrible.
Being the utter disappointment that she was, anyone would have expected her to get killed off right away. Which is precisely why I killed her. To meet everyone's expectations.
However, we didn't want. Oh God.
Can't be your only reason,
I just-
can it?
I just don't understand.
Well, no, of course not. I also did it to avoid becoming bored.
I've never been a stickler for following a plan to the letter, you know? If I planned everything out and knew just what was
What
gonna
the fuck is happening now?
that'd be so boring.
God.
So, I changed things just a bit and decided to use Mukuro to make a little point.
Okay.
In other words, Mukuro's death was a one-sided, premeditated act of betrayal.
Yeah.
Just as I suspected.
Yeah.
When Mukuro was killed, she must have been as surprised as anybody else.
Yeah. Does it sound like this chick is any sort of sane? This does not seem like... Real Junko does not seem like a sane human being. Huh? This wasn't supposed to... Why me? I just...
So, you figured it out? Well, you're right. There's no way Mukuro could have pulled off such a convincing performance.
Uh-huh.
But she did teach you all a very valuable lesson, don't you think?
Don't break the rules.
You talk like that.
That's the question you have? Oh boy.
Sacrificed your own sister. How does that not even bother you?
Have you seen what we've gone through in the past 5 minutes?
I sacrificed her? That's what's got you so hot under the collar? Jeez, misunderstandings sure are scary. We were the ultimate despair, you know? So we never had any kind of hope or expectations.
Except her words were, this wasn't supposed to happen. That means that there was an expectation there.
No, I felt despair as long as I can remember. Like I never should have been born at all.
Well, then why didn't you see, like, somebody?
When I was born, I cried tears of total despair. So that's why for us, it's not a big deal whether we die or kill.
Right?
We're just those kinds of people. We can do anything. We've always been filled with despair. So when we do something, we go all the way and live without regret.
Except the fact that this wasn't supposed to means that there was an expectation.
You just murdered your own sister and didn't think anything of it?
At this point, just accept that she's insane.
That's not true at all. We were twins. How could I not be sad? That's why it gets me so
Where did the mushrooms come?
excited.
There are mushrooms in her hair now.
Killing my precious sister with my own 2 hands. That act is filled with so much despair. You can't help but put a super in front of it.
Why are there mushrooms in your hair?
Super, 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 super,
So that's the real reason.
No, more than
What?
that.
That's the real reason. He wanted to feel
Oh,
of killing her own sister.
he's a dumbass. But also, why are there mushrooms in our hair?
Super, 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 super,
It's a
super,
part of the
super, super,
fucking,
super, super,
like,
super, super, super,
if
super
she's sad,
despair.
it's just a...
It's because she's sad. The mushrooms. I just don't understand why they're there.
It's supposed to be just the emote. I don't know. Like,
Okay. Also, a series of Junko emotes would kind of be hilarious, and I'm sure they exist somewhere on somebody's channel. But you could totally have a series of Junko emotes.
What the hell is wrong with you?
And my sister too. In that moment of death.
I mean, her at least top seems mostly functional in this look.
After all, to be murdered by your own sister, and only as an example to someone else.
Her voice and tone in this one is like when you in Five Nights at Freddy's sister location, when you switch.
Okay, but I don't think you...
Hold on. Let me finish what I'm saying. The tone in that is when you switch the AI's voice, when it has you switch it and it goes to emo teenager, that's the exact like intonation that's here.
She must have died feeling such excruciating hopelessness.
I think it was more betrayal, but
so
sure.
Jealous of her. Super jealous.
Depression mushrooms.
I knew you couldn't be just some ordinary person. You're some kind of abnormality.
Oh, I got it, yeah. Sauce-grown moss.
Turning your own despair
Little
into
sauce
some
with
kind of
moss.
fetish.
Yeah.
Our reality doesn't even begin to
Are you
describe.
leaving Midge alone when she tries to eat, or are you just terrorizing her?
Like, Genocide Jill is crazy for sure, but this is a whole nother level of nuts.
It is another level of
You're
nut.
saying I don't compare to some lowly beast that can only kill the weak, right? So I'm hopelessly attractive, hopelessly brilliant, hopelessly athletic. I'm the hopelessly perfect ultimate human.
Also, there was a typo earlier. They said she was 5'6" and she's supposed to be 5'7".
No. I don't think there's anything perfect about anything you just said.
Of course not, Mr. Perfect Rich Kid.
Yeah, Master's way more perfect.
And oh, there's a kitten. A kitten.
Noble blood.
There's a kitten tail. You want in the windowsill? Here you go. You can have it in the windowsill.
Don't you mean had that noble blood?
What did you just say? What do you mean by that?
You still haven't figured that part out yet? Man, you guys are so slow! You haven't even solved all the mysteries, and yet here you are, yapping away!
Okay. For some reason, this is kind of adorable. I like this one.
Are you talking about our memories?
You've already solved this mystery, right? I'm the killer! So how about the next one? Maybe you should solve the riddle of your missing memories. Then you can
And Kitty Tail goes the other direction.
Damn straight! That's exactly what we're going to do.
Damn
We're going
straight!
to solve all these mysteries.
Why does that line sound so hilarious coming from him?
I can't wait!
Alright, then let's just get straight to the point. What memories did
Literally
you
a year
steal
of
from
school
us?
life. How about that? Or like a year of school life and then you knocked us out for another year because of the tragedy.
Group pictures were taken? And those interviews? It must mean... I got it! It must have something to do with our entrance exams.
Nope.
There! At least give us a hint!
Your brains are like sponges, all drippy and leaky. I already gave you a hint before. All the memories you lost share something in common with a few other things. Do you recall?
Well, I guess we're gonna have to recall. Thinking back to what Monokuma's told us. They must be related to... I think it's the memories that were stolen from us was the motives one Kuma told us.
You're talking about the motives you provided to try and get us to kill each other, right?
Mm-hmm.
So you do remember after all. Well, I would hope you wouldn't forget something so important.
Oh, we're back to this
It
version
was
of
stupid
Junko.
of me to even ask. I apologize from the bottom of my heart.
Does
for
it
my
cycle
bad
through the
manners.
same ones in the same order? Because if they're going through the same order, isn't that boring?
So then, let me ask you another question. Did you notice that each motive I presented you had a specific theme to it?
Theme?
Yep, you got it. So that's my question to you all. When Sayaka was murdered, what was the theme of the motive I presented?
The theme for the motive Monokuma gave us for the first murder. Monokuma gave us those DVDs. On my DVD was footage of my family. On Sayaka's was her and her friends. They had a dream they all shared. So for the first... I think there's about 6 so far, yeah. Human connections.
I got it! The driving force behind the
Okay,
motive
hold on.
you
Let me just
presented
start a
us
list.
at that point
We've got
was human connections.
depressed model Junko. We got mushroom despair Junko. We got cute girl Junko, little girl, cute, oh god, cute little girl Junko. We got Monokuma Junko. You've got teacher Junko. Hold on, I'm trying to remember.
Really?
Yeah, apathetic. Oh, punk, librarian, uwu, mushroom, and teddy bear. Yeah, apathetic, punk, librarian, uwu, mushroom. Punk. I think I forgot punk Junko. Junko. Uwu, mushroom. So this is apathetic. So I missed Punk Junko. Thanks, Bon. Die. Driving force behind the motive you presented us with at that point was human connections.
Ding, ding, ding. You got it. Remember those DVDs I gave you guys? Each video showed the total destruction of your most important relationships.
Yeah, I can see that.
For example, your family. For example, your friends. I ruined all those relationships and showed you the results. It was to motivate your desire to escape and kickstart your urge to kill. But still, what a cruel thing to do.
Thank you.
You're the one that did it!
Yes, well, I'm perfectly happy to accept your disapproval.
Okay! Time for the next question! So, what was the theme for the second motive?
For the second murder, the motive's theme was... That's when we got those weird envelopes from Monokuma. I mentioned how I used to wet the bed. So the theme that time was... the past.
I got it! It was our past, right?
Yay! Makoto got it right again! That time, the theme was... embarrassing memories and secrets! Yeah! And the whole reason Mondo did what he did was to protect his secrets.
Yeah, no, definitely not in order.
So,
Good.
how
The
long do
game
you plan
didn't
on dragging
disappoint
this
me
out?
there.
Relax, relax. Okay, on to the next question. So, what was the motive for the third murder?
The theme for the third murder was... The reason Celeste turned to murder was... She wanted to buy a European castle and live there with a bunch of, quote, handsome men. So that time, the motive for murder was...
I
greed?
got it! It was money, wasn't it?
Just notice.
Greed.
Seek and destroy! Hell yeah, you got it again! Goddamn straight it was money! Celeste killed Hifumi and Taka for a little personal gain. Her greed led to all kinds of death and destruction.
Death and destruction. Ah,
What's the point
we've
of
got
all
back to
this?
punk.
Why are you making us go through this case by case?
Don't worry, sweet cheeks. Just one more to go.
Okay, yeah, I kind of like the idea of Valley Girl.
Now, can you tell me the motive behind crazy-ass Sakura's crazy-ass death?
The motive in the case of Sakura's death was... What was it that made Sakura decide to kill herself? Had to do with Monokuma exposing Sakura's secret. So the theme of the motive in that fourth case was... I don't know. Because it's kind of like... blackmail? Secrets? I don't know. I call doing business. Okay. But that's not what led to Sally. There was another reason. I know. How to do with Mona... Okay, well, I'm gonna go with secrets, just... Okay, no, it's betrayal. It's because she felt like... Okay. It's because she felt like she betrayed us. That's what it was. Okay, I got it.
It was betrayal.
Precisely. You see...
So we went through each of these ones, and then we did cute... and now we're back to mushroom. I'm kind of counting them.
Once I revealed Sakura's betrayal, that led to everything that came afterwards. Anyway, it looks like you answered all of my
kinda
questions
correctly.
How painfully delightful.
Sure.
But what's the point? What meaning is there in asking those questions now?
So I would guess
Apathy.
Relationships? Secrets? Money? Betrayal?
Back to cute girl.
These are all pretty standard motives, right? The most normal of normal. Totally middle of the road.
But of course, those aren't the only motives
Oh,
that
we forgot
exist in
Queen
this world.
Junko. We forgot one.
In fact, there are as many reasons to kill as there are people on Earth.
Okay, Marie Antoinette
They
Junko.
compel humans to kill each other, bringing
That's kind of
despair
what
to
we
the
do in Captain.
world.
Then I fell in love with Jinko Yu. I was like, ooh.
This is what we refer to as the seed of despair.
Yep.
Seed of despair?
The seed of despair.
Just as water, air, and food promote growth in living things, the seed of despair also
It's just
needs nourishment.
weird.
And that nourishment is hope. Despair can grow only in the presence of hope. Two sides of the same coin, divided by a razor-thin line. Such is hope and despair.
How much longer is this stupid speech of yours?
Oh
Aren't
boy.
we discussing our missing memories? Why are you trying to change the subject?
Because she wants to lead the
If you
conversation.
would listen, you would see I'm not changing
Oh
the
wait, here
subject.
comes Teacher
We
Junko.
are discussing your memories.
The librarian, yes.
What I'm trying to say is, the seed of despair is closely tied to your own memories.
How so?
You see, by taking away your memories, I gave you hope. Of course, that hope merely existed to be consumed by despair.
How could taking away someone's memories give them hope?
Hope to build new relationships.
And plus, you haven't given us any hope anyway!
Is that so? All you've been able to think about during your time here is how to escape, right? The mere fact that that's what you want proves I gave you hope.
What are you talking about?
This is so
If none of you
insane.
wanted to escape this school, the killings never would have taken place.
True.
That is why we took your memories, so that you would have the desire to leave.
Yeah, because if we had seen all of our school life that we had literally had that they took from us, we wouldn't have any desire to leave because we said yes. But not only that, we had built the relationships already.
The only reason we want to leave is because you took our memories. Is that what you're saying?
There's Monokuma Junko.
Which means if we did have our memories, then we wouldn't want to leave. Do I understand that right?
What? Why the hell would having our memories make us not want to leave?
Because we would have remembered the relationships that we had built together and established.
A most troubling thought, isn't it?
Like, I think we spent an entire school year that we lived here. And then the tragedy was happening at the end of it, and we were separated and put away.
But it's not enough. I want more distress, more despair. I put so much effort into creating hope in order to feed your despair and make it grow. So, just like Crazy Eddie slashing his prices and passing the savings on to you, let me give you a hint.
Okay.
Really?
Also, who's this Crazy Eddie?
Then hurry up and tell us. Okie dokie. Like they say, seeing is believing.
Oh God.
I'd like for you to see the outside world.
Oh, because I must find out. I mean, I'm pretty sure Junko.
You mean the world beyond the school walls?
So something really did happen out there.
I mean, look at just the classroom that's on that, like, 5th floor. That's just a blood-stained mess.
Now are you
Or 4th
interested in
floor?
what I have to say? You wanna see what's out there? I wanna see too. See your faces sink into despair. Now then.
But we can't start rebuilding the world until we get out and are able to assess the damages. And then we can rebuild.
Behold, the world beyond the school walls.
Yeah, that one.
This is the outside world you've all been so anxious to claw your way back into.
Dun dun dun. When did the TV appear? Why do we have Grand Theft Monokuma over here?
Dangerous. The world has grown so very dangerous. That's what this means.
What are you talking about? None of this makes any sense!
I mean, I'm pretty sure we were knocked out for a long time, like a year.
What am I looking at?
Right?
Scene from a movie or something, right?
What you just saw, all of you should recognize it.
We should recognize it? What about it should we recognize? The whole thing is insane.
That world is locked away within the memories that were taken from you.
So how are we supposed to recognize it if we don't have access to those memories? Okay, okay, that was just dumb. You're just dumb.
Can't remember. Please just try. Do your best to try and recall.
Better kick your brain in the ass.
And back to
'cause
home.
it's up to that gray lump whether you live or die. I don't remember. Ain't a fucking excuse no more. 'Cause now it's time for the final class trial.
Oh, this wasn't the final class trial? I mean, this was, but... What? What? Oh boy. How many... Genocide Jackson photo of Kyoko in the Aster group photo.
So you just like to hit hard, right?
Come on, bitches. Remember or die. What the fuck happened outside?
You want us to remember or whatever, but when it comes to that crazy, confusing video you showed us, I don't understand a damn thing!
What's the meaning of the footage we saw? Is this another one of your practical jokes?
I mean, you're telling us to remember
Nobody can remember anything. This is the end for all of us. What other choice do we have?
I can't remember. Is it all over? And then just say, remember, every single one of us has lost her memory. It really is hopeless after all. No, wait. There's a chance that she hasn't forgotten.
Come on, bitches! Remember or die! What the fuck happened outside?
Genocide Jack's memory.
You want us to remember or whatever, but when it comes to that crazy, confusing video you showed us, I don't understand a damn
Because
thing.
they flip back and forth and they don't
What's the
remember
meaning
each other.
of the footage we saw? Is this another one of your practical jokes?
I mean, you're telling us to remember, but what am I supposed to be remembering?
They wouldn't give us that specific.
Nobody can remember anything.
That one. They wouldn't give us that specific bullet. Like, I mean, earlier when we discovered the fact that Genocide Jack, like, we already knew that, but they gave it to us as a bullet for this trial.
Who might remember?
The other token. Genocide Jack.
Also, no, just personages are better in general. Because you know you are getting picked up on the mic. Like, you need to understand that. The mic does pick you up.
The two of them share certain kinds of knowledge, but their memories aren't linked, right?
I see. If their memories are separate, then even if one personality's forgotten, there's a chance the other may still have those memories.
Yep.
What do you say, Toko?
Are you telling me to swap places with her? No! Absolutely not! That'd be like forfeiting my entire identity!
Toko, you're the only one we can rely on now.
Immediately, she's just like, yeah, sure, master, why not?
Da-da-da-da! It's me, your friendly neighborhood serial killer! Boy, she just gave in like it was nothing.
Okay, we're still on Punk,
I'm
Junko.
going to ask you a question, and I want to have it answered immediately.
Oh god. Yeah, I know. The mic picks them up, and I haven't found a good way to, like, fix that. It's only sometimes, like, I can watch the audio bar, but, like, he's trying to be very, very quiet. He is very much trying.
Do you know anything about this video?
Huh? What video?
The video that's playing right now.
Who the hell are you?
That's she wasn't here.
I'm the mastermind.
Oh boy.
Nice to meet
No, I'm not. He was trying to help with the stream earlier. He's hanging out trying to figure out what is it? Honkai Star Rail.
Nice to meet you too.
Okay. I am very excited to see what happens when Junko flips a personality in front of Genocide Jill.
That's enough! Just look at the stupid screen!
That's literally right behind your head.
Roger, you got it, Captain!
You got it, Captain! Because then I unlock out all the kitties.
Well, does it look familiar?
I don't have all the details, but of course it does!
Oh god.
Remember all the stuff it's showing?
I know.
Of course I do!
So you didn't lose your memory after all.
Then why didn't you say something earlier?
She was never asked earlier. Like, when we were discussing the outside world and stuff, she was never asked. She never really expressed care to get out.
I only answer questions when someone bothers to ask me. I'm the quiet type, you know?
Exactly. Like, we never asked Genocide Jill what she thought of the outside world.
Oh my god, she's the worst liar in the world.
No, it's true. We didn't ask her.
More important, if you really do remember, what is it?
Huh? What's the matter, Master? Do you really not remember the tragedy?
No.
Tragedy.
Oh no! You seriously forgot?
I don't think that's gonna help. Genocide Jill.
Just answer the question. What happened out
Quiet type.
Well, I can't really say if it happened or if it's still happening. But it was the biggest, most awful, most tragic event event in human history.
Yes, we knew this part, but like, what happened? Like...
Why is that phrase coming up now?
Because it's all because of that event. What is? Are you serious? I'm talking about the way the world is now.
Is now?
The world's been destroyed, get it?
Oh, we're back to Punk. No, we've been on Punk.
Destroyed?
Explain yourself. Tell us everything you know.
What?
Dude,
What's going on?
Hojo C6 genuinely is.
Okay.
But apparently he spent $500.
Oh god.
Copy that, darling.
Oh my god.
Okay, so this big, awful, tragic
It's like, I think
event
that's
is
relatively
starting to
cheap
cause
for
a
C6.
tragedy happened about a year ago.
Okay, but... I'm paying attention.
It was so big and so bad that even this murderous fiend went pale at the sight of it.
Oh, was it Mushroom Junk? Oh, you're right, it was, so it's back to Punk. You're right, because...
Say what happened was man-made. But it was more on the level of a worldwide natural disaster. Either way, there's no doubt that it was the biggest, most awful, most tragic event in human history.
Yes, but what happened? Like, you're just telling us, oh, yeah, it's all this stuff, but you're not telling us what literally happened.
In basically no time flat. The world turned out the way it did, and that's that.
That's all there is to it? Come on! There wasn't a single concrete description in there!
Yes, yes, you did help. You helped my little checklist I have going. Thank you, Wandai.
Well, it just so happens I don't know any of the specifics. Miss Moreau saw it all play out in real time, so why don't you ask her?
Because those are the memories that have been
She
wiped.
already did, and she didn't know anything. That's why we're asking you.
Mm-hmm.
I couldn't live up to Master's expectations! To die! To die! This is the true tragedy!
Oh, God.
Okay, okay, that's enough of your little lover's
Oh,
quarrel.
we're back here.
Whatever happened, it doesn't matter at this exact point in time, right? The end justifies the means. Everything serves the
That's
outcome. In
so
other
not
words,
true.
the world has ended. That's the important thing.
I'm pretty sure. Like, even if you said all the Ultimates died because they were, like, murdered in a school shooting, that's at least something. That's a description of a tragedy. But, like, you haven't told us anything.
How can the world just end? It's the world!
Calm down. It's okay. There's no need to panic. Every living person will be dead in 100 years anyway, so the world ending isn't that big a deal.
Okay, why?
Oh, come on. Now you're just being ridiculous.
Well, as long as we're being ridiculous, I have another ridiculous story to tell you.
Oh,
It's
God.
the story of the Togami Corporation, which has given Gyakuya's life all its meaning.
What? What did you say?
Oh, God. I know, right? Hero has, like, a grain of smart every so
I'm glad
often.
to see you took the bait. You bit into it like a middle-aged secretary at an all-you-can-eat cake buffet.
Hey! So, what do you think happened to the Togami family?
I mean, there's not much of a choice here.
Correct. Well done, peasant.
But I didn't say anything yet.
I just got so fucking bored waiting, I couldn't help it.
Really like Punk
Even
Junko,
if you're
don't we?
wrong, eventually you'll figure it out, right? Till then, you're just going in circles.
So, no matter what you pick, you get the right answer.
And cute Junko.
Pretty innovative, don't you think? But do you think it might be a disease? Getting bored so easy, I mean. Do you think I might be sick? Anyway, like I was saying,
And there's
Yakuya's
Monopoly.
entire lineage has been totally annihilated.
What? What the hell are you talking about?
I'm just sitting here, though, like, somebody, for this to be executed properly, there's got to be another similar type of secret council that helped execute, like, this type of event, which just means I'm pretty sure the Secret Council was involved still.
I can confirm that his entire family has died. Even the distant relatives. The Tagami name has perished.
Stop with these idiotic jokes.
Poor Byakuya. Like, whether or not he's rich kid or whatever, to be told, hey, your entire family is dead is still a shit thing. Yeah, right?
Sob? And said with such authority. A peasant would dare challenge us? The avatar of divine punishment? You must learn your place, peasant. You are no longer the ultimate affluent progeny.
They couldn't possibly be gone. The Togami family is destined to guide the world.
Are you okay, dude?
There is no world anymore, remember?
And we're back to Punk. Yeah, they really like Punk.
Hold on. That doesn't make any sense.
That don't make sense.
I mean, how are you getting supplies and everything? And cute. They're like Punk and cute. Like, if the entire world is gone, how are supplies, like food or anything, being made and delivered?
That happened a year ago.
Oh no, Bondi! Yeah, that's pretty much it. Oh, that's so sad.
We only came to this school a few weeks ago.
No, they cryo froze your body. Those more things said nothing about, like, dead bodies. They just, it's, well, I mean, a little bit, but they could probably be used to cryo freeze. Wiped your memory, cryo freeze.
Event happened a year ago.
Mm-hmm. Or the fact that you lived out your school life, and then you were memory wiped, and then you were frozen.
Then how do you explain the totally normal world we were living in until then?
Well, that was before the tragedy, don't you know?
Have you considered the possibility that you're mistaken about that?
Mistaken?
Well, if I'm understanding you right, it sounds like you think the tragedy happened a year before you arrived here.
Well, yeah. I mean, like he said, we just got here a few weeks ago.
But we didn't just get here a few weeks ago. Actually, and by my count, we were on like day like 21 or 22, so like, it was pretty close.
Ooh, I get it. You're saying that what happened
Yeah, that's what I thought.
years ago actually happened more recently, right?
They got to the school, they lived out a year of life, tragedy happened, mind wipe, they were cryo frozen for a year, now we're doing this. That's 2 years.
Huh? 2 years ago?
2 years ago, because they had 1 year school life. Tragedy! And then 1 year frozen life. They had 1 year of frozen life.
Well, I mean, you guys all started attending Hope's Peak Academy 2 years ago.
Mm-hmm. Wait, what? 2 years ago? What does that?
What the hell is this
See?
kid trying to say?
See? I'm
I
right.
understand why you'd have trouble accepting it, but in the end,
Back
you
to
can't deny the
apathy?
truth. And the truth is, everything is cause and effect. Deny that, and you may as well give yourself up to God.
I'm pretty sure you don't believe in a god.
So, you
Yeah,
must
right?
surely understand all the hints I've given you so far, right? What are the memories I took from you?
Come now, answer us. Answer with all your heart and soul.
Where's Queen Junko?
How are we supposed to answer?
I just don't know what's going on anymore.
I know. Still, we have to answer somehow. If we don't, everything ends right here. The memories that were stolen from us. If what Junko says is true, if we first came here 2 years ago, but the rest of us only remember getting here within the last few weeks or so, so there, our life at Hope's Peak. Which includes the tragedy. That's why it's not just the tragedy.
Then we've all lost our memories of the last 2 years after coming to this school.
Yep.
Nope. No.
Maybe that's why the clairvoyant can't be clairvoyant, because he has no memories.
Another correct answer.
We were on Queen Junko.
Seriously? This this routine again?
We've lost 2
Or wait, no,
years
have we
worth of
switched to
memories?
Apathy Junko? And now we're back to Queen Joko.
That's right. You've already spent 2 full
Thought we were
years
on.
here at Hope
Yeah, I
Speak
think we were on Queen
Academy.
Joko.
And that entire period of time is precisely what you've forgotten.
I don't remember the last 2 years of my life.
I'm pretty sure that's not your fault. Like, everybody's sitting here being like, I don't remember it. Yeah. I don't understand. Like, people are like, oh, I can't remember. It's like, no, they weren't, like, amnesia drugs. That's what happened.
Not possible.
It is. Amnesia drugs. I want to think that too. I don't want to believe it. But that's nothing but our desire. I don't want to believe. I want it to be impossible. But if it's the truth, then we have to accept it. Chink, 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 chink. Hero's brain is at maximum capacity. Locker, pocketbook, group photo, headmaster's locker notebook.
2 years worth of memories. I could never lose something like that.
We've been living here for 2 years? Hell no! That's impossible! I mean, I haven't gone to any awesome school events or anything.
It has to be the locker notebook.
I've never even gone to a single class.
That's so true.
No, that's wrong.
Chink, 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 chink. I got it. I got it, guys. I like how the game babies you up until like this trial. Game goes like, ah, here you go. Here, have 3 bullets. Here, have 5.
This notebook right here.
Huh? Hey.
I like how my trial
name
6
written
notes
on it?
just literally are which Junko has
I found
made
it
an
in the
appearance.
locker room on the 2nd floor. If you don't mind, could you take a look inside?
Sure, whatever you want. But I've never seen this notebook before in my life.
Because we had our memories wiped. Like I said, I was right when I was calling it MK Ultra. Except Monokuma Ultimate. MK Ultimate is what I think this one is. But MK Ultra was about brainwashing and like trying to use psychological experiments. That was right. They did this exact same thing here.
What's that? Is something wrong?
It's kinda similar. No, even more than that. This is absolutely my handwriting, without a doubt!
Uh-oh.
But how is this? I don't remember ever writing in this thing! No way!
It looks like you actually did attend class here at Hope's Peak.
Yep.
But somehow, you forgot all about it.
Right?
Lies! It's all one big lie!
One big lie.
I don't want to believe it either. But there's also no explanation for this pocketbook.
And whose pocketbook is that?
It is
It's
hers.
mine. And the handwriting inside is also mine. There's no doubt about it. But just like Hiro, I have no memory of ever writing in it.
And the reason for that is the 2 years of missing memories?
See, I think it's really only like 1 year of missing memories and then 1 year of cryostasis. Oh.
After seeing all the evidence,
Monokuma
do you have
Junko.
any choice but to acknowledge the truth?
Isn't it just so desperately dark?
Very quickly to Punk
Mystery
Junko.
solved, but it's like a goddamn funeral in here. Shit, man, I've never been to a funeral. Hell yes!
2 years of school life. How many moments of blossoming youth have you missed out on? How many fun classes? How many school events? This was your chance to build lasting friendships, right? And on top of that, something tragically sad happened 1 year ago. The biggest, most awful, most tragic event in human history.
Happened. Just tell me what happened.
Before everyone's eyes, the world came crashing down.
Just like the London Bridge.
You absorbed all that despair, but then you forgot it all. And once you'd forgotten, you made the choice to subject yourselves to this killing game.
Pretty sure we didn't subject ourselves to... well, we didn't make the choice to subject to the killing game after we've forgotten, because I think the thing is you used our earlier consent to not the killing game as consent to this, and wiped our memories.
And there's one other thing. To be even more precise, the memories you all lost were...
Actually, never mind. I'm bored. It's Explaining stuff is boring.
Memories all lost or memories all lost word question mark question mark question mark.
What?
We are bored of this world.
And Queen Junko.
Everyone always talks big, declaring all the great things they'll do, but then they always fizzle out.
We're still gonna escape and build a better world.
Fucking boring.
And Punk, they really like Punk.
What are you talking about? In a way, I'm jealous of all of you.
To apathy?
To give yourself over so completely to such stimulating despair.
Yeah, so figure out the rest for yourselves.
And back
Sick
to
of
Punk.
expositioning all this shit.
Figure out what?
Figure out where your memories come apart. That's at the heart of all of this.
Teacher Junko. Where our memories come apart. You're talking about the moment where we must have lost our memories? I can only think of one time. When I fainted.
I got it! The moment I lost my memories. I can't think of any time other than that day.
Yeah, that's another one that's been making quite a bit of an appearance. That's kind of a back and forth. Queen Junko. Keep calling her Junko. Queen Junkrat. Oh, you know what? Okay, even with all that Overwatch has been doing, at least Junker Queen is a cool character. And Queen Junko is just insane.
When I passed out, I was overcome with a strange sensation.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
And Cute.
Spirit to keep on talking.
Cute keeps making a fairly frequent appearance too. Queen Junkrat.
So I don't know much about the details, but it seems like everyone remembers passing out, right? And your sense of time got all messed up because of the memory loss after that?
Brain broken. Ah!
I guess it must have been something like that.
After I passed out, I woke up in a classroom with my head on a desk.
All of us did.
I assume not much time had passed since I'd collapsed in the main hall.
But instead, 2 whole years had gone by.
The reason it felt so short was because our memories of the time in between had been completely removed.
You got it, honey. 2 years of memories? Poof, gone. Which means, of course,
When everyone met for the first time, it wasn't actually for the first time.
Right?
Unaware of this fact, you took the time to introduce yourselves to each other, but
by that point, we'd already spent 2 years together at the school.
No, I think we'd only spent 1 in partial years. Because if the tragedy was a year ago, I think it was right after the tragedy that we had, like, been, like, knocked out or something.
That's what those photos reveal, isn't it?
Yep. That's
And
what
where's
they
Monaco?
reveal. You were all such close friends. You spent 2 years together, and then you started.
I guess we could have been
killing each
living
other.
in the school after the tragedy in, like, a secluded area. That could be a possibility. As the tragedy happened, we were locked away. That's when they got the consent. And then we got knocked out and memories removed.
And it was also you could escape into a world that's already been annihilated.
Exactly. So, Mondai, is the answer part of Persona 3 Portable? Like, when you go to the main menu and you boot up the game, it's like the journey, the answer. Is that something that's in Portable, or is that just exclusive to FES? I can't remember if that's an option when you boot up that game.
What a terribly tragic tale. Even
You're the one who set things up to be like this.
Oh, mushroom.
I love you all so much.
Wow. Sure you do. I feel such heartfelt emotion in that sentence.
What?
Once your school life here began, I thought about you constantly. It's only natural that I would fall in love.
What?
So, since I love you guys so much, I'll tell you all about it! All about the idea we came up with as the ultimate despair! Our plan to bring despair to all mankind!
I think it's exclusive to FES, but I've never actually played the answer, but from what I understand of it, people are upset with the answer because it feels like that, like, reduces, like, takes away all the characterization, essentially, that you learn in the journey, which is essentially the Persona 3 story. So what you're doing in Persona 3. But I think, if I remember correctly, it's like, I don't know if it's an alternate world or if it's post-events or something, but, like, the premise of the game is set up so that nobody remembers what happened. And so, of course, yeah, then you're going through all the characters again and their characterization again. But yeah, if you don't remember any of your, like, friendships or anything, you fall into the situation where you meet anybody again and then you go through a killing game. So, like, Junko had erased the memories, so, like, you go through this killing game. There's no way. Plan to bring despair to all mankind. Ultimate despair? All mankind?
Let's go back in time 2 years, okay? Back to when everyone first came to this school.
Yeah.
School life during that first year overflowed with hope and happiness. Oh boy, it was just the worst.
Look at how happy they are!
Everyone was enjoying themselves so much. You were all having the time of your lives.
But that couldn't last forever, of course. The peacefulness only made it through that first year. Because after that, an event unfolded that hammered a soul-crushing despair into all of humanity.
Yeah, because there's no pressure of, like, stuff looming over us. No Monokuma probably hanging around and stuff like that. It's just like, well, we just get to exist here and live here.
The biggest, most awful, most tragic event in human history.
Yes, yes,
The
we get it.
tragedy.
Can you tell us what the tragedy was?
All too soon, the world's days of peace came to a bloody end.
Just tell us what the damn tragedy was.
And as you can imagine, the school was no exception. The tragedy even made its way here, leading to the extermination of most of the students.
I know she won't.
What are you?
Right?
Hmm? What do you mean?
Apathy, here we are, back here again.
The most tragic event in human history, and the ultimate despair that caused it. I can't believe it's all because of just you and Mukuro. Was it some kind of organization? An angry mob? An incredibly motivated family?
This is where Fenrir comes into play. They have all the government secrets and stuff.
You have a point. If I had to describe it, I'd say...
Yeah, that's kind of what I'm figuring.
it was none of those. How can I put it? It was more of an ideological thing.
Okay, Junko.
Despair is contagious, you know. It's almost like a natural phenomenon.
Zoomy face! Zoomy face! Like, playing with my, like,
Everyone
sweater
is
strings.
capable of it. And now the entire world has fallen into despair.
In other words, if you see despair as the enemy, then your enemy is the world itself.
Cool, we'll fix it.
I just don't understand why.
Can I have that time of determination? We'll just fix the world,
We didn't
bring back
ask
hope.
you to try to understand. This was a tangent anyway, unrelated to the matter at hand.
Okay, So, let's get back to the story.
Mushroom Junko makes an appearance again.
Hope's Peak had taken so much damage. You guys were the only survivors.
What were we on? A class trip and then
The
came back?
members of the 78th class of Hope's Peak Academy were the only ones left.
And then, something super neat happened! Now pay attention, because this is important, and I'm only gonna say it once!
What?
So guess what? To protect everyone who had survived, Hope's Peak was transformed into a shelter!
Yeah, that's why you have like a warehouse full of stuff. But still, how do you get the ongoing supply of food if the world's in despair? Like, the one thing it is commercialism and manufacturing still has to exist because people need basic supplies.
That's right! It was transformed into a shelter! I said it twice!
Now, someone was responsible for that transformation, for creating what would eventually become your prison. Do any of you know who that might have been?
It's the headmaster. But I really think the headmaster was just trying to do it to protect the students. The one who turned Hope's Peak into a shelter and isolated us here was the headmaster.
It could only have been the headmaster of Hope's Peak Academy. He wanted to turn the school into a shelter to try and protect us.
Yep.
To protect us from the despair and tragedy taking place outside. That's why he asked us to make that promise. To say that we were willing to live in this school forever.
He didn't expect us to have our memories wiped.
We believe he had something like that in mind, yes. If you, the collective hope of a new generation, could survive, maybe the world could have a fresh start.
But we can still have a fresh start starting now.
Yeah, the headmaster put that much faith in you.
And because we had that same hope, that's why we all agreed to live here forever.
Because we had all the information. That's the thing is, you took away all the understanding and the information. And Junko knows that. Junko knows that because she had to take it all away for the killings to happen and the despair to continue.
But creating the shelter was also his single biggest mistake. It's laughable, really. He was the headmaster, but he had no idea.
I mean, he
That
did
is
know.
cool.
Yeah, this is a really cool screen. No, here's the thing. He did know. He was trying to investigate it.
No idea that we, the ultimate despair, had already made our way into the school. So what was supposed to be a shelter to keep you safe became a cage that made it impossible for you to escape despair.
But he knew, though.
I have to say, it really helped me out a lot. It saved me a ton of time.
By the way, it was you yourselves who blocked off the windows, the doors, all the exits. Under the headmaster's direction, you all went about your work like obedient little sheep.
Like, she literally waited for all of this to happen.
You mean we trapped ourselves in here?
Because we had wanted to. We made the decision to do so.
And then you forgot all about it and started bitching about how you were trapped in here.
I'm pretty sure we didn't forget about it. It's you took those memories and made it.
Finished building your little shelter, it was
That's
time
wonderful.
for me and Mukuro to get to work. And thus began the killing game.
Me and Mukuro had come here, spending the last 2 years waiting for that moment.
That moment where you all began killing each other served as the climax of our global despair plan.
And the only reason you survived the tragedy was so that you could be a part of it.
You let us live so we could go around killing each other? Is that what you're saying?
Yep.
Why? Why would you do that?
Because they want just people to...
Because this was so much more than a simple high school death match. Rather, it was a method to hunt down and destroy every last remaining speck of hope in the world.
That's why it's being broadcasted everywhere. Broadcasted? I don't know.
What are you saying?
Well, it would seem that there's a little bit left out there. A few souls unwilling to give up hope. So I thought I should show them, which is why I...
Well, why don't you tell me?
What the mastermind did to show everyone in the outside world, that was... Oh, more controls? Hangman's Gambit. Hijack? Why was that super easy? Why was hijack super easy?
You're talking about you hijacking the airwaves, aren't you?
Uh-huh. That's exactly what I'm talking about.
Were we on her? I don't remember. Were we on Apathy?
To show the world the murders taking place at this school, which was meant to be a symbol of hope.
Maybe a half one.
That was the whole point of the ultimate despair. When I said climax, that was what I was talking about. The world watched as you fell into despair and began to kill each other one after another. Despair is as contagious as any disease. Any hope left turns to despair.
Hal, did you close the lid on the maker or did you leave? Did you close the lid? Hold on. Okay. Trying to make sure the dinner doesn't go bad.
Isn't the power of television just amazing?
Monokuma again.
By the way, since we started broadcasting, a whole bunch of people have tried to come and rescue you.
Yeah.
Are you serious?
Of course I have. Because there's still hope left in the world. And people are trying to like, there's still hope left. That was the point of the broadcast. So of course people are going to try and rescue you, but they probably just killed them off at the door. You've got machine guns everywhere.
But utilizing the heavy weaponry I installed around the school grounds, I had no problem expelling them. Expelled them? I have to thank you all. They were a relentless bunch, refusing to give up on hope and trying to force their beliefs on the world.
Well, aren't you trying to force your own beliefs on the world? God damn, this type of contradiction bugs me so much, where they're like, oh, you're trying to force your beliefs on the world. Well, yeah, but you're also trying to force your beliefs on the world.
But in the end, I was able to give them the final despair.
God damn.
So you just used us? To bring despair
You're on
to
Teacher
everyone in the
Junko.
outside world?
Well, sure, but I also gave you a second chance at life, right? So it's like, give and take.
Not really.
Take? You're so full of shit!
And there's a reason I chose you guys to survive when all the other students were dropping like flies.
Because we were part of your class? You had built an attachment?
We built up 2 years of memories together. You were all my treasured classmates. Sorry, that's a lie. I just figured you'd despair even more when you found out a friend had betrayed you.
And that's the truth, which is what you wanted, right? So you solved the mystery, but despair at the truth, right?
Don't tell me. Did you seriously count on the possibility that we would solve your mystery?
Are you okay, Kyoko?
And if we did, then what? Our final desire for creating this world of despair was so we could experience one last class trial. If you were bold enough to solve the mystery, only to discover that the truth was utterly hopeless, how would you react? What would you do?
Build a brand new world? Just because it's terrible outside doesn't mean that we can't try to make it better.
See? Discovering the truth doesn't necessarily lead to a sense of hope.
truth can be full of despair, too. Like right fucking now.
True. Full of despair. That's...
Not to mention, all those motives I talked about were totally meaningless. I mean, with the world having ended and all.
Nothing would have mattered.
Meaningless? Then we've been murdering each other for nothing?
And think about it. You chose to lock yourselves up here, then started murdering each other to get out.
But we didn't know the choice that we made because you yanked our memories out of our brains. Stupid Monokuma Ultimate.
We weren't just random strangers either. We were classmates.
Yoko.
We'd spent 2 years together.
Yoko, don't lose it now. Same for you, Byakuya.
No, even I can't laugh at that.
We get it. We get it, okay?
I like how even, like, Genocide Jack is like, I have my limits too.
You're totally awesome, right? We get it already! So help us! I'll do anything! Just help me!
Help you with what, dude?
A peasant begging for his life? Ah,
No, we weren't on Kunjoko.
we've never witnessed such a travesty firsthand.
But I'm sorry to say, begging doesn't work on me.
I think I'm gonna give Apathy Junko an extra one because I'm pretty sure I missed it at some point.
All I want is despair, and there's no reason for it. And since there's no reason, there's no argument against it. There's just no understanding it. No argument, no understanding. What better definition of ultimate despair could there be?
Which is why you just walk away from it and build a better life and build your own
Wait,
future.
hold on. You've just been going on about whatever you feel like, but there's no real reason for us to believe anything you have to say.
Actual Junko? Junko no thingies?
You say the world's fallen apart, but I haven't seen it for myself.
Junko... just Junko?
So I don't acknowledge it. I don't accept it as the truth.
Until you see it with your own eyes. Truth and falsehood overlap one another. In other words, you're not unlike Schrodinger's cat right now.
I was gonna wait and see if there were... They hinted at the Schrodinger's cat with the box earlier, with, Kyoko in the secret room and her father's remains.
So, what then?
Are you saying you won't accept the truth until you can go outside and see for yourself? Well, you better not. You go out into that world and you're all goners for sure.
Okay, then that's what it is.
Trust me, I'm not lying about any of this.
Well, even if it's all true, I refuse to give in. I refuse to lose to you.
And just because that is how the world is right now doesn't mean that we can't affect it to build something different.
For the sake of everyone you've killed.
Huh? Everyone I've killed?
Oh, where's Monokuma Bear?
What are you talking about? You're the ones who killed them.
I didn't kill anyone. I simply gave you a little nudge in the right direction.
And that's all it took for you to start killing each other. You're nothing but bloodthirsty animals.
That's why anyone was murdered here, peasant.
Say what you want about hope, but we're all creatures of instinct, right? Despair comes naturally.
But that doesn't mean you can't fight it.
Hell yes! That's funny as shit!
Oh, Punk finally makes an appearance again.
No! This isn't just some game to us. It's murder! Plain and simple!
Yep.
You stole our memories, invented reasons for us to do it. You pushed us all into a corner.
Exactly. The stolen memories is the key here.
It's all your fault.
You certainly have a talent for passing the buck, don't you?
But he's not wrong.
Huh.
No, you did steal our memories. That is a truth statement. And you created the circumstance for it. It's literally exploitation? Exploitative? It's something like that.
But we don't have much time left to keep up this banter.
We have to draw things to a close soon.
What do you mean?
I'm talking about the vote, of course. You didn't forget about that little rule, did ya? Oh, and also, since this will be the last vote, I decided to change the rules.
Of course you did.
What?
You guys so full of hope, and me so full of despair. I've decided to have you vote which one will be punished. If even one of you votes to punish Hope, well then, I'll consider that a win for me, and punish everyone on the side of Hope.
Even if it's just one person?
Oh, but don't worry, I won't be voting, of course.
Even if you don't, you still got the upper hand in all this.
We just vote for Hope.
It's okay. Nobody would actually vote to kill themselves, right?
Not necessarily. See, you're underestimating the level of despair that she's brought out in this truth.
Oh, let me just mention one more thing. When I win to punish you guys, you'll have to stay here till you grow old and die. No fighting, no killing. That's your punishment.
That's why they would say yes. What?
You mean we just...
We'd have to just live here?
No, I believe.
She's saying she'll let us live.
If you're not happy with that, then go
Mushroom.
ahead and punish me and make your way to the outside world.
Whatever the despair is out there, you still walk into it with hope in your hearts.
Enter a world fallen from grace, where only despair exists, where you'd likely be dead within a day.
I'm just gonna pop a save really quick, because the last time we had made a decision, we did not, okay. Phase 15 of the class trial. We weren't able to save at the decision, so I'm just gonna do it ahead of.
What are you saying? So no matter what, we're doomed.
Wait a sec. I just got hit with an inspiration bomb.
Okay.
Dying of old age is boring as shit, right? The audience at home isn't gonna dig that at all. So, here's what'll happen. One of you will get to experience an instant, super impressive punishment.
What? You can't just...
Do you mean to say you'll execute one of us?
And I get to decide who's gonna have to suck it down. Makoto, you're up.
Me.
Yeah, you've been acting up, causing all kinds of trouble. I hate you!
Okay, so.
Let me make this clear. Everyone has two choices in front of them. If a single person votes for Hope to be punished, then only Makoto will receive a harsh punishment, and the rest of you will live here in peace.
If, on the other hand, you desire to see us punished, then you must all leave this place.
I will force you out, ensuring you all die horrible deaths in the outside world.
What I'm saying is, if you sacrifice Makoto, the rest of you will get to live out your lives.
That's not what you're saying. That doesn't mean that, like, anybody else is gonna just sacrifice me. But that's...
What? Has your resolve softened? Have you lost confidence? Are you afraid of being punished? Don't you have faith in your friends?
I do have faith in my friends.
No, that's not it.
My resolve has not changed.
You're right to be afraid. It would seem all of those around you have realized the futility of going against me.
You are literally insane.
Guys? It's so beautiful. Your lovely faces, eroded by despair, have come...
Besides, Yoko, you could never betray your father, could you?
Yeah, she can.
What?
I mean, the headmaster's only wish was that all of you would survive.
Well, that's a moot point because half of us are dead already. So, who really cares about that at this point? He wanted all of us to survive, and he already set it up an impossible game where not all of us could. You're just an asshole, and using that as a dumbass argument.
That's why he tried to trap you all here after all.
Yeah, but some of us are already dead because you used that and used it against all of us.
The least you can do is try to honor your dead father's wishes.
No, we can't. Not with you here.
Kyoko!
One person's despair is enough to seal your fate. Isn't that just the most hopeless outcome ever?
So, who do you think's gonna give in? Whose despair is gonna sign your death warrant?
No one. Nobody's gonna give in to despair!
Good.
We're not gonna lose to you!
Junko, question mark, part 2?
So boring. Stubborn till the very end, huh? Well, that's fine. Then let's just hurry up and get it over with. It's time for the final vote. Everything will come to an end. Your stupid hope.
And your stupid life.
Final vote. This is it. The ultimate confrontation. I have to show everyone. I have to make them remember. I have to convince them to not give up. To live in despair, that's not really living at all. I'm assuming, hold on.
We won't give up.
Hold on.
As long as there's hope, we'll never give up.
If I were to die, that would be the end of Hope's Peak Academy. By the way, the air outside is totally polluted, you know. The only reason we're okay in here is thanks to the air purifiers in the physics lab. If I die, the purifiers will screech to a halt.
No, they
In
won't.
other words, as soon as I die, the communal life you've all been living will come to an end.
They won't.
All of you will have to leave. You'll have to go into the world outside, where only death
Because we
and
have the in
despair
case of
await.
emergency e-handbook.
So, what are you gonna do? Will you just die? Is that what you want?
I'm not exactly sure which one. When you sleep, it's on a bed of despair. The world, you are in despair. I know. I use my own hope to plant it in the seeds of everyone else.
We won't give up. As long as there's hope, we'll never give up.
Is it this? No, that's not it.
If I were to die, that would be the end of Hope's Peak Academy.
I'm assuming might be. It's either grab. Yeah, okay, it's grab hope. Ugh.
Shoot. We won't give up.
Grab.
As long as there's hope, we'll never give up.
If I were to die,
It won't be
that would
the
be
ends.
the end of Hope's Peak Academy.
Is it this?
Don't lose hope now.
Because we do.
My fortune-telling senses are telling me not to leave this place. But to live means moving forward, right?
Yep.
So even if it's hard, even if we're scared, we don't have any choice.
Kyoko's
do
the
we?
only one that we couldn't attack with hope.
I want to keep on living. I want to open the next door. There must be something new waiting for me. So that's why, no matter what, I need to get out of here.
Thanks, yes,
The
we are.
whole fortune-telling thing doesn't matter anymore. What matters is my own gut feelings.
We won't give up.
Okay, I got
As
it.
long as there's hope, we'll never give up.
I just don't want to miss
If I
that
were
one.
to die, that would be the end of
I decided to have faith.
By the way, the air outside, the only reason we're okay is thanks to the air purifiers in the physics.
Don't lose hope now.
I've been thinking about all this, and I was thinking,
At a time like this, what would Sakura do? You only get stronger by taking adversity by the horns. Confront that thorny path with enthusiasm.
What would Sakura do?
That sounds like something she'd say, right? No. I think that's definitely what she'd say.
Yes.
Which is why yeah! I've made up my mind!
We won't give up!
I mean, technically the e-handbook
As
is
long
also
as
here.
there's hope, we'll
Well, I
never
keep
give
forgetting that I need to, like, grab that bullet.
If I were to die,
That would be the end.
I guess I
By the
have...
way, the only reason is thanks to the air purifier. Say whatever you want. I've made my decision.
Decision.
if I die,
The purifiers was, in other words, as soon as that communal life you've all been living will...
Yeah, there we go.
I don't care either way. I'm fine with whichever one is more interesting. Actually, I may not look like it, but I always hated school. Well, no matter how I look, still hate it.
Thanks, Genocide Jill.
But no matter what, Master has to come along with us.
Okay.
give up. As long as there's hope, we'll never give up.
Give me hope, bullet.
If I were to die, that would be the end.
Yeah, we got include
The only
you.
reason is thanks to the air. Say whatever you want. If I die, in other words, the communal life you've all... I can keep on living! As long as...
all of you will have to leave. You'll have to go into the world outside, where only death and...
There we go. Bring back your family name.
What's the matter? You're not actually trying to encourage me, are you? Ridiculous. It never even crossed my mind that I might give in to despair. But don't misunderstand me. I couldn't care in the slightest what happens to you.
Thanks, bud.
I just have to keep my word. I swore I would end the life of the mastermind. Besides, the Togami family isn't dead, because I'm still alive. So until I can restore the Togami family
There you go.
and bring it greater
There's
glory than it's
Byakuya.
ever known,
We won't give up. As long as there's hope, we'll never give up.
Let me just grab that.
If I were to die,
That would be the end.
The sun is...
By the way, the arrow's the only reason is thanks to the air. Say whatever you want. If I die, in other words, the communal life you've all... I can keep on living! All of you will have to... You'll have to go into the world outside.
I already said I would
claim the mastermind's life.
so what are you gonna do? Will you just die? Is that what you want?
Don't lose hope now.
Kyoko, you're the one that told us, even if the trope...
I didn't really know my father.
Exactly, he was 100% spiraling.
He was thinking. But even if we're just connected by blood, there's one thing I am sure of. He would never want us to abandon Makoto and choose to stay here. I can't explain why exactly. But if I'm sure of anything, I'm sure of that.
He was already researching in the Ultimate Despair and knew that they were there.
Just because we don't actually know anything, does that mean we can't understand? Could it be that... No, never mind. So, Makoto, I don't think you wound up at this school because you had good luck or bad luck. I think you came here for a different reason entirely.
Oh? Oh?
You came here to bring down the ultimate despair. You came here to confront despair without ever giving up. And if that's true, I think we could call you
Da 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 da.
the ultimate hope.
Pew 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 pew.
What do you think?
There's all the like confetti and hand cannons. Ultimate hope graphic comes up on screen. I don't have the ability to make graphics quickly enough where I could just go ultimate hope. That would be a fun button.
What the hell are you?
Ah yes, we're on regular Junko. The ultimate hope bullet has been added to the truth bullet section of your handbook.
So uncool. Your stupid faces, the stupid things you've said, the stupid way you all treat each other.
Mm-hmm.
It's all so uncool, so unhip.
Unhip, uncool.
Shut up, shut up, shut up, shut up, shut up! Lame, 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 lame!
I think she is going through what is called a breakdown. I'm not any kind of elite anything. Hope isn't a talent you develop, but still. But I still... the ultimate hope. The moment of truth.
You suck! What do you want? So uncool! You dare to stand against us?
Oh, I'm not counting them in the scene.
It's a joke. Who are you? Your idiocy ends here. You're gross. Suffer from despair.
Oh.
I just love despair! You suck! What do you want? So uncool! You're unbearable!
Sorry, I cannot count them during the scene. I can go back and listen to the VOD, but...
Who are you?
Would you like to die?
There it is.
Suffer from despair. Everything is pointless.
I lost the tempo somewhere in there.
Despair into tomorrow.
Hope keeps on going.
Always hope. You guys don't realize that hope just keeps on going, like you said.
Refuse to give up. I
You
refuse
just
to
keep
give
moving forward.
I refuse to throw it all away. I refuse to despair. Because all I have going for me is the desire to keep moving forward.
What's going on? What's happening?
Oh. Oh. Chunk, 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 chunk. I know I did have a couple of these. But overall, I got an 8.
It looks like we've reached the end. I think it may be time to vote.
You just gotta pull the lever, right?
Good. I'm ready to go.
Let's
Lovely.
put an end to these trials. Put an end to the killing. With our own hands.
We're gonna bring it all together, boys and girls of every age.
There you go.
Oh, okay. You wanna watch with me?
The hell?
Okay, good night.
No, her execution is pretty good.
Okay. Good night.
Okay.
Indeed.
You've lost, Junko.
I lost?
I lost? Me? No way.
Well, that's just...
It can't be. You still don't accept it? Even the ultimate despair herself is vulnerable to the onslaught of despair, it seems.
What the heck?
But there's no use trying to fight it now.
Well, that's just...
I mean, isn't the punishment to live in this school forever? And ever? And ever? And ever?
Totally the best!
Okay, weirdo.
So this is despair.
This is... Junko? Question mark? We came to this school 2 years ago, created our incredibly detailed plan. I even killed my own sister for it.
Oh, no,
To come this far and fail at the very end.
Oh, despair.
It's the most ultimately ultimate despair. What are you talking about?
No,
Don't you see I was so hopelessly desperate? I was bored of the world the moment I was born. That's why I've been looking forward to this so desperately, this once-in-a-lifetime experience. It is my first and last colossal despair here at the moment of death. To have the chance to taste of the highest grade despair, the utter failure of my dreams. I am so hopelessly happy right now. That's why I called it Bliss Junko. Yeah, I did count regular Junko because it showed up in like a shock scene and then like midway through. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah. So yeah, I agree. 8, 9. Is she enjoying this?
Anyway.
So are you prepared to admit defeat? You think I care whether I won or lost? Either way, it doesn't change a thing. Outside is only despair, inside is only despair. No matter where you go, despair awaits you. That's not true.
Not possible.
You're wrong. Huh?
Don't make me repeat myself.
Let me tell you this right now. We no longer fear despair. Right?
Okay.
Because we've decided to enter the outside world with hope. Yeah, Makoto totally seduced us over to his side. Everyone!
Hey.
You said that despair is as contagious as any disease.
However,
The same is true of hope. All you have to do is look at us to see how true that is. Kyoko!
No.
Stop it! Stop! I hate those faces you're making! To see those awful looks causes me nothing but pain!
There's one last thing.
Fine, let me just say one last thing. If you guys want to get all hung up on the word hope, that's no skin off my nose. But just be warned. From this point on, one despair after another will stand in your way. No matter where you run, no matter where you hide. Maybe you'll find some hope, but there's a very fine line dividing that hope from bitter despair. Knowing that, you still plan to cling to your hope? Of course, because we...
It's fine.
Shut up! That was a rhetorical question! You interrupted my monologue! I'm almost done though, so whatever. Because it's almost punishment time, right?
it can't be.
Do you really intend to go through with this? That was the agreement, right? Hold on. It's not like I want you to die. You don't have to.
Stop it! Stop it! Stop it! Stop it!
What?
How many times do I have to tell you?
The act of living brings me no hope at all. All I want now is to taste the desperate despair of death that you only get once in life. So...
Don't get in my way!
Okay, weirdo. I'm just a bunch of flip-flops between those two.
So this is how the despair of death feels. It's so wonderful.
Even a tenth of this despair. Even 100th. I want every last soul on this planet to taste such despair. I want the entire world to die with that despair in its mouth. Okay, let's do this.
Hey.
I've reserved an extra special punishment for last. Let's give it everything we've got. It's punishment time!
Okay. She just walks to her own punishment that she created. Like, you didn't have to. Oh. Is it all of them put together? That's that rocket we saw in the, thing. Why was there a rocket in there? I don't remember the rocket ever happening. Anywhere. Why was there a rocket? Because it was alter ego and then it was nothing. Alter ego for Sakura and then it was just this. Emergency override. And that's how everything came to an end. Final class trial. Junko Enoshima. The ultimate despair. Life at Hope's Peak Academy. It was all over. I don't think it was really ever explained, Mondai. People just started killing each other, I'm gonna assume. You received the Monokuma hair tie present. Yes, I would like to save the chapter. Chink. But even after saying it was all over, it's not like the building exploded or collapsed in on itself or anything. That was the kind of ending waiting for us. So I'm just gonna say ending. Nothing changed. Well, with one exception. The air purifiers turned off. Just like Junko said, they shut off immediately. I mean, we have the headmaster's handbook. We could just turn them back on. That was the only difference. Goodbye, Despair High School. Epilogue. We left the courtroom and made our way to the main hall. We stood in front of the door. Nobody made a sound. I felt almost absent-minded. This was our epilogue before the final ending. We were stuck there in limbo, unmoving, unsure. But, in the end...
Hey.
We can't just stand around like this forever. At some point, we need to leave. To nobody's surprise, it was Kyoko who broke the silence.
Makoto.
Would you do the honors? Okay. As if awakened by Kyoko's word, I took out the object we'd gotten. Up until the moment of her death, it had belonged to Junko. And in the end, she dropped it before us. I mean, I'm pretty sure that was probably one of those buttons turned off the air purifiers. Like... But is that really it? Is that really the key to this door?
Indeed.
You don't have to read into what she said too much to find the answer.
If, on the other hand, you desire to see us punished, then you must all leave this place.
I will force you out, ensuring you all die horrible deaths in the outside world.
In other words...
I will force you out. She said that just before dropping him. It makes sense that it would be our way out of here.
But...
You never know. Maybe it's actually a switch that's gonna make the school self-destruct. I mean, Junko never said specifically that she let us out of here, leave here alive.
It's true.
You may be right about that. Maybe!
Yes.
But even so, it's impossible to think we wouldn't take our chances with it. Yeah, I guess that's true. There's nothing to worry about! If something ever happened to Master, I'd just take my sister and jam him so far up. Where's the courtroom? Where's the mastermind? It's all over. We're just about to leave the school. Leave? We can go outside? And that means me and Master can get married? And then he'll give me a little jewel of a baby?
That's enough.
Please stop. That would be a greater horror than anything I've encountered so far.
Anyway...
Don't worry. I have no doubt that we'll be able to leave here without a problem.
But...
It's what happens after that we get out that I'm worried about. But you know, in the end, I think part of me still thinks...
Serious?
Maybe when we get out there, we'll see that everything she said about the world was a lie. That on the other side of this door is a world as peaceful as we remember. A lie. Peaceful as we remember. Well, no matter what it looks like, it's still our world. It's where we're meant to live. Yeah, I guess so. And how do I put this? Unlike this school, the world is really big, right? Since it's so big, I'm sure that there must be some despair no matter what. But there also has to be lots of hope, right?
In other words...
The act of searching for hope, to try and find it, that by itself is the true meaning of hope. As long as you have that hope, you can keep moving forward, no matter what trouble you may fall into.
Am I wrong?
Is that what you mean, Makoto? Yep, that's pretty much the gist of it. I don't need any of you to spell that out for me. You know, Junko mentioned that there were still others out there who hadn't cast away hope just yet. Maybe I should find them and make them work for me. To rebuild the world, we must first rebuild the Togami dynasty. I'll go with you. I'll follow you anywhere you want to go.
You got it.
Well, my first stop is going to be the closest donut shop. I can figure out the rest from there.
Hey.
And what are you going to do if there are no more donut shops or donuts? Make more.
Okay.
I'll just get some flour and make some myself. And if there's no flour, I'll just grow some wheat. I get it now. If there's no road, you just gotta build one. Creation? Fate is telling me to remake the world.
Could it be...
That's my hope.
How about that?
I've reached the next stage. The next chapter of Yasuhiro Hagakure's life story is about to begin.
Whoa!
Thanks, Tina. You totally opened my eyes. Hey, personal space buddy. You're seriously creeping me out. Grow some weed. Grow some wheat.
Makoto.
With a T. Come on, Makoto. Even if everyone in the outside world is gone, even if the world is steeped in despair, as long as I have people like you around, I can face forward and keep moving. We can get out there and do something, have some sort of impact. But what can we do? There's so few of us and we're so small, so what can we do? No, we can probably do anything. Yeah, we can do anything.
Well, I guess this is goodbye.
What did you figure out? Oh, okay. I got it. I understand the conversation now. Thanks, Manda. Well, I guess this is goodbye. And goodbye to Sakura.
But hey, if we gotta say goodbye, we may as well do it with a smile on our face.
Hey guys! You guys want your fortunes told anywhere, anytime. You just let me know. I'll be there.
You know how much I hate being annoyed, but if something does come up, you may as well let me know. I can't guarantee I'll actually bother listening, but, you know.
Even Byakuya. Even he.
I don't know why, but I have a burning desire to start writing. I might be able to pull it off. A story about Master and me, and the others, I guess.
I can't say I'm sorry about what happened, but still, it does feel kind of strange.
I really don't know what to say. I guess we graduated?
I mean, you have none of your school skills, but sure. It looks like hope really is spreading. As long as I never give up. I have to push even harder. I'm going to keep moving forward, with hope in my heart. Since I have hope, I can show courage. Since I have hope, I can move ahead. The world can move ahead. Aww. Aww. The door began to open. With our hands, hope and despair mingled together, opening the door to the future. Cast. Megumi Ogata. Kiko Moto. Hi. That was very good. I like that. Why did the flowers remind me of, like, the flower from the beginning of Undertale? Look at all the group pictures with everybody actually in them. Because we were definitely photoshopped out. I like that. Keep moving forward. Also, Meet the Robinsons, keep moving forward is the only other thing that came to my brain every single time they were talking about that, and it's a similar principle of just hope. Gonna get the next time you try, it's gonna be it. Monomi Usami? Staff, director, planner, scenario. But I'm gonna let the credits run while we just chat post game. I liked it. It was very good. Junko is apparently I think that's the thing that bugged me is okay, so the only thing that I wish we would have found out a little bit more of is like how we erased our memories. Like clearly it was just like a yanked, there's some drug that they did that yanked out our memories and stuff, but like Junko not wanting to take, like, half taking responsibility and like saying, oh no, my counter to you saying that I created it is just the fact that you want to pass blame on to somebody else and that's your hope. It's like, no, look at, my hope is the fact that we rebuilt some of those same connections in your world, the world that you were created that was literally set up to be hostile. We still rebuilt those connections together. Like, that's the thing is, and that's the hope there. So the fact that you like wiped our memories is a very clear thing, knowing, because you knew that that was just gonna like defeat any purpose you had to try and get us into despair. Like if we had started killing each other with the memories, that would have been even more despair. But yeah, only like 3. I know, I was counting. Actually, what day did we end on for my, yeah, day 20. So I estimated if we actually sat for a day in the garbage room, it was like day 22. Yeah, right? Because even though the environment you created was hostile, it means it sped up whatever was going to happen either way. Leon! Sakura! God. Sakura and Leon. Oh, my boy. Leon, I think that's the one that I would have liked to hang out with. Leon's the main, like, of the chances that I had, the chance to hang out with Leon is one that I would have taken earlier had I known. But, you know, it's the, I don't know that. I always let the credits run because all of these people worked on it and they deserve the credit for making a very good game. Oh, that was a funny scene. I do like that one. Where I feel like Junko is also the person that like you're just like completely putting into the PC-14 project manager. Thanks guys, because that's what I played it on. But like Junko being so baffling like that, I'm just always bored. Like, you're not actually seeking things, like, your idea to seek things, to do things is extreme negative emotions and stuff, but I'm like, why? Why? Okay, let me play through the personal links first. I'm probably not gonna do that on stream, I haven't 100% decided, but yes, we will talk, but not quite yet, Mondai. I will ping you. Because, yeah, I want to talk about more about Leon, because if I remember, he was trying to move away from being the ultimate basketball star, but, like I said, that particular thing was at least a month ago, so, and I didn't take notes, or if I did, I don't know where I put them, so I don't have them. But yeah, look at, there's Spike Chunsoft. I mean, after the nonary games and this, you do make very good games. Well, and the thing is when I say I'm not going to play it on stream, I might still record it. I just don't know if I'm going to play it on stream. Hello? I will remember, because I'm very curious. Somebody got back into the school?
Interesting. Things are getting very interesting indeed.
Monokuma is still here? Which means somebody's still controlling him? Question marks?
Like I said at the beginning, I'm not a teddy bear. I am Monokuma. And I am your I am this school's headmaster.
Is Headmaster still alive? And the bones we were just presented with are fake? Yeah, I think I have game 2. Hold on, let me just check that right now. I'm probably not gonna start it till next weekend, but let me just search my games. Yes, I have. Yeah, I think I have all the games because it's 2, another episode, Ultra Despair Girls, and V3, right? So yeah, I kind of, so I was gonna do like the 13 days of Halloween, and I still kind of want to do that, but part of me also just wants to continue streaming just Danganronpa and do the rest of them because like I think they're fun. I think it would be fun. So I'm not exactly sure how I'm gonna plan that. But yeah, no, I'll probably start 2 this weekend because I'm very curious. Yeah, I know Iggy played Ultra Despair Girls, right? And because the thing is, I've seen bits and pieces of Iggy's of 2, so like I know some of the characters, and I know bits, but I don't know like everything about 2. Like I couldn't tell you how it ended. But I do remember like one particular case, but I think it's because I watched multiple people play that portion of 2. Could I tell you what the resolution is? No, but I could tell you what one of the big puzzles in the case was. So Monokuma's still alive and is claiming to be the school headmaster. Okay, headmaster. Does that mean either Kyoko dad alive, which I doubt, or is there a secondary headmaster? It's the trial where there's like the octagonal like room or something, and they're trying to figure out like how they connected to each other and mapped, and then one of the things was a bunch of trees outside because you could see all the trees outside. I understand I'm gesturing a lot. That's literally what I remember of it. Yeah, right? I'm like, this is the thing. Anything else? I have no idea. Oh boy. I don't know what's going on with Monokuma though. You received the Easter egg present. Yes, I would like All's Well That Ends, finished every chapter. We'll just do that. So chapter is up, you can clear, once you clear a chapter, you can play through it at any time. School mode. Extras. Oh, I remember the hamster person, because somebody with the hamster person's name came into my chat earlier today. With the 4 Dark Divas of Destruction? Is that what the hamsters were? Exactly. That's what I remember is everybody struggle busting through that one. I think that's why I remember it, because we were all trying to sit there and figure it out together. Here you can check out all sorts of farther getting the oh, hold on. Let's just take a look at the extras. Event gallery. Movie count. Oh wait, cutscene images. Movie gallery, artwork gallery, music excerpts, and the school store. Oh, you can just go to the store from here. Interesting. I wonder, do they have... What was the... Yes? Oh. Helps peek from a distance. All of these that I don't... I'll put all these in the game. I want the... Sorry, this is going to be a really loud sound for a while. This. Yes. This image, Kyle's like, oh yeah, that's a really cool image. It really is. Like, this is a cool image of the sisters. Yeah. I really like this. I like, partly because it's the red, black, white color scheme that I like, and if you guys saw my desktop, it's like all Persona 5, which is also the color scheme that they have. Yeah. Oops. Oh, okay. We can go back from there. Okay, so they did have it. That's cool. And then the movies, and then extra artwork. Hup, hump, 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 hump. You can unlock Leon's artwork. Leon! Hi, buddy! School, sound gallery, and then the school store. Yes. You can save your hold on. Yes, I would like to overwrite this file. But yeah, that's fun! We did it! We finished the game! Oh! I just heard cats growling at each other, so I might have to go investigate that very quickly. But, hello, hello! We've finished the game. We beat Danganronpa. It took a while to beat the game. You were right, Mondai. I'm very glad you gave me that hint. Hold on, we're gonna go ahead and switch some things around really quick. But I'm very glad you gave me that hint, Mondai. Ooh, we can turn this down and mute this. Bye! Have a good one! I'm just wrapping up anyways. So you're good. Thanks, Mondai! But bye-bye! Thank you all for joining me. As a note, this is my YouTube. Here are my links. I'm just gonna do my closing outro. We finished the game! Yay! It's gonna go over on my YouTube. It's been doing that for all of those series, so I just need to go through and add chapters still. But yes, the ending was quite a bit long, but yeah. Thank you all for joining. Danganronpa 2 will probably start next weekend because I'm very excited. I be Sershal. I've finished Danganronpa. I've knocked one of those games off my list, and thank you for watching.